Good morning and welcome to day 2 of the Clonakilty Park Hotel West Cork Rally. We had 8 stages yesterday. We have 6 stages today, 2 loops of 3 done twice. 66 stage mile in total, approximately 106 kilometres. Plenty of action covered yesterday, but joining me in the studio once again is my co-commentator of Patterson Pace Notes, Patterson's Rally News of years gone by, and erstwhile font of all knowledge stage-wise. It gives me great pleasure to welcome. Morning, Michael.
Morning, Zav. How's things today?
Yeah, pretty good. Just a quick one for people. We were looking earlier on at the conditions this morning, and I see Carlo Weather is updating that there's a wet front or a wet patch of rain now making its way into the Cork Kerry area. So after yesterday's shenanigans with tyre choice, we could have more of the same this morning.
Yeah, I think so. We hear that it's the word was spitting in Parc Ferme this morning. So the cars 10 o'clock, the first cars are leaving Parc Ferme. Short drive over to the service area, bit of a service, and then first stage this morning at around about 11 o'clock. That gives them a bit of time to have a think about the tyres and also evaluate what the weather's doing. They don't have to make a decision on probably until about 15 or 20 minutes before they're due to go to the stage.
Yeah, I mean they have literally 30 minutes this morning before they make their way. 3 stages, a loop of 3, Shanaway, Sam's Cross and Ardfield, before they come back in somewhere around 1 o'clock to the Clonakilty Agricultural College and get ready for the last loop of 3 of the day. As I said, that where the front is moving in. On the screen you can see the top 5 as it was yesterday, and Michael's eyesight much better than mine, so he'll run through the top 5.
Well, I mean, we obviously had this sublime performance from Josh all afternoon. He leads the rally 18.6 seconds from Callum Devine, Robert Barrable in 4th, and Sam 47.8. Now I think Sam, I've heard that he said somebody earlier on that he expects some heroics over these opening 3 stages this morning. And I suppose the only person who doesn't need to be doing heroics is Josh. If these guys want to maximise their points for the Tarmac Championship, you're going to have to go for it this morning. And you're running out of room. You know, that's the other thing. We're running out of stages. Big day's rallying today. But we'll have 3 stages over. Once this gets rolling this morning, it's like bang, bang, bang. It's action stations.
Well, I mean, yesterday, for example, we had 8 stages done in 4 loops of 2. So you had 4 digs at the conditions yesterday in terms of after every 2 stages you could change your tyre choice or change tweaks in the car. Today you have 2 digs, now and lunchtime, and that's it. In between all that you have 6 stages, 66 miles, 106 kilometres. So you've only 2 attempts, the one they're thinking about now before they leave service. And we saw yesterday that you alluded to where Josh, contrary to recommendations from Pirelli and Michelin, went with a hard compound tyre and took 11 seconds out of the leading crews over the first stage out of service. I think today is a little bit more tricky. Your choice now will set the tone for the first 3 stages of the day.
Well, absolutely, and you know, you get 2 bites of the cherry today, that's it. Well, we're going to get some of the views of the top drivers. Tony has been in Parc Ferme just as the cars are leaving, so we're going to hand over to Tony in Clonakilty in the Parc Ferme this morning.
Good morning and welcome to day 2 of the West Cork Rally. We're here in Parc Ferme and with Josh Moffat. Josh, how's the feelings this morning?
Yeah, not bad now. I suppose the weather again this morning's all over the place there. There's a bit of rain at the minute there, and it's probably worse out on the stages. So yeah, it's going to be a tough tyre call again this morning.
And it obviously makes it very tricky then, you know, to sort of get your head in the game because you can't really make a plan yet when you don't know what you're doing with the tyres.
Yeah, that's it. And I suppose the racing's so close there. Like you need to be making the right tyre choice, so you're going to be left behind. So yeah, tough call to be made this morning, but look, we'll see what happens.
Everybody's in the one boat. It's one of those things. Any of the stages this morning that you're looking forward to in particular?
No, look, at all sort of similar to me, and yeah, looking forward to them all.
Drive as fast as you can.
That's it. Yeah.
Josh, thank you very much. We're going to head on now and we're going to get a quick word with Marion Evans over here and see how the feelings are in their camp this morning. Parc Ferme can be a bit of a kind of a funny feeling place because you're nervous but you're excited and you don't know what to be feeling. We're just talking about the feelings in Parc Ferme. They're always a wee bit funny, Mary. You're kind of dying to get going, but you're a wee bit nervous and stuff too.
Yeah, I feel okay this morning. Just weather's a bit in between, so yeah, not sure which way to go yet.
Yeah, Josh was saying there the tyre choice, typical Irish weather, so it's very difficult to decide.
Yeah, it's tough. I don't know which way boys will go, but I'm not too sure myself yet. But I suppose we've still got an hour, and we'll see kind of what it does. If it stays like this, it might make it a bit easier because it's just spitted enough to make things damp, and it's a longer loop today. That's the only thing. You know, with 2 stages yesterday, it made it a bit simpler because you know, even if you're on the wrong tyre, it would you know, you'd do less damage to you. But like you look in the second loop yesterday where Josh got the jump on us with a tyre call, he didn't make a hell of a lot of time. Whereas if that happens today, he's probably going to have another 5-10 seconds on us.
Yeah, because this morning's opening stage is incredibly long, the longest stage of the rally.
Yeah, and 3 of them are quite long, and the thing is, the third one is very abrasive, and on the recce always seem to be quite dry compared to the others. So yeah, it adds a dimension to it.
Marion, best of luck for today. We'll see you on the stages first, and then we'll see you back in service later, hopefully, and we'll just get Callum Devine now if we can. Callum, did you have a nice wee rest last night?
I did, totally. I had a good
You all set for today now?
Yeah, I'm all set.
Looking forward to any of these stages in particular this morning?
I'm looking forward to all 3 of them. So
all of them?
Yes, they're all going to be great stages. Them boys, bad boys, all hers.
Yes, we're all messers, just winding each other up all the time.
Aye. So.
But we talk about this in rallying, like where you are all obviously competing very competitively on the stages, but as soon as you get here, you are all standing around chatting and messing, best friends.
Aye, well, yeah, like that. Aye, look, hey, we're all having a bit of crack, and we all talk about the big moments we had on the stages, you know, and laughing about it, you know. But aye, sure, that's all part of it too. You need to have a bit of crack too, like.
You do. And tell us, what are you thinking about tyres this morning? Are you in the same boat as everybody else? Just very confused?
Just very confused. Very confused most of the time, but I'm very confused now, you know. So we'll see what happens. I'll just wait till the boys maybe right there, kind of waiting to see if there's rain there. Kind of says, I think it might rain here, so I just sure tell me whenever you know, like, you know. So just have to take it as that.
Easier to make a plan when you have all the information.
It is indeed. So look, we'll see how we get on.
Cal, thank you very much for speaking to us. So we're going to go now and get a quick word with a few of the other guys. We're going to try and get, we spoke to Robert Barable last night, but we're going to try and get him here this morning if we can find him. And we have Sam here, actually is right. We'll see what Sam's thinking about. Sam, we missed you last night. How's the feeling this morning in your camp?
Look, it's another day, a bit of rain. Hopefully we had a great start yesterday morning. Maybe that was the highlight of our day, but yeah, hopefully we can get a good start this morning and see how it goes. There's I think the damp conditions will allow for more variable times than in the dry, so let's see, we're 10 seconds off 4th and 18 off 3rd, so that has to be our goal here. But I think everyone has the same objective to try and get one up the leaderboard at least, so we'll see what the mixed conditions do, and hopefully we can get the right setup for it.
Exactly, and I mean, the opening stage this morning, it's just so long that anybody can do anything there, really.
Yeah, definitely. I've done the stage in numerous orientations, and yeah, it definitely brings plenty of challenges this morning. You really have to be on it, and yeah, we'll see. I think someone's going to be a hero this morning and pull a time, but let's see who it is.
Good man, Sam. Thank you very much for talking to us. And we're going to get around now, and as I said, we're going to try and get a quick word with Robert Barable if we can spot him, and that'll be us having spoken to the top 5, and then we'll get them modified. So we'll just pop in here. I spotted him, and I'll see if he's chatting to Daniel McKenna here. So we'll get a quick word.
Yeah.
Robert, great to start the day again.
Yeah.
Great to start the day again with a nice wee splash of rain.
Yeah, it seems to be slowly but surely drizzling constantly, so I don't know if it's going to let up or whatever, so yeah, I don't mind. I think it'll give a level playing field, so I think we'll probably all end up on the same tyre choice, which is what you really want. We don't want really mixed conditions throughout the course of the day, so someone can gamble or whatever, but yeah, look, it is going to be what it's going to be. I think it's going to get worse later on, but we're looking forward to it. Yeah, we'll just get stuck in and see what happens.
And again, with the stages, there's obviously the incredibly long one this morning at 19.3 kilometres or something, I think. But all very, very classic West Cork stages. Are you very comfortable or confident in any of them, or do you
lucky, so that's probably one of the most important things. As you say, they're all classic West Cork, so our knowledge of today's stages will be a little bit less than the competitors ahead of us. So we'll have to just pay extra attention and just be extra vigilant and try and get comfortable quickly and early on, and just get into our own rhythm and see what way it pans out for the rest of the day. Then.
Do you remember your dad winning West Cork?
Yeah, I do. Yeah, in 2007. Yeah, so we would have been down then, so it was good. Like.
And obviously, then a couple of years later, you did it yourself. What did that feel like?
Yeah, it was at the time. You kind of didn't really pay much attention to it, but as the years goes on, you kind of realise how important it is and what milestone you create. Like, you know, and he had the smallest margin in the winning of the rally in 2007, and then I took it off him then in 2011. So it's a bit of crack with that, and it's nice to be able to have that on the trophy. So it'll be a tall task to repeat it today. Now I can tell you that for sure, but we'll give it our best.
It's always rallying, you just never know, do you?
And we have a big day today, so we'll never know.
Robert, thanks a million and best of luck for today. We're going to try and get a quick word with Daniel McKenna here now again. Daniel, we spoke to you last night, and obviously everything, and we've Gary Kiernan here as well.
We took him for a season lead.
We'll torture him now in a wee second. But obviously, you know, everything has changed this morning. We went from sun shining yesterday evening to absolute misery here this morning.
Yeah, it's not too bad. Like, it's not as a torrential rain, but it's probably worse. It'd be better if it was torrential. In between conditions are a bit of a tyre choice nightmare, and 3 long stages, like, so you're probably going to be compromising at some point. But that's all the talk here this morning. But sure, we knew from the forecast last night that's the way it was going to be. So we'll see.
Very typical Irish rallying.
Yeah, that's it. Look, either way, no matter what, the weather's like, these stages are fantastic, and the rally's brilliant. They've been running really well, so we're enjoying it. That's the main thing. Like.
Good man. And any of the stages in particular this morning?
I like that Ardfield stage. I've never done it. Done it once last year, and this is an opposite direction. But it's a fantastic stage. Like Sam's Cross stage is a lot of driving in it too. It's I think there's 30 junctions on it, and so it's quite technical, and there's a fast section. But the first one's more like the one yesterday morning, you know, where they're narrow and quite a lot of mud and water on them. So this is the thing. Like, you probably need 3 different tires for each stage. So you're going to have to try and pick something in the happy medium area, but Ardfield, I would say, is picking them for me. But
good on you. And I mean, you mentioned Ardfield being reversed this year. Even though it's the same name of a stage and the same roads, it's a completely different kettle of fish when it's run the opposite way.
Yeah, that's it. Sure, like the knowledge and everything doesn't really count for much when it's in the opposite direction. But I don't know. I think like Gary and the guys have probably done these stages in every direction over the last 5 or 6 years they've been doing the rally. It's my only second time down, so I'm happy enough with my day's rallying yesterday, with keeping in touch with this with Gary, and you know, haven't much seat time now this year yet. So
discussing tactics there this morning.
We're just trying to wind each other up the usual.
Daniel, thanks a million. We look forward to seeing you on the stages later. We're going to try and get a quick word now with Gary. Gary, how's the feeling in your camp this morning?
Good, well settled. I'd say it's going to be damp, but maybe not fully wet. Tyre choice will be crucial this morning, so try and get away with maybe a soft slick all round. There'll be no need for wets because you're going into Ardfield. It's the third one, it's very abrasive, so it's the start of a new day, new rally for us, so we keep going.
And it is the start of a new rally, and you kind of have to forget all about yesterday and just get ahead into today.
Yeah, like 4 seconds or 5 seconds, whatever it is, it's nothing. We just start today, and we'll try and figure out where we are for the second loop, and we'll keep pushing to the finish.
Yeah. And I mean, I was kind of discussing that earlier this morning. I think it was with Sam. Like, it's when you leave Parc Ferme, it's all about sort of trying to get your head in the game and make a plan for what you're going to do. But that can be very difficult whenever you don't know what tyres you're going to choose yet.
Yeah, well, when we get to the service, we make our tyre choice, and whatever you make, you have to deal with it. You have to make your car work to suit. It mightn't suit in some shiny spots, but then on the more abrasive, you might have to go faster than them, depending on what compound you choose.
Yes. Good man. Well, we'll let you go and give you time to get the head in the game, and best luck for today. And what we're going to do now is try and get across the park another wee bit. And we couldn't find Jason last night. I would say he was gone. But we're going to try and get a quick word with Jason Black here if we can spot him. I did see him this morning, so we know he's here. But bear with me as we try and put eyes on him. If we can't get Jason, we will try and go and spot him. We'll try and get somebody else, but we'll myself, so we may as well go for it now when we have him. Jason, can we have a quick word? How are you feeling this morning?
Hi, grand. It's just hard to know what tire to pick. That's the main thing. Like,
Did you get a good night's sleep last night and kind of settled in and now ready for day 2?
yeah, ready to go again. Hopefully our problems sorted from yesterday now and get a good go at it this morning.
And I mean, obviously, when you get over the first day, it's a great relief to get into Parc Ferme in the evening. But again, the excitement and kind of the nerves and everything leaving here this morning.
Yeah, it's just like starting again, so it is starting, but sure. No, pretty good stages today again. I'm looking forward to Ardfield. It should be a good one to finish the loop out.
And in terms of Sunday or day 2, do you have a plan of attack, or are you just going to try and keep steady?
No, keep steady, do what we were doing yesterday and hope for good results, I suppose, in the end.
What you can do.
Yep.
Jason, thank you very much. We'll let you go. We know everybody's trying to get ready to get out of here, so we're going to leave you with that, folks. We are finished in Parc Ferme here, and we're going to try and head for a stage, and then we will be back to you in service in a wee while. So enjoy the rest of the coverage, and we'll talk to you soon.
So a pretty good catch up with Tony Kelly in Parc Ferme this morning before the crews left Parc Ferme to head into service, where they have 30 minutes. And topic of conversation, as we heard there, was, as we suggested, tire choice. We reiterate again, it's really 2 loops of 3 stages, nicely split, 33 stage mile done twice, 3 stages, Shanway, Sam's Cross, and one that the drivers mentioned quite a bit, Ardfield. So, I mean, Michael, they have leading crews now probably have maybe 20 minutes more maximum before they have to make the choice that they're going to have to stick with. Is it a compromise?
Yeah, it's got to be, hasn't it? You can't. Okay, how far do you want to stick your neck over the parapet? It's got to be a compromise. One of the drivers referred to it. Really, in a perfect world, you'd need a different tyre for each stage, which I think is a really good observation. They have less of a choice of the tyres nowadays, depending whether you're on Pirelli or Michelin. Now, there's other tyre manufacturers out there who supply like the modified cars and stuff, but the front runners, primarily most of them are either on a Michelin tyre or a Pirelli tyre. Yeah. Now, normally the engineers would be send us a little bit of a message once they've made their decision. We haven't had a message yet, which means I don't think they've made a decision, Sam. So I think that's interesting. I think there is such a difference in the nature of the stages. You go 5Ks up the road in this area, and the change from shiny tar, slippy, which the first 3/4 of the first stage is, and that is going to be the most adversely affected by any dampness there is about this morning. To go to the second stages, the second stage today, stage 10, it's not so bad. And then the Ardfield stage, a lot more junctions, very fast, running along the coast for a lot of the time. Yeah. But running along the coast, completely different to what was seen yesterday at Ring, which is an inland. This is absolutely spectacular, big beaches. And there's one part of the stage where this actually, the road is just completely sand, where it comes in, the sand comes in off the beaches. Yeah, it blows in. So those... Also, Ardfield's being run in the reverse direction to what it normally runs clockwise, effectively, past the hotel, starts at the Clonakilty end and ends at Rosscarbery. It's pretty much going the opposite direction this year, which is new stage for a lot of the drivers. Certainly, even for me, I mean, I've done it a few times in the opposite direction, but it was about 10 years ago. I'm not quite sure. It might have been 2012, 2013 or thereabouts, but it was about 10 years ago. So a lot of these younger drivers, Callums and people like that, they won't have done it in this direction, but they're also good. It doesn't matter. They're really good at their notes, and they're really good at getting a feel for these things. They've got lots and lots of experience, all of them, but it still doesn't change the fact that, yeah, this is a big compromise going out here this morning. The tyres, somewhere you might gain an advantage on the first stage because you've got the right tyre on. Josh might decide to say, well, I'm actually going to stick this hard tyre on again because it'll work better on the second 2 stages, whereas the first stage, probably the softer tyre is going to work better. So it'll be very, very interesting to hear what they've gone on. I think it'll also be, we probably won't find out until the very last minute because that decision won't be made until they're literally 2 minutes to the control, right, bolt on a set of whatever you're going to choose. It's not such a very long road section from the service up to the start of the stage, so they don't really get much of a chance. But we're not going to know until they literally the very, very last minute.
Yeah,
simple as that.
It's kind of conditions very similar to yesterday. The opening 2 stages yesterday morning were very wet. A lot of standing water that we saw from our coverage on the first stage of the morning yesterday, and a little bit drier and a little bit more abrasive on the second stage of the day. We're going to just go back and look over some of the highlights from yesterday, which would give you an indication of the conditions that the crews faced if you didn't join us yesterday. If you are in the area and you're listening, the club could still do with some marshals if you're willing to help out. We have stage 9, 10, 11 and 12, 13, 14 to still run today. So if you can help out, and you know Bones O'Connor, give Bones a shout. We'll obviously highlight the stage commanders and all of the stages and the enormous amount of people and management that makes a show like this stay on the road. Approximately 150 crews on the road at 11 o'clock starting the stage 9. And we're just going to take a quick look at some highlights from yesterday.
Afternoon there, we've extended our lead slightly, so yeah, it's going well for us so far, but I'm sure the boys behind me is going to try and do something about it.
How was the car feeling in that stage now with it's very specifically dry weather?
Yeah, car feels great, like very happy with it. I think we probably just had maybe too much of a dry setup there this morning in the wet conditions. It made the car more difficult, but yeah, it's super now.
Not too bad. I think it's 13 seconds. It just feels like a lot, but try and limit it over the next 2 now, and hopefully go to bed with less of a deficit than we had in Galway anyway.
You're still quite comfortably sitting on the top 3?
Well, at the moment, I like to be comfortably racing the boys in front of me, you know, but yeah, that's what it is. We'll have to, yeah, look, we're making a couple of changes here now and try and see, but no, the boys are going hard in front of us now. Josh is definitely pushing on, you know, so we'll have to do something.
Well, that was a good wee shot.
That was a nice catch-up, but just gives you a good indication of some of the conditions that we faced yesterday. We think we're going to face something similar today. One of the attractions yesterday was the arrival, if you like, of Craig Breen in the ex-Frank Maher car. Craig joined the afternoon stages, and the good news is that Craig is on the start list for today. But, I mean, West Cork is no stranger to World Rally Stars visiting the event. Where I remember we had Miko Hervin here a couple of years ago, and
came in a Mark II Escort.
Yeah, and really sort of. So in terms of historic and the modified, Miko was a great addition, as is Craig. So you will see Craig Breen and Paul Nagel out on the stages today, but the graphic on the top there is the top 5 historic, with Neil Williams leading very well from Sebastian Ling. Sebastian, a regular visitor here, over the last number of years with Wayne Evans. So the historic battle today, Michael, I think due to the conditions for them, they join yesterday the historics ran at the back of the field as a class of their own. Today they join the main field. They're reseated in running order in terms of times. So you will see them scattered through the field today.
Well, I think the first bunch actually, what they've done is they've taken their performance from yesterday and they're putting them together as a group. I believe sort of the first 6 or 7 are all together rather than spread out. I think it's really, really interesting that Craig was actually lying 3rd overall in the historics in the Sierra. So it gives you an indication of just how well Neil Williams, Sebastian Ling, Wayne Evans were going. I think the major retirement who's not restarting, just to say about Craig again, without we're not quite sure what. Craig retired with a mechanical problem. That's all we know. Now it's a Sierra Cosworth, and some of the old hands out there could start writing a list out and make suggestions what it might be, but we'll leave it at that. A bit disappointing though was Marion Evans, who won Galway Historic Rally and put himself really into the forefront of the championship. He had clipped a wheel on the open stage and bent the steering, but it put him, obviously it really upset him, and he's not carrying on. He's not restarting this morning, and the car's not very badly damaged. It could have been fixed, so that's a bit disappointing.
It is, but I suppose from his point of view, the time loss is that much. He's not going to pull anything back, and you know, at a competitive edge, you run the risk of something happening and creating more. So when the heart goes out of it, the heart goes out of it.
Absolutely.
And that's the best time to say, look, I'm not going to go any further. But you know, so
there was a bit of a distraction yesterday as well with that game with the fellas with the funny shaped balls. Were a couple of those. So we maybe just thought, look, I'll just go and see how Wales get on.
Well, it's funny you say that. I mean, I saw a post from Liam Pistachio. I mean, they went out and spectated as much as they could up to about 1 o'clock, and then adjourned to the pub for the rest of the afternoon and sat and watched the rugby. So maybe in terms of they'd seen enough by about 1 o'clock, and I believe they were partying hard last night. We're just taking a look at the modified there. I mean, there's not a lot heading out now to the first stage of the day between, you know, Gary Kiernan and Daniel McKenna. And Daniel was really impressive yesterday.
Yep. This battle went on all day. Now, obviously, the person not in the mix who's been impressively fast was Kevin Eves.
Yeah.
Kevin had a problem mid-afternoon with the brakes on the Corolla. Fastest pretty much on every stage up to that point, but he dropped a bundle of time. Now, he is rerunning in the rally today, but only 4.9 seconds between Daniel and Gary Kiernan. They're all good mates, the modified guys. We saw the bit of crack with everybody there this morning in the service area. Yeah. But when the helmets get pulled on this morning, I suspect it be a bit different. This is a big race. Chris Armstrong, actually, in terms, he's nearly 30 seconds behind. That's quite a thing to try and pull that back. Couple of seconds here, suddenly, yesterday we had 8 stages. Pretty much you drop 3 to 4 seconds a stage. There's your 30 seconds.
Yeah.
And it seems like nothing. Oh, it's only 3 seconds, but it accumulates. Whereas Gary and Daniel have been just constantly. Now, Gary had the upper hand. Daniel led mid-afternoon, and then Gary put in a couple of really, really good times to move ahead. But equally, neither of them are as fast as Kevin Eves, who wasn't in the race anymore, and he was absolutely flying. If you're down the field slightly further today, I suspect, I haven't looked. Yes, Kevin is reseated. He's running 14th on the road. So when we're live streaming from the stages, we're going to get good pictures of Kevin as well in the middle of it. So there are a few drivers who are reseated. If you haven't got access to the official results, I think 2 in the top 20 would be Declan Boyle, Kevin Eves, and there's probably a couple of other people in there. William Crichton is another one. Yeah.
If you're Chris Armstrong and you're looking at, I'm 30 seconds behind the 2 boys in front. Now, obviously, everyone's proud, everyone's competitive. If you're Chris Armstrong, you say, I'm just going to take as handy. I'm going to drive safely. I'm not saying take it handy at 80%, but drive safely. And after the first stage, because with the 2 of them pushing one another, that's when you spin. get stuck in a ditch. You know, Chris Armstrong could well be sitting back and saying, you know what, I'm just going to let the two boys have a rattle here at Shanaway.
Daniel McKenna doesn't make many mistakes. He's so good. So is Gary Kiernan. I'd say even Daniel's car is, he's had time to work on it. He used to be plagued with unreliability. I think it would be probably, in my opinion, no, if I was co-driving for Chris Armstrong this morning, I would be saying, we can't afford to sit back here.
Well,
we're 30 seconds behind. We have to either start taking time, and if we can't, then we'll look at consolidation. But the first couple of stages, you've got to give it a crack, haven't you?
It's going to be interesting, and I think that first rattle over Shanaway, 16.3 kilometres, just a shade over 10 miles. I mean, when we look at the history of West Cork, I mean, the leading winner, Donna Kelly.
Yep. Very dominant all through the teens.
Yeah, and it would have been nice to have seen Donna here this weekend, but Donna is sort of picking and choosing his rallying, but 5 times winner here.
Yes.
And it alludes back to, you know, Tony, when she interviewed Robert Barrable about, she asked him, do you remember when your dad won here? Mm-hmm. And I found it really interesting when Robert said, yeah, and you know, I was only kind of a nipper then when Dad won. But as I've got older, you appreciate the milestone then when I won it, and then you appreciate more the fact that my dad won it and he's won it. So I think as you get older, you appreciate what you've achieved in the sport.
I think the last year Michael won it was 2008. And Robert wasn't a nipper in 2008. Robert was actively involved in helping his dad. He was driving. I mean, Robert won it about 5 years later.
Yeah.
So actually, historically, both of those results were, before the rally, you would have said they're a bit of a surprise. But as the rally went on, Michael was in top form in the mid-2000s. He won the national championship.
Yeah.
He was, you know, that contrast between somewhere like, he won West Cork, then he went on and won Monaghan, and I think he won Cavan. And these, at the time, there were 15, 20 World Rally cars in the field. Yeah. It was very, very competitive. It was really, really interesting. We were in the thick of it doing rally news at the time. We were very lucky. Then a few years later, Robert comes along, and Robert's knocking on the door. Very methodical guy. He's got a bit of a racing mentality. He would work very hard at his notes, and he'll figure out where he loses time, and he'll work on those weaknesses. A very smart guy. I think he gets it from his dad probably, and he's always made sure it's the best car, it's the best arrangement, it's the best that he can afford. There's no, if we can't do it properly, we're not going to bother doing it at all.
And I mean, that's a great way to go about it. I mean, and sort of when you look at it from that point of view, I mean, in terms of co-drivers, Conor Foley's the leading co-driver with 3 wins here, and for example, you know.
Yes, because Kevin Flanagan took a couple of wins with Donna Kelly.
He did,
so that would have. Conor always felt. I really like Conor. He's a great fella. He's good crack, and he jumped into Kevin Flanagan's shoes, which were big shoes to fill. And I remember at the time, Kevin has just reached a point where he had his own job and family and the commitments, and he still does the all historic rally with Donna, but it was just a personal decision. But it was finding somebody who could fill his shoes. Conor works in the UK for Donna's company as a manager, and he was co-driving at the time, and Donna said, yeah, let's give him a chance. So to have gone through those 4 or 5 years with Donna where they were completely dominant at Tarmac championships, national championships, and again, somebody who did it right. If we're going to do it, we'll do it right. I think Conor came out of this very well. He's the most successful co-driver in West Cork with 3 wins.
I mean, again,
that's fantastic, isn't it?
It's when you look down the roll of honour and the winners here. You know, Billy Coleman,
the very first rally.
O'Connell, Gerard Buckley, Russell Brooks has won here. Demi Fitzgerald. You know, Jeff Kitney, you know.
In the Darien?
Yeah.
I've forgotten about that.
Bill Connolly in the Manta, and then Bill Connolly again in the M3. Tom Meany co-driving from that time.
Okay.
So West Cork Rally as a whole has a tremendous amount of historical importance in terms of Irish rallying. And
if you go back to the early days when Bones conceived the event, and he got great sponsorship from Zanussi at the time, who were probably in Ireland the leading brand. There was a distributor in Cork who was involved with Frank O'Mahony, and they made sure that they had the bulletin service. They made sure that, if you think back, Billy Coleman won the first rally, but Russell Brooks came, Tony Pond came in the works Chevette, pre to the Circuit of Ireland. It was, when the Circuit of Ireland was a big rally, they convinced a few of the big teams to come and do the event. And the atmosphere, St. Patrick's weekend in 1981 or 1982, was a different time. It was a different era. The rally ran in a different way. We were joking earlier on about Parc Ferme, and Parc Ferme didn't exist in the West Cork Rally. It was like, if you had a problem on the Saturday, it was, we'll see you tomorrow morning. Change days.
It is. I mean, you look at the likes of John Price, Bob Foden, Melvin Evans, of course, winners here. But that just shows you the importance and the appeal, certainly to the Welsh crews, but a lot of the UK crews. And over the last number of years, there's been a noticeable uptake in terms of crews from the UK coming to here, north or south, doesn't really matter, and competing, because I actually think, we have the best rallying in the world.
Well, of course, it used to be a round of what was known as the Motor and News Championship, Rally Championship. In the 1980s, that would have been Mike Pattison, and it was easy for the Welsh crews to come. The two rallies where the Welsh crews flocked to over the years, Wexford and West Cork, suited them all very well. You had the seriousness of British rallying and the slightly more relaxed rallying in West Cork and in Wexford. Now, everything's moved on. West Cork, we're here because it's around the Tarmac Championship, and seems to be, arguably, the competitors, if you listen to feedback that we get from the competitors, this is their favourite rally of the year. Yeah,
they love it. I mean, Conor Curley waxed lyrical about it yesterday, but you'll have seen from interviews Tony had that they love the stage, they all have a particular favourite. I know that Josh Moffat sort of doesn't have a favourite. They're all sort of much of a muchness, and
Josh just gets on and drives.
He just wants to get here, do the stages, and win the event, and move on to the next one. There's, it's very businesslike in that way. But it's nice to hear, some of the crews further down the field just appreciating the history of the event.
Well, somebody on social media said yesterday that interview with Conor Curley with Tony yesterday said it's the best rally interview they've ever seen. And I would say, it's like Conor has been a brand ambassador for Clonakilty in the West Cork Rally.
Yeah, from Donegal man.
Yeah, from a Donegal. Well, he's actually a Derry man, so.
That's what made me giggle about the pair of them. I mean, the pair of them are from the northwest, and Donegal history through and through, and here we were waxing lyrical about West Cork. But it was a terrific interview. I mean, if you were with us last year at the Ulster, I would put it on a par on the interview that she did with Eugene Donnelly and Andrew Nesbitt. Andrew sort of threw himself into the hospitality and the presentational side of rally programme production last year at the Ulster, and it was really, really good.
Well, we're hearing a few stories from social media that it is raining out on the stages. Somebody's in Ardfield, they're raining. We've got cameras on Sam's Cross and it's damp. This is just to keep everybody updated. Now, we're 20 minutes out. The decision's probably going to have to be made in the service area. What tyres they're going on. I'm keeping my fingers crossed that we get to hear from either Pirelli or Michelin. Michelin have their engineer Tim Hoare looking after advising the crews, and David Moynihan is looking after the Pirelli crews in the Ears escorting rally spares, which goes back to David's father used to co-drive for Mike Pattison, and ultimately they set up the Ears IE business, and anybody involved in competing on rallies, well, David we know is a very successful co-driver now as well, and the Ears looking after the tyres in the service area. Fantastic company.
Yeah, so as you know, we have the main field, and that is sponsored this year by Samdec, which is a Sentinel Group company, and they've been on board since Galway a few weeks back as the main title sponsor for the championship. The modified competitors this year are sponsored by McAvoy Motorsport. If you're down in the service area, you will see Gary McAvoy and his retail vehicles, that's rally clothing, models, DVDs, all sorts of stuff. So it's terrific to see somebody from the motorsport world supporting the modified this year. The historic championship is sponsored by Synergy Motorsport Engineering, and we did run through the top 5 in
You've lost your thread.
Yeah, I completely lost my thread there.
One of the things
the juniors, the juniors today joined the fray, and that's sponsored by Paul Brown, Plant Hire and Civil Engineering. Some of the juniors, for example, Dara O'Donovan and Michael White, local crew from Clonakilty, seated number 1. Ben McIntyre from Coothill, Andrew Wedlock from Coothill. All of the runners, bar Catherine Walsh and Angie Machinowitz, are all in Hondas. They're in a Peugeot 206. Robbie O'Hanlon and Oisin Joyce are seated 3rd. Evans McAvoy and Kieran O'Sullivan, and then rounding out the top 5, Dara Bonner and Rosaline Kelly. So we'll endeavour to keep on top of that and keep you updated on how they're getting on. But junior rallying in
that's what I was
on
just
the
going
island
on
is really starting to grow. And
we'll have these 2 scenarios going on with the Tarmac Championship. So we have the junior rally. They're 1600 front-wheel drive cars controlled by a set of regulations of Motorsport Ireland. They're all fundamentally modified Honda Civics. That's the car that's evolved into the car of choice for the competitors in the junior rally. You've got to be under 25. But we also have the homologated cars in the main field, which are favoured by some of the more progressive under 25 drivers, the R4 cars.
yeah,
So I think the first thing we'll have to say about the R4 cars is yesterday we had Keelan Grogan flying along yesterday in his Peugeot 208, but he wasn't ever shown in the class because the entry had been made and they'd put him into Rally 2, which is the R5 cars. It's very confusing and you need to sort of know the rules. These cars used to be R2 cars. Now the Rally 2 cars are effectively the R5 cars, the Marion Evans and Josh Moffat. Then the 2-wheel drive, small engine, turbocharged cars that they're doing the British Junior Championship in. Mm-hmm. Now, the Tarmac Championship is focusing on the modified Honda Civics, but there's equally this hugely competitive Rally 4 battle going on. So we now have a better picture. Keelan Grogan overnight has had his class changed, acknowledged, and as we predicted, he's actually leading by just over a minute from Shane Quinn. We know Cian Caldwell had a few problems yesterday, one of them being that he was balked quite badly on the first stage.
Yeah, he was, yeah.
So he lost a few seconds, but on the final stage last night, for instance, Shane Quinn really got into his, he's got a Fiesta, Rally 4 Fiesta. It's a mix really of Fiestas and a couple of the Peugeots. Joe Kelly's 4th in his Peugeot, and it's all very close. So there's only 2 seconds between Cale Caldwell and Shane Quinn. The Galway R4 winner, Casey J. Coleman, seemed to be on the pace earlier on, but lost a bit of speed as the day went on. But we'll keep an eye on these guys as well today. They're all probably going to be running in the 20s today, so we should get some good shots of those guys as well. But this is a very competitive class for these young drivers who are going on and doing other things.
Yeah, I mean, just looking at the start list, I mean, the first 2-wheel drive car on the road is Gary Kieran, followed by Daniel McKenna, then Chris Armstrong. So we're going to be looking at that modified battle very early on in the sort of the 10 to 20s. Then you're down into the 20s, 30s. You get the likes of William Crichton, James Ford, Neil Ruskell, John O'Donnell, Kevin Kelleher. The historics, as we say, are seated in the middle of the field, so they'll come through in batches as well. We're at about 13 minutes to 11, and first stage is officially due off at 11:06. So,
Okay, so we've got a wee interesting segment. Kevin O'Driscoll, the event press officer, who is an old school competitor, done the rally a few times, wrote the fantastic book, The History of the West Cork Rally. Kevin, good morning, how are you?
Kevin, good morning, how are you?
Not too bad, can you hear me? Can you hear me, Michael? Can you hear me at the moment?
I can hear you now. Yep, I've got you, Kevin.
I can hear you now. Yep,
Yeah.
I've got you, Kevin.
Yeah, I'm in a car here and a very poor reception, so we'll make the best of this, I think. Yeah, all going okay. How are you guys?
We're pretty good. The first thing I have to ask
We're pretty
you,
good. The first thing I have to ask you, you're going.
Give us a weather check, Kevin.
Give us a weather check, Kevin.
Weather check is very, very heavy rain here at the start of stage 9. I'm about maybe 1/3 of the way in, just up from the junction, and it's raining really heavily now at the moment. It will be very tricky.
Heavy enough for a
Heavy enough for a wet tire.
It's starting to look that way, yeah. There's no sign of it clearing anytime soon. It is really hammering down now at the moment, so I would say, yeah, in another 10 or 15 minutes, you could be talking wets. Yeah, there'll be a bit of standing water at this rate.
That's really, really interesting. How do you feel the event's going, Kevin?
How do you feel the event's going, Kevin?
I was out of the loop yesterday a little bit because I was actually helping out doing the marshalling in the afternoon, so I was out of reception, so I didn't really get to, I suppose, bar the morning stages, I didn't get to see or hear much in the afternoon, but it seems to be going okay. Ran a little bit late yesterday, but there's still an awful lot of cars running, which probably adds maybe a little bit to delays because obviously you're still talking nearly 160 cars running, which is nearly unprecedented. Even this morning you have 30 historics mixed into the main field, so there's an hour and 20 minutes to get everyone out of the first service this morning, so that's a lot of cars still on the go, despite the speed of the stages yesterday, and maybe the expected attrition didn't really occur. There was some obviously, but not a lot. But I think it's going, I suppose, as I know, but it's going reasonably okay. The crews seem happy enough with it so far. Good, tricky test, and I suppose for me what's notable, with the exception of Ring, is it's not like Galway where there was 0.2 and 0.3 of a second. There seems to be multiples of seconds taken out of guys here on certain stages, which we weren't really seeing as much of in Galway. So whether that's down to the technicality or the length of the stages, I'm not quite sure.
Well, certainly Josh got a tire
advantage at one point.
Then after that, I think he was just driving slightly better, and the rest of the guys were trying their best to keep up with them. But it's all the way down through the field, Kevin. The modifieds are equally as tight. There's only just over 2 seconds separating the modified cars. The historics are really close. The R4 cars are really close. It's really good battles all the way down through the field.
There is, and I suppose this is something I've said to both of you guys in the past, is that, you could be a relative novice really to West Cork, but you can still perform well if you're brave enough. And I think Sebastian Ling has proved that a little bit in the historics, no more than Daniel McKinnon and Chris Armstrong and Jason Black. This is why they're second West Cork compared to some of the other guys out there. But, they're the ones almost leading the charge. Obviously, Gary is Gary. Gary Kiernan is as quick as any man you'll meet. But it's good because I think it shows that there's nothing to be afraid of. If you're brave enough and your notes right, then yeah, you'll certainly, you'll be at the sharp edge of things when you do West Cork. And it's not like maybe some events where you can learn stages off by heart. And there is an element of it in West Cork, but not as much, because they do tend to vary them a little bit and make it more tricky from time to time. And I think it's going well, and from what I've heard anyway, the competitors I've been speaking to have enjoyed it so far. Interestingly enough, even though they like Ring, Dunworley is my home stage, and I'm always proud to say that. But a lot of people love that stage, including Craig Green said that was one of his favourite stages when he was here last time. So, it's a tough, tricky stage, but it's a good challenge at the same time. They're not car-breaking stages, but they're tough.
Oh, they certainly are tough. Kevin, I don't want to put you on the spot, but I know that the organisers are pleading for extra help on the stages today. This is a good platform to maybe ask people if they do have a spare bit of time. Marshals, how are you getting on with that call for a few extra marshals this morning? Do you still need them?
I suppose they'll never be turned away. I know that they were it was getting rated, I suppose, that they were getting filled up. But it's like anything, you know, it's always good to have marshals there at least on standby, even if they're available to help, particularly on the second stage of Sam's Cross. So if anybody is willing to help, it would be very much appreciated.
That's great. That's great. So what's your role today now, Kevin? I know you're active as press officer, but you're out on the stages helping out, and they're certainly not going to miss you with that coat.
No, I'm like a marshal myself now anyway, but no, I photograph some photographs hopefully for my own use and for obviously for afterwards for press releases. So today we'll probably cover a stage or two depending. The traffic is crazy today, so I don't know if I'll get to see a whole pile. But yeah, and that'll be it, and probably write a report on the event tonight, and you know, fill in any gaps and update the history bits and everything else. And I suppose just liaise with the media, the local media here, the radio station will probably want a few interviews as well along the way. So that's probably what we'll be doing for a lot of today as well, after 1 o'clock.
Just a quickie before you go, I mean, we're very well aware of your connection with Cork Motor Club and the book, as Michael has said, but have you noticed an increase in terms of spectators and traffic in and around Clonakilty this year compared to other years?
Yes, last year and particularly this year, and in Galway as well. I think it's just post-COVID. I think people just want to be out there. What I've noticed is a large increase in families getting out watching the rallies as well. Locals, you know, it's just something to do. After a couple of years of not being able to do anything, it just all of a sudden it just seems to explode in terms of popularity. It does seem to be riding a crescent wave at the moment again. And certainly, yeah, my experience of what I've seen this weekend and what I've seen in Galway is that, yeah, there's an interest there again, particularly with families and younger people going to it, and that's a good thing. I suppose we can get more people to help. Down the line, yes, better again, but it's nice to see that the rallying is seem to be catching a bit of interest again as well. Anyway, you know.
Lovely.
It's
Kevin,
great to get the young people involved. Yeah.
Yeah, Kevin, thank you very much indeed. The best of luck for the rest of the day. I hope your event runs well, and I'm sure we'll hear from you later on in the course of the day.
That's perfect. Thanks really for the work you're doing, guys. Great work.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Nice catch up there with Kevin O'Driscoll, and Michael made a point there about social media. People are keeping in touch. I'm getting messages that heavy rain is now on Ardfield, and heavy rain as well on the Sam's Cross stage. So
here we go again.
Well, I think so. Yeah, I mean, I think we've probably done the tire choice thing to death, but you know, Parc Ferme this morning, that fine rain, the drizzly rain. Now it's much more heavier, much more condensed.
Well, I mean, even I think was it? I can't remember if it was Callum or certainly one of the top drivers said, "Look, in an ideal world, actually, it's better if it's raining heavily. Then it takes a decision. Yeah. It takes a decision out of our hands. It gives us the option. We go for a wet tire, and the thing is, the top guys are away from service. Their
choice is made now.
Yeah, the choice is made. They've had to already. Probably the historics and people like that. It's not going to be a choice for them. They're going to know for sure the weather's taking a turn.
Yeah.
But it's the top 5, the top 10. They left service 10 minutes ago.
Yeah, it's going to be really interesting. I mean, the leading crews are now on their way to stage 9, first stage of the day, Shanway, at 16.3 kilometres and just a shade over 10 miles. We will probably take a very quick break before we go live to the opening stage of the Sunday.
And the thing, it's very positive, just so where everything looks like it's all starting to happen. 04 is live in the stage, which is brilliant.
Yeah, that's good. That is really good. So we'll probably take a quick break for a couple of minutes, allow ourselves to regroup and get a bit of information. And there is a quick look for you there at Ardfield. This will be the third stage of the morning. A lot can change between now and then, obviously, because Ardfield doesn't start until 17 minutes past 12, so that's an hour and 20 minutes away, but that doesn't look like it's going anywhere soon. So we're going to take a quick ad break. You can join us back live in a couple of minutes. Go put the kettle on, get a coffee, get a tea, put a couple of logs on the fire and settle in the warmth of your home if you're watching from home, and we'll be bringing Stage 9 live to you very, very shortly.
The road to better is a long one. From our first delivery back in 1937, we've been on a mission to do things, well, better. Homes got warmer. Supply became seamless. And we made it possible for each and every home and business in the country to have gas, even off the grid. And better doesn't stop there. With sustainable gas just up ahead, we're only getting started. So come and join us. Caller, let's do it better. The road to better is a long one. From our first delivery back in 1937, we've been on a mission to do things, well, better. Homes got warmer. Supply became seamless. And we made it possible for each and every home and business in the country to have gas, even off the grid. And better doesn't stop there. With sustainable gas just up ahead, we're only getting started. So come and join us. Caller, let's do it better. road to better is a long one. From our first delivery back in 1937, we've been on a mission to do things, well, better. Homes got warmer. Supply became seamless. And we made it possible for each and every home and business in the country to have gas, even off the grid. And better doesn't stop there. With sustainable gas just up ahead, we're only getting started. So come and join us. Caller, let's do it better.
Flat out up round easy right 150. Push on up.
The road to better is a long one. From our first delivery back in 1937, we've been on a mission to do things, well, better. Homes got warmer. Supply became seamless. And we made it possible for each and every home and business in the country to have gas, even off the grid. And better doesn't stop there. With sustainable gas just up ahead, we're only getting started. So come and join us. Caller, let's do it better.
Flat out up round easy right 150. Push on up.
Live pictures now from stage 9, Shanaway, 16.3 kilometres, due off 11:06, just a shade over 10 miles. And already you can see just from the pictures, there is standing water, one of the double old cars through there. And of course it's a day for very good rain jackets, welly boots and waterproofs. And quite a good part of the stage here. And
first cars are actually in, Zav, so we're good start to the morning, getting things off on time.
Josh Moffat first on the road, Marion Evans follow him, followed by Callum Devine, Robert Barrable, Sam Moffat, Johnny Greer, David Kelly, Cahan McCourt, Owen Murphy, Declan Boyle, and then the first two-wheel drive car on the road is Gary Kiernan, followed closely by Daniel McKenna. Now, some of our friends in the world who are watching us are telling us that it has eased on Shanaway, but it is still raining really heavily on Ardfield. Ardfield, they're not due there for about another hour and 10 minutes, so very tricky conditions, I think, for the crews this morning. Just a quick update if you've just joined us now on time. Josh Moffat begins stage 9 with a 18.6 seconds lead over Marion Evans. Callum Devine is third. He is 9.4 seconds behind Evans. Robert Barrable, in turn, is 8.1 seconds behind Callum Devine. And Sam Moffat rounds out the top 5, 10.9 seconds behind Barrable. Now, you did hear Sam Moffat tell Tony Kelly in service that really his aim for the day is a podium, perhaps. I think he feels himself, unless there's drastic changes at the top of the leaderboard, he's not on the hunt for an overall win today. We've seen Marion Evans drives well in challenging conditions.
I've heard that before, Sav.
Heard what before?
I've heard, I'm not going to make it, I'm not going to do anything. It's the oldest trick in the book, isn't it?
It is the oldest trick in the book, but as Tony pointed out with Sam yesterday, you know, where I would say I would have maybe kind of agree with Sam is last year he went rallying in the starter for a bit of crack.
Yep.
Today he's rallying competitively. He's competitively rallying in Galway. It's a different mindset.
Yes.
And he admitted yesterday that he's struggling to get into that on it from the start, keep going, that kind of thing. So
it's doing it consistently.
Yeah.
He's got the speed. It's just every now and again he just doesn't seem to have the confidence.
Yeah.
Sounds like an X0 car going through. Yep. Sunbeam.
Yeah. And I mean, you know, we did hear yesterday, we know that on the morning stages he had an issue with the handbrake, especially at hairpins, and admitted that at some hairpins he thought he was going to have to sort of do a 3-point turn to get around them. But quite ironically then, when Tony asked Josh about Sam's issue with the handbrake, Josh's answer was, well, that's not my problem. You know?
I think that was really honest and forthcoming. He's absolutely right. It's not his problem.
Yeah,
the one person that Josh wants to beat is Sam, and vice versa.
Yeah, no brotherly love lost on the stages at all.
They're best of mates, don't get me wrong, like the same hotels, they'll do their recce's together, they'll go for a bite to eat together. See when they put the crash hats on?
Oh, he would drive out over the top of him.
And the one, like, if they were 10th and 12th, as long as one of them finished ahead of the other one, mission done.
I mean, it's funny. I started doing rally. One of my stories I tell people, I started doing rally radio around 2012 for Greg Strange and I rally, and I think the second or third event I did was the Circuit of Ireland. And I remember stage 4 was just outside Dungannon, and I was at the stage end, and I had done the leading crews, and of course Josh and Sam were running Mitsubishis, and I could hear Greg in my ears saying, so Zav, we need to keep talking. I said, so I'm just waiting here on Josh Moffat. He's fiddling with his helmet. He's having a problem getting a hold of it. And I could hear the tittering in the background in the studio. And he immediately cut to a commercial break. And I can't go to Sam because Sam's having a problem with his helmet. He's given a really good tug. And I got an awful lot of stick for it afterwards, but it's very easy from a commentary point of view. You can walk yourself into a minefield very easily and very quickly.
Absolutely.
You know?
Yep.
But the trick, I think, is to laugh at it. So not long now before we start to see first car on the road, Josh Moffat. Josh aiming, I would imagine, to stamp his authority fairly convincingly on the opening stage of the day. 6 stages today, 2 loops of 3. Stage commander here for stage 9 is Martin Bond. Deputy stage commander is Ciara Roberts. We saw Ciara at a couple of the stages yesterday. Stage doctor here, Dr. Michael Murphy, and the stage ambulance is provided by 2 units from the Civil Defence, and the rescue crew is the Athlone Rally Rescue. And we were highlighting yesterday Josh on the stage. See how well it is. So cars running 30-second intervals.
He's not that far behind us, Sav. It's close enough.
Yep. So that's us up and running for day 2 in West Cork. See a couple of the Welsh flags are being put on the post. Marion Evans through. On the whole, yesterday the times came through very quickly, so we're kind of hoping for more of the same today. Divine through. So about 15 crews on the stage now. Robert Barrable through.
It's going to be
on the heels of Callum Devine.
So we're not far from the end of the stage, so we should start getting times pretty quickly, I would think.
Next up should be Sam Moffat.
Yep.
Johnny Greer up next. I think Johnny's running quite quickly behind Sam, from what I can see.
We all know if it clicks for Johnny, it's slippy, brilliant car control. Nice tight lane in the junction there, short distance between 2 points. Still plenty of umbrellas up with the spectators, so it was a good indication of how wet it is.
David Kelly due with us next.
He's having a good rally, Zav.
Yeah, and I mean,
he's getting closer to the top guys.
Yeah, very good Galway as well. The switch from a Ford to Citroen this year. Like a lot of people, know a lot of Hyundai and Citroens, sort of very few Fords now in the leading runners.
Yeah, plenty down through the field, but the top guys all seem to be it's
Hyundai or Citroen.
And Polo obviously has been a revelation as well since Eric Weaver started doing development on the Polo. It's a very contemporary car. So we have Hyundai, Volkswagen, Citroen, Hyundai, Citroen, and then we'll have a Ford Escort.
Cahan McCord through.
Wonder will Cahan have a bit of a go here this morning?
Yeah, I mean, when you point it out like that it's Hyundai Polo, Hyundai Citroen, Citroen, and the leading Ford is a two-wheel drive Ford Escort, that sort of really says a lot, doesn't it?
Provisionally, we hear that Josh took 4 seconds out of Marion. So I'm getting information that Barrable has had a sensational time. So Barrable's taken the right time for the stage. We believe he was 11 seconds faster than Josh.
Go on, Robert.
Now that's a lot.
Owen Murphy there, Anthony Nestor. That's this is Owen's 12th West Cork. and also co-drove for his dad Jerry, and best result here is 2nd overall. That's a phenomenal time from Robert Barrable.
Yep, we'll wait for confirmation, but this is exactly what we're talking about, Sav. If somebody picks the right combination, it might not be right for the next 2 stages, but if it's right for this one, this is the compromise, isn't it? Suddenly you've got yourself a big advantage, and if that's the case, it would jump him ahead of Callum Devine on the leaderboard. Absolutely for the
The escort looks so much quicker down that straight, doesn't it? Terrific pictures this morning.
So we also hear Johnny Greer has had a great time provisionally, 2nd fastest in the stage. Now we haven't got official confirmation yet, but as soon as we have, we'll let you know.
Tag Purcell asking, do we know where service is? Yes, the Agricultural College in Clonakilty.
But don't bother.
The place is rammed.
It's restricted access, so you won't get in. It's not like a normal service area. There's barely enough room for the service crews themselves. What I'd recommend is that you stay out, find a nice spot on a stage and enjoy the show today.
So
we well, we were due to have Daniel McKenna, but
this could be Jason Black, I think.
Sam and I are both looking here to see if there's any indication what's happened to Daniel, but certainly there was a gap in the timing and he was certainly due.
Daniel McKenna looks as though he is still to start the stage.
Oh goodness, right.
So I wonder, has Daniel had a...
Kevin Eves has got a problem there for sure. Something just happened to the car as he went past. Oh, poor Kevin, he's having a terrible rally weekend. Well, I think that's either a gearbox or a drive shaft.
Well, it sounds like electrical. Just
maybe our super duper backroom people could maybe get us a replay of that at some point, because you could hear something not right in the car.
Now I want to see this picture because this will be Frank and Lauren Kelly. I believe it's Lauren Kelly's birthday today. If it is, happy birthday, Lauren. No better way to spend it.
And like me, I just want to wish my mum, Lizzie P, happy Mother's Day.
Happy Mother's Day, yeah.
Right, Frank's not out of the picture in this. Sad.
No,
So if Daniel's gone, that's everybody up one place.
Nope. Daniel just hasn't started the stage, which makes me wonder.
Well, they'll be getting lateness because it's an international rally and they won't tolerate any bulking or anything at the start. So whatever happens, if he doesn't, then he's pulled the flanker.
Now, Daniel's still showing as
absolute disaster we hear for Daniel McKenna. Broke a drive shaft before he even started the stage. He's out of the rally. Well, that was very impressive. William Crichton absolutely flying there. I'm going to be really interested to see William's time at the end of this stage.
Yeah, deceptively quick.
That was using every inch of the road, but completely under control. Fantastic.
So, time's in now officially. Josh Moffat has extended his lead to 22.9 seconds, up from 18.6 seconds. Robert Barrable has got ahead of Callum Devine. And as Michael said, Robert's time was 8 minutes 32.8 seconds, almost 10 seconds quicker than anyone else. And it puts him just 2.7 seconds. Of course, Robert was a new co-driver this weekend. in the form of Gordon Noble.
So this was always going to throw up a few anomalies. We believe Jason Black has pulled over. We believe that Chris Armstrong has dropped at least 12 seconds to Gary Kernan with a huge spin. Sounds like he was very, very lucky to get away with it. Well, this is turning the rally on its head. I know Kevin Eves wasn't at the picture at the meeting as such because of his time lost yesterday, but that looked like fairly terminal for him as well.
Pulled in on stage, as has Jason Black.
Yep. Both mechanicals, both after our point here. Both got okay boards up. So,
opening stage of the day has claimed a couple of scalps already.
So, you know, I said Frank Kelly was happy with his performance yesterday.
He was, yeah.
And he dropped a bit of time in the morning, but he's been really competitive ever since. By my reckoning, he's going to come up to second in the modifieds.
Yeah, that I believe was Neil Roskill through. With two cars coming very quickly now, Kevin Kelleher and
John O'Donnell, maybe, is it?
Yeah, possibly John.
I think that was maybe Kelleher, wasn't it? Oh, that's Kelleher just through.
But interesting to hear a lot of the leading crews complaining at the finish of the stage about Shiny Tower.
What did I say? First 3/4 of stage, Shiny Tower.
Yeah.
It's only, and I mean, even there you can see on that junction, it's there's gravel and stuff, but you've these patches Shiny Tower the whole way through the stage, right up until about here.
So the crews move from here.
Colm Murphy is due up. Colm's always worth a watch in the wet.
Crews move to Sam's Cross, 17 kilometres, just over 10.5 miles. That's due off in about 15 minutes. Obviously, we will endeavour to bring live pictures from there as well. Terribly disappointing for Daniel McKenna.
Yeah.
And terribly disappointing
for Jason,
for the rest of us.
Yeah.
Because we were looking forward to that battle.
Yeah, but what's happening at the front? So this is really unfolding. We know that Robert Barrett, he's obviously had, I talked about earlier on about how methodical Robert is, how hard he works. He's worked really, really hard on this. I think he's done to everybody this morning what Josh Moffat did on the second loop of stages yesterday.
Yeah.
But what it's done is it's changed the podium. Callum, I know they'll be saying this is tyres. Actually, I'm happy with the tyre for the next bit of the loop or whatever. Well, maybe he's pulled an even bigger advantage that he'll be able to do this on the other stages.
Well, quite possibly. I mean, we did see people commenting that on the stage following this, Sam's Cross and Ardfield, it was nigh on torrential rain about half an hour ago, so it's not going to clear away anyway quickly.
Nope.
West Cork roads are synonymous with puddles, lying water. John Bonner through.
But he's only 2.7 behind Marion now. Marion drops to 22.9 behind Josh. Even Josh will be looking at that and going, if he keeps going like this, he could be level with me by the end of this loop.
Yeah, and I mean, when you look at it the other way, 25.6 seconds behind Josh Moffat, and conditions like this, you know, it's not insurmountable. Sam Moffat's time, 8:48.2. My guess is he's not going to be overly content with that. It's maybe not what he's expecting, but again...
Well, he was second fastest, or third fastest, but more importantly, he took time out of Marion and he took time out of Callum. What he did was this happening.
Keith Lyons through.
Yeah, with Barrable and Greer. So here's His brakes. Now, I have this note as a turn K left over a bump or a turn 5 left over a bump. And you can see there is a bump on it. Maybe it's just twisted a shaft or something, and that's it. Getting unsettled over the bump.
Yeah, but if it's a bit of a loom, bit of damp, you know, we're all aware of pins and wiring where you think it's connected up, so it could well be electrical too.
Yeah, Andrew Bush thinks the car's not sparking.
So yeah, for those who just joined us, a phenomenal time by Robert Barrable and Gordon Noble, 8 minutes 32.8 seconds. Now on 11 seconds quicker than anyone else. And if Robert has made the start on the right tyre choice, then we may well see another good time from him through Sam's Cross. Sam's Cross due to kick off in about 10 minutes time.
Watching from Donegal, Carl Reid has made a point. If you listen back to the stream, which obviously we don't have that luxury in the studio, but he said he can also hear that Jason Black had a misfire. Maybe it's the dampness isn't helping matters.
Well, quite possibly, quite possibly. I'm sure that between now and the start of stage 10, we'll get a little bit of more information through.
A few more times in here. I was interested to see what Frank Kelly would do. Not such a good time from Frank, 9:26.4, as opposed to the fastest two-wheel drive was Gary Keenan, who we absolutely flying through our camera position here, who did a 9:11.9. Frank did a 9:26.4. Unfortunately, and Chris Armstrong did a 10:23.9. Chris Armstrong reckoned he dropped 10 to 12 seconds. He's dropped a minute. Sav.
Yeah. Well, I would hold reservation on that.
It could be 30 seconds.
But certainly that pops Frank and Lauren up into second. Strong, just on the times from this morning. So we'll keep an eye on those. But Josh Moffat continues on his merry way with Andy Hayes in the Hyundai i20R5, same car as he used last year, 22.9 seconds ahead of Marion Evans and Jonathan Jackson in the Polo R5, with Robert Barrable and Gordon Noble now popping into third in their Citroen C3, the Michael Barrable.
Flaherty through in his Mark II. Some of the cars running in Super Rally or who had problems yesterday yet were still putting in good performances, include Declan Boyle, who did an 8:57.3, was 8th fastest on the stage. Kevin Kelleher did a 9:15.6, was 12th fastest on the stage. Colin Murphy did a 9:21.2, 15th fastest. And William Crichton, who we saw towards the end of the stage, really pushing that little Rally 3 Fiesta on. He was 13th fastest on a 9:16.7.
Now, we were talking about the historic cars being seated in the main field. They are, but I'm seeing that Sebastian Ling has the OK board out.
Oh, that's a
very
shame.
shortly after the start of the stage, very close to Cork Crowley West, if you know the area. So he is showing as stopped, but the OK board is up.
We're actually due the first historic cars through imminently. They'll be coming into shot very shortly. Neil Williams is first historic on the road, and then Craig Breen in the fabulous Sierra Cosworth. But Wayne Evans is actually, as far as I can see, next on the stage, but don't see any sign of Craig either at the moment. Boy, they're dropping like flies here, Zav.
Yep. I mean, 4 or 5 historic cars coming up to us now over the next few minutes.
What's Craig? H42? Stopped near the start of the stage. So that was Wayne, wasn't it? Yeah, Craig stopped approximately 3 kilometres into the stage at the same place Yep.
Duncan Williams and Guy Weaver due up. We have that many things going on in terms of results and updates from friends who are out on the stages, as well as other bits and pieces. It's sometimes quite hard to keep a handle on all of it.
That was Tom Clark and Riley.
Now we seem to have a bit of a gap back to
Adrian Evans.
Yeah.
Who's still going okay, but obviously with losing a couple of the historic cars, that's a couple of gaps have been created.
Yeah,
and as we get further down the field, I know it's the first stage of the day, stage 9. It's modified after this very dramatic opening stage where we've lost two of the top contenders.
We are mindful, everyone, of Chris Armstrong's time. We had that yesterday. You know, Michael picked up on it quite early in the day, in that he was explaining how on this timing system here in West Cork, that as soon as the car passes the finish line, it breaks a beam that immediately sends time back to a centralized computer, and that's how the times are put together so quickly. So we did see a few hiccups in it yesterday, but they were rectified really quickly. And
the guys have done a great job staying on top of the results.
Yeah,
I've had a problem, but they've done a great job of getting things straightened up again.
So as possibly take that time with a little pinch of salt. So next up is Sam's Cross at 17 kilometres, just a little over 10.5 miles. They will then crews will then head to Ardfield, which we know was
a wash.
A wash is a very good way. And I mean, you were talking earlier about you know, parts of Ardfield are that exposed on the coast. It's basically a sandy road. Well, I imagine the sandy road will be washed away now.
Yep.
So they then have almost 20 kilometres of Ardfield. Ardfield at the longest stage of the rally at 19.5 kilometres, 12.18 miles, before they make their way back into Clonakilty Agricultural College at 1 o'clock for just a 30-minute service. Service time really tight today. But this harks back to what we were saying at around 10 o'clock this morning, Michael, in that yesterday and the way the rally was laid out, they had 4 shots or 4 goes at 2 stages of good times. Today it's 2 goes at a loop of 3.
Yep.
So they only have, you know...
They're only going to be able to rectify any tyre choice mistakes once.
Yeah.
So and of course, overnight, the organisers put out a message to every competitor saying, you will be any shenanigans today. Boyos.
Now, shenanigans, for those of you living in England or Wales or Scotland, are it's a very good descriptive way of saying if you're getting up to things that maybe you shouldn't be doing. Interesting to see in the background now a couple of the umbrellas have come down, so perhaps the rain is eased.
What is interesting with regards to the status of the stage, now we can't comment at all on the status, but we have one historic car in the stage, Adrian Evans, going quite slowly through the stage.
Yeah,
very slowly, and we haven't had another car start since pretty much Adrian started, and he's not the last historic car. There's this batch of historic cars which started with Neil Williams, Craig Breen, Sebastian Ling, Wayne Evans, Duncan Williams, Tom Clark and Adrian Evans. Then we should have had Conor McCarthy in his Evo. Now Conor is pretty much being held at the start, so the organisers are, I think, have possibly suspended the stage for a reason unknown. All the cars that have stopped in the stage all have OK boards out, so we don't see. There's no services have gone into the stage.
No, I'm not aware of it. It could well be that, you know, if when you think about it, Michael, the officials and timekeepers, stage start, stage finish, have been out there since 7 or 8 o'clock this morning.
Yes.
Water does get into electrical and can cause gremlins.
That's a really good point, Sav. That's absolutely,
it could be something as simple as a reset, a timing clock. It could be something like that in terms of the communications and infrastructure back to the rally organisers. So it may be something as simple as that. Just to make a point, Callum Weller keeping in touch and keeping us up to date. Anthony Clark watching from Barbados. I bet you're a lot warmer there than we are here. Addy Ewing asking about a message. It was a message that was sent out last night about service crews and chase cars. Just that it's for people just to behave, as it were.
Somebody said Armstrong's time is correct,
but he had a massive moment.
Yep. So, but Chris is a pretty experienced okay, so I can see just some comments coming in here. Yeah, okay. So I think we've possibly lost this stage for the moment. Now, we saw yesterday when we did get a stage interrupted that the organisers responded with immediate effect, got on with it, and off they went into the stage.
One thing to clarify is and it's really important here, because you mentioned earlier on about the narrowness of the stages and parts.
Yep.
How quickly, especially conditions like today, you get a car coming down a series of little yumps and gets out of sequence and slews sideways. I mean, that's it, in the middle of the road. They have 2 inches in front of them up one bank, 2 inches behind them up another bank.
Yep.
And the stage blockage isn't cleared until there's at least 5 or 6 or 8 cars where it can be manhandled to face the right way. So it'll be something as simple as that.
Well, I think would have been a manhandling going on yesterday, but even then there was people who were coming in with damaged cars where there's too tight a squeeze.
Yeah.
But at the moment, anybody who's watching the live stream, the stage is interrupted. We don't know why. We've had quite a few retirements with mechanical problems this morning. The modified, as you can see, rally has been turned on its head. We lost Jason Black as he came past our camera with a misfire. Equally, Kevin Eves came past us with a misfire very, very slowly. Daniel McKenna didn't even get to start the stage. He broke a drive shaft on the start line. And Chris Armstrong reported a massive spin in these really, really slippy conditions to drop to third. Frank Kelly had a reasonably steady run, and Frank's got a wise old head on him. He wasn't taking any chances. So as, what was it, the old Shakespeare play, was it? While all around us are losing their heads. Frank has suddenly gone from being nowhere to being second. Gary Kernan is pretty much got this all on his own at the moment, and he had a fabulous time through the stage. The big upset on the stage was the performance of Robert Barrable, who took 11 seconds out of the rally leader, jumped up the leaderboard from 4th to 3rd to get ahead of Callum Devine. And another driver really on the move this morning, Johnny Greer. Now, I haven't really analysed Johnny. He's 14.7 seconds behind Sam Moffat. Now, he took 7 seconds out of him in that stage, so if he took another 7 on the next 2 stages, he would be level pegging with Sam. There's a lot going on in this top 10.
Yeah. Very much so, and we're trying to keep on top of it as well.
I'm just looking to see, while we still have, we did have a camera obviously on stage 9, the opening stage. There's only one car going through the stage very slowly at the moment, and that's the historic car of Adrian Evans, the Mark II Escort RS 1800.
It would be, I'll see if we can get our producer to give us a bit of an update on conditions on the stage 10, where our camera crew should be. Sam's Cross, 17 kilometres, 10.5 miles, just over 10.5 miles.
0-1's in, which is good. Cars are on the start line. This is, so I think we're going to be going to the stage almost imminently, and we'll get to see the conditions. Yep, 0-1's into the stage. Oh, there we go. And we can just tell you that as far as the information that we can see, Stage 9 has almost certainly been scrapped for this run. And that's the competitors are being put on the alternative road book to get them round to the start of Stage 10, which in this instance is actually a really, really simple thing for them to do. So we shouldn't see any change in normal service. That's, I think, the one person who's obviously got a really bad problem is, and I think they've now been red flagged at pretty much past our camera point, is Adrian Evans, who's the only car on the stage at the moment. So we've lost, not only did we lose a couple of the modified people, we've lost a couple of the historic people in there as well. Second place man, Sebastian Ling, has gone.
So yeah, we knew Sebastian had stopped very early on the stage after the first 3 or 4 of the historic cars had come through. And of course they were reseeded in the main field this morning. Crews now, as I said, making their way to special stage 10. And the remaining crews, I think we have a stuck car, the remaining crews been rerouted around it. And of course,
the good news is stage 10's just gone live. So we are up and running in stage 10, Sam's Cross. It is Sam's Cross, isn't it?
Yep. No, Shanaway.
Shanaway, sorry.
Shanaway. Stage,
no,
Shanaway stage
Sam's
9,
Cross.
Sam's Cross stage 10.
Yeah, Sam's Cross.
So one of the things we highlighted yesterday is that you have approximately 150 cars.
Well, we did.
will have left service this morning. They're running in a loop, if you like, in the form of a snail through the 3 stages. So the organisers have an extremely difficult job to do in terms of keeping the show on the road, keeping it all moving. And we saw, it was really interesting yesterday when crews, the leading crews in the main field, were coming to do a second run over a stage, that they were going into the stage 7 or 8 minutes after the last historic went through. So it was like pinpoint timing. I mean, amazing bit of timing by the organisers and organisational skills. So
it's a run by competitors, this rally, and they know what they're at.
The best organisers that you can get.
So there's the first of the 0 cars. You were saying to me about, you know where the pubs are on the stages. Well, this is where the spectators always were, and we used to send the distribution queues. So this is a really well-known spot. Well, what does that mean? So
we'll hear about the blockage on stage 10 very shortly. Stage 9 rather. We're now into stage 10. And a really good indication there, you can see people standing 3 and 4 deep. And as Kevin O'Driscoll was saying to us this morning, you know, spectator numbers have increased. And of course it's COVID and no rally, no sport at all. People are eager to get out, and even in lashing rain, you know, waterproofs on and ready to watch some of the best people in the country pilot some of the best prepared cars that we're lucky enough to see.
Zero cars coming through thick and fast.
But a great indication there, Mike, you can really see there, just standing water. If our cameraman just popped his camera down ever so slightly, there's a couple of standing puddles there just at the entrance to that left-hander. So, you know, I would imagine the rest of the stage is completely like this.
The final 0 car will be with us within a minute or so, and then it'll be about 3 or 4 minutes, and we'll have Josh Moffat, who is proceeding through the stage very nicely. The rest of the rally is being diverted from stage 9 now onto the alternative road book. So I suspect by the time they get to the start of this stage, whilst they may have been delayed slightly at the start of the stage, they'll make it up in the road section. And this will be a bit of a seamless reintroduction of the field again, which is fantastic.
Chris, are you seeing my picture?
So we got a couple of historic times through for that stage before we got the interruption. and unfortunately it was Sebastian Ling. Craig was effectively in a super rally type situation anyway, but Neil Williams 9:38.1. Gee, that's very impressive, isn't it, for a historic car? Duncan Williams and Guy Weaver up 2 places on a 9:43.9. They jump ahead. Now they're up 2 places because we've lost Sebastian Ling, and we know Adrian Evans is struggling through the stage. Now maybe Adrian's just on a red flag and driving through slowly.
So leading 10 crews now on stage, and
0 car should be due there now.
It will be with us very shortly. Our cameraman can obviously hear it in the distance.
Seemed to get plenty of grip there coming out of the corner, so yep. By my estimation, Craig's currently, where are we? Craig's approximately at 9 Ks and we're at 4 Ks, so 5 Ks is 2 minutes roughly. The famous Four Alls pub, West Cork pub. Anyone who's ever been to West Cork has probably, for the rally I mean, has probably been there for a pint of the black stuff. Or at least a cup of tea.
Make you wonder how many pints of the black stuff were consumed yesterday.
I'd say I watched the end of the rugby match last night, which was fantastic. And I thought the atmosphere in Dublin must have been...
It must have been electrical.
Unbelievable.
You know, even for those that didn't get in or didn't have tickets, the way they won it, I was listening to it on the radio on the way home. I mean, the way they won it, the buzz, the euphoria, winning a Grand Slam at home, I mean, fair play. Just if you can hear a little bit of noise in the background, there's a little bit of drilling going on where we are.
Yeah, I had some friends who went down on the train yesterday from Belfast. I thought, your game. 4 young ladies. So have you got tickets for the game? No, we're just going for the crack. And I think there's loads of people like that.
Yeah, and that's amazing.
Okay, so I think we're just a few seconds out from Craig appearing onto our screens. And what we can do is probably utilise the use of our digital clock on the screen. Just see let's see if Robert Barrable has stolen an advantage by having another quick time.
So here we go, Josh Moffat first on the road, we hope.
Certainly hear him. Very fast approach. On 21 seconds over the minute, which would be 51 seconds for Marion, who's running second on the road. Anything plus or minus on that, that's our time difference.
Marion here in the background.
I think Marion's 3 seconds up. So Callum has dropped to 4th, but he's running 3rd in the road. He's due next.
Looks like Callum and Robert are running very close together.
I think Robert has stolen a march on this. I really do. I think this is going to be the story of the day. Unless Callum has had a problem, but he's sort of due into picture about now. Callum's definitely lost time.
Yeah.
He's going hard, but he's lost time. 6, 7 seconds. tape hanging from the back window. And Barrable is absolutely flying. He's going to be faster again. Wow. Wow, I just think he's just taken another huge chunk of time. Like in another 10 seconds.
No, I totally agree with you, and I'm thinking about Barrable running 5th or 6th on the road, leaving service. Did that couple of minutes gap and the torrential rain allow him the chance to run on a full set of full wets?
Good shout. Good shout, Zav. It could have been.
The lead,
yep.
Josh, Marion were too far gone out through the control.
Absolutely.
Robert could well have changed on to full wets before he left service. Likewise, Sam, Sam's time.
Sam's going to have a good time here. 21, he's on the same time as Josh. But
Callum definitely looks as though he's on the wrong tyres.
Callum's lost time. Marion took time out of Josh, about 3 seconds, I think. But more importantly, at this point, by my very countrified ready reckoner, I think, and I'm interested to see this, this is fast as well. So Johnny Greer has taken time off everybody again as well.
Yeah.
I think we're going to see another
leaderboard change.
I think we're going
maybe not at the top, but certainly in terms of behind Josh.
Well, I almost certainly think that Barrable's going to jump up to second.
We have a 9:25.8 for Marion Evans. Kelly. We have a 9:25.8 for Marion Evans and a 9:28.7 for Josh Moffat.
Which is exactly, at this point we reckoned that Marion was 3 seconds quicker than Josh.
Yeah.
I don't know why we've got a time for Kevin Kelleher. That's
an anomaly.
It is an anomaly, and it's a super time. He was a fighter jet.
Wow,
when he did
Robert Barrable, 9:17.4.
As I predicted, even more than 10 seconds. So he's 11 seconds faster than Josh.
He's gone from 4th to 2nd.
In 2 stages.
And where Josh had a lead of 22 and a half seconds over Marion earlier, he now has a 14.3 second lead over Robert Barrable. I wouldn't be surprised to see at the end of Ardfield Robert Barrable leading.
That's the 3 stages.
Yeah.
If you can take it, and to be honest, I think Johnny Greer's going to jump Callum, and I think Johnny Greer's just going to slot in behind Marion at the end of this stage. What a sensational drive by Robert Barrable.
Yeah, a great choice. Somebody, Sam Moffat a 9:30.1. Callum Devine a 9:39.1.
Apparently Josh is on the wet Michelin Zav, but he's not. There's a car going slow. That's Aaron McHale driving very slow. Sorry. Declan.
No.
Owen Murphy.
Owen Murphy, yes.
I'm getting information.
I'm so scared of upsetting Anthony Nasser if I say the wrong thing.
I'm getting information that Josh is on the same tyre. Sorry, there's Declan there. And he's going nicely. Josh is on the same tyre. He can't get it to work. I don't get it.
Oh, he's on the same tyre as Robert?
Yeah. He's on the wet and he just can't get it to work.
Wow.
Is this... Well, apparently he said he didn't get a rhythm, but you know, Josh is such a good driver. I
do love a good cat amongst the pigeons.
This is more than that. This is sensational stuff. It really is.
Yeah, but from our point of view, it's great. You know?
Who's car 4? Cahan McCourt?
Yeah.
Dear, oh dear, oh dear.
Stopped for the
seems to be stopped, yeah.
This on the card as well, boys.
Goodness me. This should be the first I'm really interested to see Gary Kiernan down into here. What's wrong there?
Yeah, something not right there.
Absolute. That was that Chris Armstrong or Gary Kiernan?
That was Gary
It
Kiernan.
was Gary limping. Oh, yeah.
Chris Armstrong should be with us shortly, but as Michael has said, Cahan McCourt stopped on stage OK board.
Just round the corner actually from here. But I think that here we go. This is another modified drama unfolding. Gary Kiernan driving very slowly past us. Still going, but to the point where Chris is going to catch him. Okay. I think maybe Cahan McCourt is going to cause a problem on this stage. I hate to say it, but yeah. So just be prepared, anybody watching. We're within sight of the finish here, but I think Cahan McCourt has, we know he went past, and it looks like he's maybe blocked the stage. So we don't want to surmise, but there's a blockage appearing just round the corner from our camera.
So competitors leave here and then make their way to Ardfield, longest stage of the rally, 19.5 kilometres, just a shade over 12 miles.
Frank Kelly. Frank with the hazard lights on as well. Dear, oh dear, oh dear, oh dear.
So
maybe they've been given a red flag on the tracking.
Possibly.
Yeah, this is a Aaron going gently.
Drive through.
Yeah, Crichton going gently.
So crews make their way from here to the 19.5 kilometres of Ardfield. It's due off in about 20 minutes' time.
Boy, oh boy, time to take a breath here.
Yeah. Time to get the kettle on and yeah, Carl Reid just in touch there saying probably activated a red flag through the system, so there we go. We see Michael there.
So this sensational time from Robert Barable through here puts him within 14.2 seconds of the lead. He's jumped 2 places in 2 stages. He's taken 25 seconds out of Josh this morning in 2 stages. Somebody hasn't got the message.
But Sam Moffat's still holding on in 5th. Callum Devine has dropped now to 4th. Marion Evans has dropped to 3rd. And Robert Barable, who has got that tyre selection to work extremely well for him, has leaped into 2nd and narrowed the gap, narrowed the leader's gap, if you like, that Josh had over Marion Evans earlier of 22 odd seconds. It's now 14.3.
Johnny Greer's time is in. It's the only time in, that 9:24.1. Again, with the help of the clock on the screen, we knew that Johnny was super quick. He's 2nd fastest. He's taken 4 seconds.
Fastest?
2nd fastest.
No, sorry, 2nd fastest.
Yeah. Closes within 8.7 seconds of Sam. If he does the same on Ardfield, he'll be level with Sam. And Sab, as you rightly pointed out, Robert Barable is on a mission, and if he has, and if Josh is losing confidence and can't get a rhythm.
Yeah, it's interesting. Ardfield, this run over Ardfield now is going to be really, really interesting. Ardfield, 2.5 kilometres longer than Sam's Cross, which the leading crews had got a full rattle over, as Kevin Callagher just goes through. And when you
Luke Hayes is asking, is the stage cancelled? No, it's not cancelled yet. We've got a stage interruption just developing, Luke, and we believe it's not Cahan McCourt. He's been blocked behind David Kelly. We believe David Kelly is blocking the road, but the crew are okay. That's the information that we've been given.
Cahan McCourt is now making his way out to the end of the stage, so whatever the blockage was...
He's got past it, but we know that, and it's literally about 0.5 kilometre from where our camera is. At this point, Catherine McCord is the only person to get past David Kelly, so all the cars that we've seen come through going slowly, that included Gary Kiernan, we thought he was the first one was going slow. We have this with the tracking system, what they call a stage interrupted or a red flag. Effectively drive until you're stopped, but back off, don't go competitive, drive at road speed, and that's what's going on at the moment. I suspect what will happen, they'll get everybody's now got clear of him, I think, and they'll get a stage interrupted time like we had a couple yesterday, and David Kelly's gone green with an OK board. Probably hold a few people at the start, and then we'll get the stage resumed. So not cancelled, just interrupted for a few minutes. So there's no point in this giving you any times. Well, we haven't got any times, but the times that we are going to get for between David Kelly, who was running, he was the next car due after Johnny Greer, right through to, goodness me, we're still getting many cars. It's coming off all the night. Somebody having a bit of a drift for the crowd, a bit of a demo. Yeah. At this point, there are cars being held at the start, which out of position, car 17, who is Keith Lyons. Keith Lyons has been held at the start. Everybody between David Kelly and Keith Lyons is going to get a stage interrupted time, which includes people like Declan Boyle and William Crichton, Colin Murphy, who were watching, John Bonner. It's going to cause a problem for the organisers because none of the modified cars have been able to set a time in the stage. So all the modified cars are going to get, well, at this point in time, ironically, the slowest car so far has been Callum Devine on a 9:39.1, which I think everybody behind would take that time with. So while we have a bit of a lull in proceedings here, we're going to catch up on a few things. We're going to have a quick ad break.
The road to better is a long one. From our first delivery back in 1937, we've been on a mission to do things, well, better. Homes got warmer. Supply became seamless. And we made it possible for each and every home and business in the country to have gas, even off the grid. And better doesn't stop there. With sustainable gas just up ahead, we're only getting started. So come and join us. Caller, let's do it better.
push on up.
The road to better is a long one. From our first delivery back in 1937, we've been on a mission to do things, well, better. Homes got warmer. Supply became seamless. And we made it possible for each and every home and business in the country to have gas, even off the grid. And better doesn't stop there. With sustainable gas just up ahead, we're only getting started. So come and join us. Caller, let's do it better.
Flat out up round the easy rate 150. Push on up.
The road to better is a long one. From our first delivery back in 1937, we've been on a mission to do things, well, better. Homes got warmer. Supply became seamless. And we made it possible for each and every home and business in the country to have gas, even off the grid. And better doesn't stop there. With sustainable gas just up ahead, we're only getting started. So come and join us. Caller, let's do it better.
Let out up round the easy right 150. Push on up.
The road to better is a long one. From our first delivery back in 1937, we've been on a mission to do things, well, better. Homes got warmer. Supply became seamless. And we made it possible for each and every home and business in the country to have gas, even off the grid. And better doesn't stop there. With sustainable gas just up ahead, we're only getting started. So come and join us. Caller, let's do it better.
Let out up round the easy right 150. Push on up.
The road to better is a long one. From our first delivery back in 1937, we've been on a mission to do things, well, better. Homes got warmer. Supply became seamless. And we made it possible for each and every home and business in the country to have gas, even off the grid. And better doesn't stop there. With sustainable gas just up ahead, we're only getting started. So come and join us. Caller, let's do it better.
So just having a chat here off camera with a few things. The stage interrupted time for stage 10 has already been applied, and it's a couple of people have got ordinary times, but they've applied Johnny Greer's time, which is the second fastest time, and we're just talking everybody is going to be second fastest, I hope. They're all equal second, so it looks quite funny on the results. That's when you take a screenshot of that and save it for a later date.
Yeah, definitely. So, stage 10 coming up, Sam's Cross. Sean Hayes is stage commander, Deputy Stage Commander Ted Murphy. Stage doctor this time around is Dr. Tom Maloney with the Red Cross in Cove and the Red Cross from Ballincollig and Ballinora. And it's the Russell Rally Rescue that is on stage for this running.
And just for everybody's information out there, we're now cutting to stage 11, the third stage in this morning's first loop of 3. Just for your information, stage 10 is back up and running. But our camera has moved elsewhere. Apparently, David Kelly, who did cause the incident, had a bit of a role in his new car, but he's back on his wheels. But apparently, he's basically 4 flat wheels, and I think that's, if he can get back to the service area, maybe get 4 wheels on, or he could get into Super Rally for this afternoon, because apparently the car's not badly damaged at all. Everything's good, but we're just waiting for the crews to start stage 11. We're not too far from the start, so apparently we're just going to stay here with this camera shot. Our stage 10 camera with the blockage sort of put them out of position now. They've got to move on and go somewhere else because the front of the rally isn't slowing down, and actually the stage interruption's going to have very little effect on things, so they just need to move on. We're going to stick here. We're at the school apparently towards the start of Ardfield. Now this is actually the village of Lissavard. Lissavard Mixed National School is where we are. Very fast in these conditions. Also quite shiny tar, slippy, curbs, lots of things to catch you out in this stage. I wouldn't be surprised, Sav, if we get another few upsets.
Yeah, I mean,
stage.
Yeah, you can see on the surface on the road, it's still very, very wet. I believe from a couple of people that have been in touch, the heavy rain has eased, but it is still sort of drizzling. So are we in for another storm in time from Robert Barrable? Certainly Robert is setting the stages alight this morning. Unlike some of the people he's chasing, you were alluding to the fact earlier that Josh Moffat and Andy Hayes are on the same tyres on their Hyundai, but struggling to make them work.
That's what we were told, Sav. So, and that, of course, once you lose confidence in these conditions, it really does all start to go downhill after that. Confidence is 98% of the battle in the wet. Yeah.
And of course, you know, you're comparing a Citroen to a Hyundai, so, you know, caster, camber, spring settings, strut settings, you know, you hear them, sometimes competitors talking, oh, I just adjusted it a few clicks on the road section. Making the tyres work on an optimum suspension setting, you know, our temperature's telling us it's 8 degrees. It's chilly enough in terms of road temperature compared to yesterday.
Yep.
So
yes, it is.
Making tyres work is extremely difficult. Is Robert Barrable's Citroen better suited? We possibly should get Remy Moore on from Citroen UK and Ireland. He would be able to give us a bit of an insight into the likelihood of that.
Oh, I don't know what the organisers are to do about this stage interrupted time. It's that whatever they do is going to... all the people who got the stage interrupted in stage 10 were always going to benefit from getting one of the top competitors' times. But it's the people who are restarting the stage.
Yeah.
If you're maybe 2 or 3 cars in front of you is somebody you were battling with in the class, and I haven't had time to analyse it, but I have a feeling that it is going to affect a few of the results. And you have these, in wet conditions, these big disparities between the R5 cars and maybe the modified cars running in the 20s as opposed to running in the top 5. I think there's an example here is Eddie Doherty's got a time of 10:15.2 while all around him got a 9:24.1. Ollie Benton seems to be very badly affected. Ollie was leading the class 13. He's at 10:40.8. Now hopefully, again, the competitors around him will get realistic stage times, but if there was 1 or 2 people from his class that were possibly got the stage interrupted time, you could find yourself a minute and a half off your competitor's time, which is not so good. I think Ollie possibly just didn't have the best of runs compared to somebody there like Corey Eves, who did a 10:33. This is class 13 I'm talking about now, 10:33.6. Keith Lyons has been credited with a time of 16:59.3. Now, we know that Keith was fundamentally the first man into the stage, so either he had a problem or he got held up somewhere along the way. Just gets a wee bit messy. There's John O'Donnell. He got the stage interrupted time, whereas Dennis Moynihan did an 11:03.0, which is 1 minute 35 seconds difference between those 2 times. I thought we would have had the okay to go. The 0 cars more than halfway through the stage now, 0-1. 0-2 is stopped near Ardfield Village. Now, very popular spectator point, Ardfield Village. The cars come into the village past the old graveyard, and then they turn right at the pub, so another place. I suspect they're doing a bit of sorting things out in the middle of the stage. Everybody is at the start of the stage ready to rock and roll. I don't think it'll be too long, Sav, before we get this one up and running.
No, I don't think so. But as we saw on the last stage with where our camera crews were, there is an awful lot of spectators out on the event, which is really good to see, really good for the organisers. Kevin O'Driscoll, who we were chatting to in between stages, sort of was alluding to the fact that, you know, there are a lot more people out this year than last year. The graphic on the screen just shows you the current state of play, the top 5 overall. Josh Moffat leading the event. Robert Barrable has jumped from 5th overnight, I think it was, into 2nd with a terrific tyre choice. Marion Evans has dropped back to 3rd. Callum Devine has also dropped back. He's now in 4th. Sam Moffat now is holding 5th. 6th is Johnny Greer and Niall Burns. 7th, Cahan McCourt and Liam Moynihan. But remember, Cahan McCourt and Liam Moynihan were held up with in the stage 11. We're at stage 12, as Michael said, Ardfield, 19.5 kilometres, a little bit over 12 miles. And as you saw from the pictures from our camera crew on the stage, the road surface is still very, very wet and standing water in a lot of places. A few people have been touching social media. We just cut back to Josh making his way through, so we're up and running.
That's very wet, Sav. Very, very wet. That's a full wet tyre for those conditions. With being so close to the start of the stage, it hopefully won't get too spread out, but looking at the clock isn't really indicative of anything because we're less than a K in.
Long way to go on the stage from where our camera position is, so we'll be keeping an eye out for times updating. Times generally have been fairly quick and accurate over the last sort of day and a half, and you can see the signs of some of our partners, Paul Brown Plant Hire and Civil Engineering, and of course Samdec, who are sponsoring the overall championship. Now, interesting, a few people got in touch on the last day to say Callum had picked the wrong tyres, so I sort of expect Callum to lose a little bit of time here.
He lost a chunk of time in the last one, and you could see the car moving all the way across the road on this corner.
And of course the historic sponsored by Synergy Motorsport Engineering.
This is the man in the move. Robert Marable has got everything clicking for him this morning. Bit of precision driving there.
Of course Gordon Noble sitting with Robert this weekend, unlike his normal co-driver Damien Connolly, but Gordon bringing an extremely large amount of experience into that pairing for this weekend. Sam Moffat through.
So the next man, another Citroen, coincidentally, Johnny Greer. He's also on the move this morning, 2 second fastest times consecutively.
Well, Johnny's on stage. Johnny running a tad wide there. Johnny retired from third on the last stage of the event last year. And of course we don't have Desi Henry. Desi had issues yesterday.
Cathal McCourt's due up next, and actually for we're talking about this stage interrupted time for the previous stage. To me, he's a beneficiary. Very cautious.
Very cautious indeed. And they crashed out on the event last year on the first stage of the day on the Sunday, so getting a little bit further this weekend than he did last year. Owen Murphy, I think, is due next. Owen, this is his 12th West Cork. Very little seat time over the sort of the last 12 to 18 months, but Owen's times has progressively got better as the weekend has gone on.
Just a very interesting observation. I just noted Owen had 2 brand new wheels in the back of the car there. So his front wheels were really, really dirty. What I suspect he's done, he's taken the backs, put them on the front, and he's been carrying 2 spares.
Declan Boyle, Patrick Walsh. Declan having a bit of an up and down weekend, very similar to what he had in Galway, where he had issues on the first morning, and as a result, his overall result come Sunday wasn't great. But so Josh Moffat roughly halfway through the stage now. It gives you an indication of its length. Bearing in mind it's 3 or 4 minutes, maybe slightly longer since we last saw him.
Shiny tar all the way. I've been asked a question by one of the production team about shiny tar on this corner. It says shiny tar all the way to the next junction. The road was resurfaced last year, so it's gravel instead of shiny tar. So you go from one extreme to the other at the start of this stage. I wouldn't be surprised if we have further incidents. There are lots of changing conditions, and then it gets really high speed. Then you get down by the beaches and you've got sand on the road. which is completely unpredictable. You never know what the car's going to do when it gets on the sand. Mark II's probably show up the slippy conditions even more. Armstrong and struggling to get the grip down, but he has got 350 odd brake horsepower, so.
And if you're wondering, we lost Daniel McKenna this morning in amongst the modified battle.
Didn't even make it onto the first stage, Sav. Car broke.
Yep.
Kelly's now moved up to second in the modifieds. Chris Armstrong had a big spin in the previous stage. Admitted himself. We think there'll still be possibly a question mark. This is on the first stage today. There's possibly a question mark over it. All the modified cars got a stage interrupted time for the second stage today, stage 10. So status quo remains. Actually, when you're fighting for a battle like that, sometimes it can go in your favour or against your favour.
Yeah.
But all the leading modified guys all got the same stage time.
The right-hand drive polo. Of course, Gareth had a bit of an off yesterday mid-morning, and it ended his continuation in the event. Himself and co-driver Brian Murphy are all okay today. So William Crichton told us yesterday that there's a couple of upgrades on the car, and they've done West Cork as a bit of a test for Croatia, where they will be competing in a couple of weeks' time. So Josh Moffat making his way down towards Dunmore House, the area towards the end of the stage.
One of the most picturesque hotels in the whole of Ireland, Zav. So we're not giving Dunmore House free advertising, because I believe actually somebody was telling me that they've taken a decision over the winter for the first time in a few years to close. They specialise in weddings, but if you're ever down there, Zav, go for a cup of tea. It's just the most beautiful place, overlooking Inchydoney Bay. Fantastic.
Yeah, but I prefer the Clonakilty Park myself.
I was about to say the Clonakilty Park is a great spot.
Paula White's asking, will we be covering any live of the juniors? Yes, we're hoping to later on this afternoon if we can. Sort of the jigging around of stage cancellation, stage delays this morning has made it kind of difficult, where we're moving camera crews from one stage to the next. But yes, car number 27 through there, Neil Ruskell and Andrew Roughhead. First time in Cork for this pairing.
So again, I don't know what dramas are unfolding now, but Chris Armstrong is currently stopped in the stage with the OK board out, which is very positive. It could be a puncture. We actually, where he is this bit of road that could be gravel, and we can see how lively the Mark IIs are with all this power and no grip. All it would take is just a step out of line a little bit, and you've got a puncture. He could be changing a wheel, or it could be terminal, but at the moment Chris Armstrong stopped.
Clonakilty man, Kevin Kelleher there, that's just gone through. His best result here was 6th overall. That is car number 30, that is John O'Donnell and Adrian Friel. John's from Kilmacrennan, way up Donegal, and he has only been here once before, back in 2018. That time he was driving an Escort and retired midway through day one.
I think James Ford may also be stopped between the start and our camera location. So Chris Armstrong is certainly not impeding anybody. He's there's nobody slowing down. Colin Murphy, quite cautious for Colin. Not his usual flamboyant style.
Nope. Colin's first attempt in West Cork was 1999.
Chris Armstrong has got back to the organisers and sadly another retirement in the modified engine, apparently.
Oh, no.
Goodness me, they are falling like flies over this first loop this morning.
Car 33, Barry Mead, Eamon Hayes.
Eamon's a local man. Barry Mead, Kerry man.
So, Josh Moffat and Marion Evans, Callum Devine and Robert Barble all through. Car number 34, Colin Byrne and Stephen Quinn make their way through. Keeping an eye out on times.
Provisionally, we hear a call of 9:32.
John Bonner just going through there.
So the first cars have cleared the end of the stage. We should get official times in very shortly.
Eddie Doherty and Tom Murphy, first time in West Cork for that crew. First time here with Kyle, his co-driver Kyle Diffin, co-driver from Marty Toner, to 11th overall in the National Rally last year.
So provisionally we have a time in for Evans of 9:36, dropped 4 seconds to Josh on that stage. And again, just provisional from the end of the stage. That's the first of the R4 cars through. Keegan Grogan, who is leading the R4s by, or was leading by just over a minute. So, Barable, we've been told 9:28, 4 seconds out of Josh, 8 seconds out of Evans. 4 seconds out of Josh, reduces his lead to 10 seconds. I'll wait for the exact tenths and things to come in. Apparently Sam Moffat had a big moment at the in the stage, and I'm not surprised in these episodes. There's the first of the historic cars, Neil Williams and Anthony O'Sullivan, having another really good drive. Their setting times, their times are actually really impressive, Sav.
Yeah, I mean, they won the historic section here for the last 2 years, so go very well here. And of course, Anthony's a local man from Ardfield, so man well educated in conditions. Second of the historic through. That's Wayne Evans and Sion Jones.
So the one car I haven't heard any reports from through the stage is Callum Devine. I think Callum's a bit frustrated. He's trying to get the service these tyres off the car and get something on a bit more suitable for the final loop of stages.
It's 3. Duncan Williams and
Guy Weaver.
Who's historic in the main field?
So crews make their way from here at the end of Ardfield, which is the longest stage of the rally, make their way back into the Agricultural College in Clonakilty, where they have a 30-minute service.
We're having reports that James Ford, who I said was stopped before our camera, he's literally just down the hill from where our camera is, and the organisers have him as a mechanical failure, but we've also had conflicting information that he has some accident damage. So that was pushing their luck a bit there.
Was a wee bit, yeah.
Tom Clark and Alistair Wiley. Of course, Alistair's a West Cork man. I mean, Clonakilty lived in Dunmanway, and but that was a great action replay shot. So, conflicting information. Anyway, James Ford has got the OK board up, reporting mechanical, but we've also heard, I suppose, if you've only got 3 wheels in your car, it's mechanically
JJ Kremen, the Lions of Limerick Fiesta, one that Matt Edwards and Dave Moynihan used a couple of weeks back in Longford. It's a very good result. I think they finished second at Callum Devine.
So we still haven't got any official times through for this stage 11, but what we can tell you unofficially is that the man on the move, Robert Barrable, nearly said Michael Barrable, Robert Barrable was another fastest stage time, 4 seconds faster. Josh did a 9:32, Evans a 9:36, Barrable a 9:28, Sam a 9:38, and apparently Johnny Greer a 9:36. So Johnny still taking a wee bit, 2 seconds out of Sam, but that would close the gap to just over 6 seconds between Sam and Johnny. A lot of battles going on here.
Your witness yesterday, Tony Kelly had a terrific interview with Connor in the service area yesterday, and remarked on by quite a lot of people who really enjoyed it, and
obviously we lost Kevin Eves on the first stage this morning. A bucket full of retirements on the first stage in the modifieds. Kevin, though, has had on the one hand, he proved that he's just so fast on this rally, but the rally itself, big time loss yesterday with something to do with the brakes.
Fergal Kelly's telling us that Barrable took him with 4.5 seconds off Josh. Car number 64, which is that's Corey Eves and Pascal McCartney.
So provisionally, again, we have a couple of modified times in. Gary Kernan extending his lead, going 4 seconds faster than Frank Kelly. Very much unofficial times. This is not from the leaderboard. This is from some of our production team.
Claire Harrington Hurley's telling us that it's fast and furious down the Red Strand.
The Red Strand is where the sand is on the road. Colin Byrne is stopped with a mechanical problem in the stage.
Nicely held.
Having to get on the brakes now. That was, you could see those big rocks on the outside, and you're thinking, if I hit those, it's a puncture. Yeah. Mark Dolphin.
49.
In my opinion, this is getting slippier. The modified cars are increasingly struggling to.
Mark Dolphin,
get
Eugene
the power
Cronin
down.
there. Mark from Middleton.
So Colin Byrne, who's going really quite strongly, and we know Chris Armstrong. Chris Armstrong stopped with engine problem just slightly further on.
That's car number 37. That's Richard Moore and Richard Cleary. Wexford crew won the junior section of this rally way back in 2013.
It's definitely getting slippier here. Somebody's going to get a puncture at some point.
Or as Michael Crawford would said, someone's going to have a whoopsie.
A whoopsie.
Production did say something in my ear there a minute ago, but I missed what it was. Armageddon's called it start for a little bit in the stage. Car number 62 is Owen Callan and Connor Callan, a local crew again. 19th West Cork for the driver, and 11th West Cork. 11th overall in 2012 was the brothers' best result. First competed in West Cork way back in 2000, in the millennial year. Car number 60. Gareth Black,
yeah.
And Conor Dunlop.
Just car getting away from him. Had to make an overcorrection.
Yeah, Don McMahon is telling us there's a replay of it. Don McMahon is telling us there's going to be a few bent right rear wheels there.
Yeah, you're probably right, you know.
So, leading crews now through the stage and on their way back to Clonakilty for the last service of the day, 30 minutes at the Agricultural College. And it'll be interesting to see if we can get Tony Kelly shuffled down to Robert Barrable and commend him on his tyre choice and ask what the plan is for the afternoon.
Stephen just keeping himself right.
Stephen from Kilmacrennan did West Cork last year but didn't finish, and still waiting on official times coming through, so we'll our production team will endeavour to keep us in the loop. That's car 116. That is Fergal McGuigan from Derry and Michael Morn from Roscommon.
So we really are. So
car 71, Mickey Conlon and Paul McPhillips. First time in West Cork for them. Mickey Conlon.
Very experienced driver.
Yep.
And he phoned me last week. He was struggling to get a co-driver, and he said, "Oh, I really want to do West Cork." And I'm like, "Mickey, you've never done it?" He's like, "Nope." I said, "Dude, Mickey, I have you down for doing everything at least 10 times." And he says, "It's the one rally I've never done, and I've always wanted to do it." Kelly.
So Colin Byrne, CB2 higher, I'm hearing reports is off on the stage, but okay.
Yep.
He will be really disappointed with that.
We reported that a few minutes ago.
Oh, did we?
Yeah.
I obviously wasn't listening.
Yeah, and again, he's put it down as a mechanical thing, but
Paul McCarthy's asking, is John McCarthy still in? We'll try and find out for you. As 55 KCJ Coleman goes through, and he will gain a tremendous experience in these conditions today in the wee Fiesta, that's for sure. So, first official times through for stage 11. Josh on a 9:32 dead, Marion Evans on a 9:36 dead, Callum Devine on a 9:38.7, but oddly enough, no time for Robert Barnable and 9 minutes dead for Frank Kelly and Barry Mead, so I suspect a wee bit of a hiccup there.
That's why we're not getting times. Yep. I imagine there's been a bit of a hiccup with the.
There's some water in the electrics.
Yes,
I would
quite
imagine.
Possibly. If Frank Kelly did a 9 minutes dead, well,
we all might pack up and go home.
Aye.
Although I have to be honest, some people would love us to pack up and go home. Car number 98. And that is Tommy McDonough from Clare and Paul Murphy from Clare as well.
And they were nearly the first one to have a "Oh Betty" moment. 66 Ben Walsh from Letterkenny should be next. Yep.
Donegal crew. Ben retired on the event last year, and Dale has had a top 10 finish here before. Car number 53, that's Paul Horton and Will Atkins in the C3. That's the first time they've been here. The driver from the Caribbean, who also did Galway a year or two back. And I believe that he's one of the drivers that Matt Edwards has been coaching in the past in the UK.
Some more drama unfolding on the stage. It looks like Class 13 leader Ollie Benton is reportedly stopped. He has the OK board out, which is a positive thing. He's the very tricky end of the stage where the road gets narrow and tightens up, and shiny tar and very spectacular drop off into the sea on the right hand side, a couple of chicanes to keep the crews right. It actually gets really tricky at the end of this stage. It's the nature of running it in this direction. I have to put quite a lot of protection in because you've got the sea wall. So Ollie's reported stopped not long before Dunedin Bay Beach. He stopped at him, unfortunately.
A couple of people asking about John McCarthy. John McCarthy and Kieran O'Donoghue are shown as retired in stage 9, as is Sebastian Ling and Aled Rees. Also Brian Brogan, Damien McGettigan didn't leave stage 9. A few didn't enter.
That was the Wexford driver James Bradley just through with his co-driver David Doyle. We believe that Neil Williams, the historic rally leader, has dropped a pile of time by all accounts at the end of the stage. So how close were they?
Car number 82 going through there while Michael's having a quick look. Seamus and Aoife Ronan in the Civic. Husband and wife team from Arena Screening near Rosscarbery. And this is their 8th West Cork event to date.
Very good. Before going into the stage, Neil Williams had a 52-second lead over Duncan Williams. It's easy to get the two confused, isn't it? That, if they've stopped to change the puncture, which allegedly that's what they're doing, they're stopping and changing the puncture, that's going to be 3 minutes, so it'll drop them. Oh, Wayne Evans was only 5 seconds behind Duncan Williams, and Tom Clark was only a further 11 seconds behind that. And another man I expect to... another car I expect to go well in these conditions today is Ray Breen and Michael Maher. In the Legacy, if you remember back to Galway, he really started to stretch his legs when the conditions got wet. So, stage interrupted and BMW.
Getting reports that on the Shanaway stage that the rain is getting really, really heavy once again. So that would tell us that it's going to make its way across the same 3 stages for the afternoon. I would imagine that we could be in for a interesting battle now between Robert Barrable and Gordon Noble. Robert Barrable, a 9:28 dead on stage 11. Puts him 10.3 seconds behind Josh Moffat. 13.7 seconds back in third is Marion Evans and Jonathan Jackson in the Polo R5, while Callum Devine is in fourth with Noel O'Sullivan in their Polo R5, and Sam Moffat keep only arguing in fifth. As we see Mark Falvey and Ronald O'Riordan make their way through past us and running quite wide. So, yeah, I must admit we were talking about the 3 stages today, Michael, and here we have a real kerfuffle and shuffle in the leaderboard. Josh Moffat still leading, but his lead cut. No longer does he lead Marion Evans by 20-odd seconds. Great break.
Four-wheel drive just carried him up
on
the road.
rails.
I think if he gets a clean run at some of these stages, he'll make an impact this morning. Ray, of course, a former national rally champion.
So Josh now with a 10.3 second lead over Robert Barrable. Robert has a bit of a gap between himself and Marion of 13.7 seconds. So interesting afternoon. That's Rob Smith and Alan Cook in their historic RS 1800. That is Will Onions from Shropshire, David Williams from Lanferris and Wales, and the RAD prepared RS 1800 RAD for Rally Engineering Development. Ran the likes of Didier Oriole in Sierra Cosworth and 6R4s, to name but a few. Tarmac 69.
Damien Campbell, Declan McGarty from Annamen. Replay of
Will Onions.
Will Onions.
So official time and a little bit skew-if, as they say.
Yeah,
I would imagine that'll settle itself over the lunch
I'm
break.
happy enough for the top 5 times there. So somebody was asking about Shanahan. Well,
good man.
Well held, but that's what he does.
Listen, he has been. I saw some clips on Facebook last night of him, and I think everywhere he goes into junctions, he just uses the whole of the road, and he's really good. You know, I know it looks spectacular, but it's also very good car control.
Yep.
And he will have been thoroughly enjoying his rallying debut, I would imagine.
So we're now getting quite a few more times in, and they seem to have sorted themselves out. And as predicted, Johnny Greer has now got ahead of Sam Moffat. Sam really didn't have a great time in there at all. Did a 9:48.5. Johnny did a 9:36.7. He's 3.1 seconds behind Johnny. Johnny's honing in on Callum Devine. I'm sure all Callum wants is to get back to service to get these tyres changed. But Robert Barrable, very, very impressive. So Shane Stanley from Bearings just away through in his lovely little Civic.
So in the modified, shown as Gary Kieran still has a minute and 16 odd seconds over Frank Kelly. Conor Curley and Alan White are in third, but that is liable to change.
Yeah, I think there's a problem with Frank Kelly's time on the stage.
So we'll be heading over to service fairly shortly. It'll allow Tony a chance to catch up with Josh and see if we can find out, you know, why he maybe couldn't get dialed into his wets, but Robert Barrable obviously did.
And will he have an answer for him over the final 3 stages?
Yeah, well, I mean, certainly Robert Barrable has rattled a few people's cages by going from 4th or 5th up to 2nd. But I would imagine it's going to be the same choice again for the afternoon. I mean, it's not going to be clearing up any medical.
No.
So it's going to be a flat-out battle over another 33-odd stage mile, roughly 55 kilometres on the reruns of Shannaway, Sam's Cross, Arnfield. 111 goes through.
Etienne Sullivan from Durras, talked about yesterday.
Ardfield, longest
Donica Burke
stage of the event.
From Dunmanway. Yeah, I mean, the state of the roads, even if it stopped raining now, Zav. So even if it did stop raining, as I say, I don't...
It's too wet for anything else.
Yeah, it is. And certainly the first 2 stages before this, Shanaway and Sam's Cross, Ardfield is the one stage that might dry out down by the sea, but there's enough of the stages like this, and this remains really treacherous. I'm not surprised to see cars retiring. I'm sure they are putting in mechanical, but it's maybe broken wheels and touching banks and cars just breaking, you know, because of
Martin McDonough's asking, is John O'Neill out? Not as far as I'm aware, he's not showing on a retired list, but he may be showing. And I believe we're going to service very, very shortly. So I think heading into service now, the leading crews certainly will not be thinking about the afternoon.
Jeremiah O'Flynn,
number 91,
who definitely got a bit of a wobble on.
10th time doing the rally. So we're going to head straight to service and hand you over to the very capable hands of Tony Kelly from Donegal.
Welcome back to service. Not as bright and sunny as it was yesterday, but we're going to go up here and see if we can get a quick word with Sam Moffat here. Very, very tricky conditions today, guys. How are you, Matt?
I'm alright, how are you?
Big tyre talks?
No, it's very simple, full wet here. Just trying to work on the balance of the car.
Everything feeling alright for you this morning, Sam, or
Yeah,
still?
all fine, all good. Not more to say, really.
Good man. Did you enjoy the stages at all, or were they just too wet to enjoy?
Very wet now, but yeah, we're going to try and see. Johnny's took a good lump of time out of us there, so look, there was obviously different plans, but those plans have changed, and see if we can get back up into 5th now, which wouldn't be ideal, but we'll see.
Good man, Sam. Thanks for speaking to us. So what we're going to do now is make our way across the service park again and get a quick word with Marion Evans, and then up around the corner and we'll get Robert Barrable. As you can see from the times this morning, folks, there's an awful lot of change happening. There's just a car coming around the corner here, so we're going to talk ourselves. But a lot of changes this morning with the weather and with the leaderboard. Very tricky conditions here today, as you can tell. You know, from Sam's kind of demeanour there, everything was very calm in the sense that there's not a tough decision here now at the moment. It's very much wet. It's just so wet. It's very simple. But it's just it's tough for them in there now, trying to get everything sorted out. We tried to get a quick word with Josh there, and himself and Andy Hayes are in the truck and on the laptop and pace notes out. So everybody is very much concerned with making sure that they get, you know, everything set up for the next loop around, because it's just so tricky out there and they need to be on the ball. So for them, making these plans in service is absolutely vital. So yeah, we have to let them at it sometimes and let them work away, because this 20 minutes, half an hour where you can sit down and get to a laptop, or, you know, kind of half relax for a second while making your plan of attack, can be vital to feeling regenerised and with a bit of a plan for the next loop. The door is closed here, but we're going to give it a quick knock. We're down in Marion's truck and we'll see if we can get a quick word with himself or Jonathan Jackson. Bear with us. I was sitting here trying to get into it. We had a bit of a technical issue there, but it was actually more, it was the door. Marion, absolutely insane conditions here now.
Story of my life this weekend. Bad tire calls, but it didn't. I don't think anybody expected it to get this bad. No. So yeah, it is what it is. I think for what we had, we managed it not too bad. So we're still here, and there's still 3 to go, and we're all kind of spaced quite evenly now as well. So yeah, things can still happen. So it's just hopefully we just have to try and keep it clean now. Callum's about 25 behind us, so just trying to make no mistakes.
Yeah, and I mean, obviously, it was kind of the same for everybody this morning. It was just one of those messy ones, and it's similar now on the way in to the next loop. So, are you changing much?
Tyres.
Other than tyres?
Not really, no. I made some changes to the car before the first stage because I saw it was a lot wetter than we thought when we left here, but no, apart from that, setup-wise, the car was okay. To be honest, the second stage at Sam's Cross, down towards the end, it was drying quite well, and I thought, this will be not too bad as we get into Ardfield now. Yeah. But then, as soon as we come down just outside town, it lashed the rain again and didn't stop till, well, it still hasn't stopped.
I know. And without the rain, or regardless of the rain, are you enjoying it still?
Yeah, I'm enjoying driving the car and everything. It's still nice enough. You just have to be so careful in places, you know. We had a big moment on the start of the first stage. You just have to be so mindful. It's like with the soft slick we had on the shiny stuff, it was, you had to almost stop, So if you're not, you're taking a risk, and it's not too clever. No.
And obviously, it's the last service before the final loop. The thoughts in the camp are possibly going back to Galway. It's never over till it's over.
No. I was in a slightly better position last service in Galway, but no, it's not over. I mean, there's still 55k left, so I think a lot of boys have had issues there this morning. To be fair, a lot of the guys at the front seems to have kept it clean, but yeah, a lot can still happen. It's very, very tricky stages, quite guttery as well. The more rain that gets on them, they'll become a bit worse as well. So, and I guess there'll be some mud pulled out, because luckily, yesterday, not luckily, but obviously Gareth went off unfortunately in Ballinascarthy the first time. So by the time we got there, only about 10 cars had gone through it, so it hadn't got that dirty. But I think now it'll be a different story. Yeah.
And championship wise, are you thinking that much about it, or are you just putting it to the back of your mind?
You've got to finish as well when you're doing a championship. Like I said, a win for us in Galway was good because it gets one on the board. So we're by no means out of it. It's 20 seconds in this weather isn't a hell of a lot. So Rob seems to have really good momentum at the moment. So if we just keep doing what we're doing, that's the main thing. And if we can make no mistakes and just put ourselves in the best position we can, that's all we can do.
Excellent, Marion, thank you very much. We'll let you go and get back into the heat. Hopefully we'll see you back at the ramp. We are going to head now up around the corner and we're going to try and get a quick word with Robert Barrable. Robert is down in a bit of a black hole for coverage, so what we are going to try and do is see if we can get Robert to come up towards us a wee bit in terms of keeping the stream as clear as we possibly can. So we're going to try and get one of the guys to run down and see if they can lay eyes on Robert, and we will hopefully have information for you, because as we said, we want to try and get speaking to Robert because a lot has changed since this morning. So we'll have as much information for you as we can, but as you can see, if you take a wee look down, you can see that he's in. He's at the service park, so he's comfortably in, I would imagine, making a plan of attack for the next loop and trying to see what he can do time-wise. We've got loads of stuff happening, as you can see up here. You've got literally just a huge service park, and there's cars everywhere, and it's one of those things where it's so exciting to see because, as I said, there's cars everywhere, but it's mad too because there's just mayhem. It's great. So as you can see, Robert's making his way to us. We'll get as much information as we can out of Robert now and see what he has to say. Robert, a very, very good morning for you, but also tricky conditions.
Probably too good of a morning now. The pressure's on and the expectations has changed from just got on and see how we get going now to obviously we're within 10 now of Josh. The conditions are very tricky, there's no two ways about it. We've had more than our fair share of scares and holding our breath, but it seems to work well. The notes is working well, the car's working well, so I'm just going to go back out and approach the next loop of stages like we did this morning and see if it's good enough to take the trophy. It's grand. If not, we're happy enough where we are now at the minute, to be honest.
And I mean, that's, funnily enough, that's what you were saying in Parc Ferme, like you kind of had an idea that it wouldn't be necessarily possible to catch time-wise, but everything just changed here this morning. It's mad. Yeah,
the first stage I think gave us a bit of hope. I thought it was just maybe it just worked better for me, but then we took the same time on the second stage, and then on Ardfield then we took 4 seconds I think off Josh. So it's a bit unexpected, Tony, to be truthfully honest with you. But look, I don't know. We just have to keep the pressure on now and keep going and see what we can do.
And the car's feeling good and tyres and everything this morning?
Yeah, everything's working well. Yeah, we went on the full wet this morning because I thought it was going to get heavier as the rain came in. So so we were full wets and we're on a full wet setup on the car, and so but everything's working well. It's clicking with me and Gordy inside. We've good notes and it's comfortable. Like it's not as like we're not taking any risks. It's just real comfortable and clean and no messing and just trying to do a good job. And so that's what we have to try and do again now.
And that's excellent. Like that's when rallying's at its finest. Whenever you feel comfortable inside the car.
Yeah, it's kind of comfortable when it's moving around on a wet road in fifth gear. It's a bit probably insane to try and explain it to somebody, but inside the car it's comfortable. Everything's there's nothing we can't not do or trying to do. Or I'm just going to approach the next 3 stages like we did the first 3 and just get into our own rhythm and see. And if it's good enough, it's good enough. If it's not, we'll live to fight another day.
Brilliant. Robert, we'll let you get back inside. Yeah. We appreciate you coming out in the rain. So what we're going to do now is get a quick scoot around the corner and we're going to try and get Gary Kiernan. Gary is from memory up around this corner, so we'll try as best as we can to get around the back of the service area here. And you probably see funny faces with me the odd time because there's so many cars kind of coming out of everywhere. Donovan's doing his best walking backwards, but he can't see around the corner obviously. So we're going to keep going here, and as I said, we're just going to try and catch Gary. So as you see, we're heading towards Gary Kiernan here now, and we'll get a quick word. There was a lot of drama this morning. A lot of the modifieds, a few guys lost in a couple of those stages there, and we're just going to try and see if we can get any information. Can we get a chat? Thanks, Gary. So Gary's in trying to relax as much as he possibly can, I would say. That was a hectic loop for everybody, I think. Very, very tricky conditions, as you can see. And usual story with rallying, a lot of stress when it comes to tyre picking and trying to get the right decision made. And as you can see, the guys are making sure they're putting in their new spares and making sure that the spares match the weather conditions as well. So we're just going to wait for Gary to make his way out of the truck. Gary, we're sorry to get you out of the heat on a day like that, but we're dying to hear how your morning went. Very interesting and tricky there.
Yeah, very, very interesting. It's like we lost a lot of the boys there. We lost Daniel before the first one, which really put our race not to bed, but we had, I think, 29 or 30 seconds to Chris Armstrong, and then he had spun on the stage, and then Jason Black went out too, so it left us with a minute to Frank. So our last 2 stages only been cruising. It's horrible to try and drive at that pace, but look, we need to do what we have to do to get this result. So,
do you find that very tricky? I mean, would you prefer if everything was tooth and nail and just fighting to the bitter end?
Yeah, I'd far rather a close race the whole way to the finish. So if you go off or make a mistake, you were trying, and there was, at the minute now, there's no need to be pushing. We just need to take it home. And
so with that, taking it home, what is the plan? You can't just go and drive around either at the same time.
Yeah, well, it's brake early, maybe a gear lower for each corner, take no risks, take no cuts for no punctures, and just manage our lead.
And did you enjoy the stages, or did you just find them just so wet that they were hard to enjoy?
No, they are real good stages, but I didn't enjoy having to not. You'd rather just grit your teeth and go at it properly, but there we can't take that risk.
No, definitely not. Come here, we'll let you get back inside. Thank you very much for talking to us, Gary. And as you can see, Jason Black's car is back in service here, and as Gary said, very disappointing to have lost himself and Daniel McKenna here this morning. So what we're going to do now is get around the corner and try and get a quick word with Callum Devine. And just down the road from Callum is Frank Kelly. So we'll try and see if we can get some information out of these guys too as to how their morning went. As you can see, just such tricky conditions for everybody. That being said, it does make life easier when it is one or the other. It's not ideal to have wet conditions like this, but you know, I mean, Sam said whenever we spoke to him first, you just are going on wets, and that's that. So that's not a tough decision, but it just makes it so tricky and uncomfortable at times when you're driving in the likes of this. And as we've seen this morning from the amount of people that are being lost on the stages, it's just not easy. It was on the way back into service, it was actually a wee bit bizarre to see as well. You know, there was a lot of cars coming out of the trailer park with trailers on the back. So that's a few of the service crews heading out to pick up a few of the vehicles that were left on the stages. And again, it's just very much rallying, but that wasn't the case yesterday. So it just goes to show you how tricky the conditions are today and how much we lost a few competitors this morning, you know. So what can we do? This is rallying, but disappointing as some of the races drop down. Can we get a quick word? Callum's not coming out. No, stay here. We'll get the camera up. Callum, to be fair now, I would understand why you're staying in the truck. An absolutely brutal morning.
It's been pretty brutal. So yeah, just trying to have to reset and focus again.
Tough in Cork, isn't it?
Tough in Cork. Maybe stop making the wrong tyre choices too. It helped the whole thing. But as it says this morning, you kind of had we thought maybe it'd be drying stages out there this morning. It should the rain that came down, and yeah, we're just caught out in the slick. So it's just damage limitation at that point then. So yeah. That's
a scary place to be as well. Like when you're standing, or you know, actually standing or sitting in the car at the start of the stage and seeing all that rain come down when you know that you're on the wrong tyres. Like that is not a nice feeling.
Yeah, it's not a nice feeling. Like, and to be fair, you know, we did drive well, but like there's a lot of like hard stopper moments, you know, under braking. I think we were braking for 200 yards one time, and it's just locking up. And you're just like, please stop, you know. So that's what it is. Look, we got round it okay, and that was the plan. And yeah, we'll just have to try and see if we can make inroads and head again, you know.
And does that kind of make it a bit difficult for you then mentally to head into this next loop where you sort of had moments on the last stages, or do you actually feel very confident now this time with the proper tyres on?
Yeah, well, it's easy saying that, like we'll be confident enough with the tyre on, but as I say, we kind of noticed anybody that was fastest in the first pass kind of seems to improve, but I have a right bit of improving to do to try and get up to the speed of the boys the first time round. So yeah, look, we'll try our best and see what we do, but yeah, it'll not be easy.
It's one of those things where you just never know until it's over, don't you know?
Aye.
Like they're very long stages today, anything could happen.
Anything could happen. I hope a miracle happens.
It might freak out.
I hope it does.
Come here, thank you very much for speaking to us. Hopefully we see you back at the ramp, and a wee bit more of good news for him the next time we speak to him, hopefully. So as I said, Frank Kelly's down the road from Callum here, so we're going to try and get a quick word with him as well. A lot of changes this morning. A wee bit of work been done to all of the cars in service. It's just this looks like a very busy, frantic service this morning, and it had been quite a relaxed environment yesterday, but it's just mayhem here today between tyres and wee bits of damage and wee bits of wee ox and stuff. So yeah, people are very, very happy to be getting back into the service area, I would imagine. You're not the only one.
The first time I've ever looked out at somebody.
No, very, very tricky conditions there this morning, Frank. I mean,
yeah, but they're consistently tricky. I feel that they have a car under me this time, so I can drive accordingly. I know when I'm not in control. Yeah. Yesterday morning, I had no idea when I was in control or what was going on. So, just a better tyre choice. We thought we were going to maybe a bit radical, go out on full wet fronts and a really soft slick in the back, but it's paid off. We carried 2 mediums in the boot we didn't need, and car feels fantastic, so I'm leaving the 2 tyres in the boot, 2 wheels in the boot, even with a bit of weight, because I know what it's doing now. Yeah. Lucky a couple of times, but listen, every man needs a bit of luck.
I feel like everybody had their moments there where luck was on their side.
There's a lot of holes and banks and debris on the road in places where people have had problems, and I'm sure behind us there's more of that. It's been carnage this morning, to be honest. So we have to do the same 3 stages again. I think it'll be right going to get through them and not create a handling, but we don't have a lot of pressure, so we can back off, but I only have 2 speeds, stopped and flat out, so we'll see.
I think like most drivers that's the case, like it's stop or go, because it's just so tricky to try and stay in that middle ground.
That's the difference between us gobshites and professionals. Professionals can pace themselves. I can't. But the boss woman there's keeping me right.
Good on her. I believe it's a birthday today too.
Yesterday was her birthday, yeah. We always time West Cork around her birthday.
Written in the stars.
It was written in the stars. The only thing I've ever planned in my life.
To be fair to her now, I would say you couldn't get a happier girl for her birthday to be out in West Cork. And in dry conditions yesterday.
She's a bit of a screwed up individual, so she really loves this crack, so hey ho. What do you do?
Lauren, we're going to try and get a quick word with you if we can. We'll go back to Frank in a second.
A share today, we'll not be sure this evening.
Come here, we missed your birthday yesterday, we thought it was today. Happy belated, but we're just saying with your dad, what a way to spend it.
I know, ring stage, it was the best birthday present I could ask for in the dry. What a stage. It's absolutely unreal.
And you got it yesterday in the dry, which is obviously the dream.
Yeah, obviously we were very, very lucky yesterday. We thought we were going to get the rain yesterday and the dry day today, and it's kind of went the other way around. Here, look, I'm happy we got ring in the dry. We're managing okay today, so if we can just hold on to it now to the finish, we should get a second place.
That's exactly it, yeah.
If we were told we were going to get that at the start of the weekend, we would have been happy. So,
great birthday present.
Yeah, fantastic.
Good on you.
Cheers.
Frank, one last word. Again, times obviously yesterday were a bit insane, kind of, and they were all over the shop. And to jump into second this morning, feel good.
Well, it's a war of attrition, as I say, and you have to be there to pick up the pieces. And I know at this stage of my rally, and that's what I have to do is play the long game. People will laugh when I say that, but it's working out, so we're doing it a bit. But when it dried up yesterday evening, I felt really good, and we had good competitive times. We're consistently third quickest, and that's not bad in this company, so I'm happy.
Thank you very much for speaking to us, Frank, and taking the time, even though it's rotten and you don't want to be out. But we're very grateful to hear from you today, and best of luck for the next of the loop, and hopefully see you back at the ramp.
Keep up the good work.
Thank you very much. Cheers. Thanks, Frank. So that's us for now, folks. What we're going to do is wrap it up on this side of the service park and try and make our way to the other side, because there's a few of the other cars, like the likes of Johnny Greer and stuff, that we want to try and get a quick word with. So bear with us as we make our way to the other side, and we will be back to you as soon as possible.
The road to better is a long one. From our first delivery back in 1937, we've been on a mission to do things, well, better. Homes got warmer. Supply became seamless. And we made it possible for each and every home and business in the country to have gas, even off the grid. And better doesn't stop there. With sustainable gas just up ahead, we're only getting started. So come and join us. Caller, let's do it better.
Let out up round easy right 150. Push on up.
The road to better is a long one. From our first delivery back in 1937, we've been on a mission to do things, well, better. Homes got warmer. Supply became seamless. And we made it possible for each and every home and business in the country to have gas, even off the grid. And better doesn't stop there. With sustainable gas just up ahead, we're only getting started. So come and join us. Caller, let's do it better.
Let out up round the easy rate 150. Push on up.
Welcome back. We have a few other cars to talk to here. We never actually were lucky enough to get chatting to any historics yesterday. So there was Neil Williams here. How's everything feeling for you today? You'd be glad to get this next loop over you?
Well, we had a disaster on the last one. We had a puncture halfway through Ardfield and we decided not to stop and change it. We drove through, so we dropped 2 minutes. We were leading the historics by nearly a minute, so we've gone back to 5th, I think, now. I'm not really sure whether I will carry on, to be fair. I'm just can't decide what to do. Obviously, it's not a big reason to carry on and make a mess for no reason, like. But I don't know. We'll see. We'll make a decision in the next 10 minutes or so now.
Very disappointing, Neil, to be leading yesterday and have such a great weekend, and then.
Yeah, it is what it is. It's part of the job and it's part of the game. Somebody had been in the hedge just before us and pulled a few rocks out. I saw it. It was on my line. I didn't think it was a big little stone. I went over it. Bang. Next 2 bends. Front right puncture. So there we are.
What can you do?
That's the main name of the game, isn't it?
Well, listen, thanks very much for taking the time to talk to us. We let you go. Very tough decisions to be made there now. Like, that is not a nice place to be, and you can completely understand where he is in his headspace right now, where he's thinking to himself, like, these conditions are so tricky. Why would you take a chance? You know, why would you kind of possibly end up hurting the car if you've got nothing to fight for? So tricky decisions to be made, but we'll see now if we can get a quick word with Adrian Evans. Is Adrian about, guys? Because is he? 2 seconds. Wrong. Can we get a quick word? Yeah. Please and thank you.
This yellow one. Go to the last one. Nicer. Sorry for taking you into the rain. Oh, you're alright. Okay, Tony.
Adrian, very tricky conditions here today.
Yeah.
Enjoyable or not enjoyable?
Not enjoyable for me. I don't like these conditions. It's a brilliant rally, but these conditions I just can't get going in them, unfortunately.
Do you find that it's just, the car is it's too much hard work, or is it the whole thing?
I think it's me. The car's good. Car's brilliant. Stages are nice. It's just me.
I mean, we spoke about this yesterday with a few people that, you know, the Mark IIs are absolutely incredible, but like with the rear wheel drive, two-wheel drive obviously is just such, like, they're great to watch, but such hard work on the inside.
It's very hard work, but it's enjoyable. You know, if you're looking out the side window, it's good. It's always good.
And what about yesterday when the dry conditions had an absolute magic event?
Yeah, brilliant. Yeah, we had a good day yesterday. We were 6th overall overnight. I think we've dropped a few positions now, but you know, we get to the end, get some points for the championship, and go again next time.
Absolutely, it's one of those things, the championship, no matter what's going on today, it's a long year and the championship still matters.
Yeah, of course it is. You know, it's points make prizes, so got to get to the end. Yeah.
Very wise words. Thank you very much for talking to us. We'll let you get back inside, and best luck on the next loop around. Hopefully we'll see you at the ramp. Thank you very much. So there you have it, Adrian Evans. Let me see if we can get a quick word here. It's Marion. We get a quick word.
Oh yes. Who's got the umbrella?
How's everything going for you today? Very tricky. Everybody's.
Oh, yeah, we haven't had the best of mornings. Just couldn't get grip. We lost quite a bit of time to Duncan and Tom. We were ahead of them overnight, but just couldn't get grip. So we put new tyres on now, and fingers crossed we'll get some grip and maybe claw a bit of that back, you know.
And again, we're talking about the Mark IIs, you know, and how much work they are in the wet. Like, but if you love the sliding around, it can be such good crack.
Yeah, it's all right sliding around at 50 mile an hour, but it's not so much fun at 90, you know.
Are you enjoying the stages?
Oh, love them. I really enjoyed yesterday, but it was dry. Those were super fast, and we had a good day yesterday. But unfortunately, the conditions haven't played ball today, you know.
I know, and I mean the tyre choices were so tricky for everybody. A lot of people got caught out thinking or maybe hoping that it would not be as heavy as the morning went on, but it just kept going.
Yeah, well, yeah, we thought that, and then we got caught out. But you live and learn, and sometimes you can't predict what's going to happen, and you just got to take a gamble. And we took a bit of a gamble. It didn't pan out, you know. But I'm happy enough.
And it's one of those things, I don't know how many times I say it a day, but like that is rallying, that is literally what happens all the time.
Sometimes the dice falls for you and sometimes it doesn't, you know. The main thing was still here. We're going into the last loop, I think we're second. We've only got a second on Tom, and I think we're 13 down on Duncan. So let's see what these new tyres can do.
Exactly. Well, we wish you luck with the last loop. Hopefully we'll see you back at the ramp. We're going to try and get another few of the cars around the corner if we can. But we'll... Fingers crossed.
Yeah, fingers crossed. Thank you very much.
I don't think it's going to dry up though.
Oh, I don't think so.
There's no fingers crossed for the sunshine anyway. I don't know who I spotted there coming around. Yeah, I thought it was Trevor. I saw light blue and I was thinking to myself, it could be. So we'll try and get a quick word with Trevor if we can, and see how his weekend's faring up. We didn't get a chance to talk to him yesterday at all, but very tricky. And I mean, the course looks absolutely fantastic. And the guys are just going to get it set up. So bear with us, we're just going to let them do their work here. Trevor, very tricky conditions. How's everything feeling in the course?
It's very slippy. The start of Ardfield there was treacherous, and then we sort of got into it and it was fine then, you know. But it's tough. A lot of cars sitting on the side of the road.
A lot of cars sitting at the side of the road, and you're sort of, you know, these big machines are not easily handled.
Well, you can't judge your braking, and the shiny tire, and then it's fine, and it's hard. It's very difficult, but we'll try and get to the end now.
How's everything going tyre-wise for you this morning? Did you make the right decision, or were you kind of tricky?
For sure, we put wets on, and it was definitely, for me, the right choice.
A lot of the guys were kind of, it seems to be a bit of a 50-50 situation there, where a lot of people kind of took a chance and hoped that it would dry up.
Aye, but now when we got out the road, it was wet, end off. You know, it was like we only done the second stage of that loop, and it was treacherous. We could not get a rhythm in it at all, but. We're here.
Are you looking forward to the next loop now that you have a wee bit of experience of them under the belt in these conditions?
Yeah, oh definitely, yes. The only thing we didn't do the first one, so we'll see how that goes, but we'll try and get it to the end now.
Good man. Well, hopefully we see you at the round.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Trevor.
Cheers.
So there you have it, folks. That's the service area at the moment. Absolutely insane conditions, as you can see. So what we're going to do is have another wee walk around here and see who's still in. There's a lot of people leaving now to head to the next stage. So bear with us again. We're going to take another wee look and get to the other side, and hopefully be back to you in a few minutes with a few more interviews.
The road to better is a long one. From our first delivery back in 1937, we've been on a mission to do things, well, better. Homes got warmer. Supply became seamless. And we made it possible for each and every home and business in the country to have gas, even off the grid. And better doesn't stop there. With sustainable gas just up ahead, we're only getting started. So come and join us. Caller, let's do it better. The road to better is a long one. From our first delivery back in 1937, we've been on a mission to do things, well, better. Homes got warmer. Supply became seamless. And we made it possible for each and every home and business in the country to have gas, even off the grid. And better doesn't stop there. With sustainable gas just up ahead, we're only getting started. So come and join us. Caller, let's do it better.
out up round the easy rate 150. Push on up.
The road to better is a long one. From our first delivery back in 1937, we've been on a mission to do things, well, better. Homes got warmer. Supply became seamless. And we made it possible for each and every home and business in the country to have gas, even off the grid. And better doesn't stop there. With sustainable gas just up ahead, we're only getting started. So come and join us. Caller, let's do it better.
Flat out up round the easy rate 150. Push on up.
And you're very welcome back to this afternoon's coverage for the final three stages of the 2023 Clonakilty Park Hotel West Cork Rally, the second round of the Irish Tarmac Rally Championship in association with Samdec. So, in the lunch hour, I'm going to start off with a little bit of trivia. I was astounded to find we're looking through some of the old rally programmes, or at least I was. There used to be prize money for winning this event.
There certainly did, and it was a big deal.
£650 back in 1983.
Well, I picked up the 1982 programme there, and I mean, it was like a British Rally Championship event.
Yeah.
It was fantastic.
It was,
Roger Clark, all these people used to come and do the West Cork Rally.
Yeah, so we kind of lose sight of the fact of the history that this event has. Certainly, Robert Barrable was alluding to it early this morning when Tony was talking about his father winning this event back in the 2000s. So, here we go. We have 10.3 seconds between first and second. The conditions haven't got any better.
No.
We've been talking to members of our team camera crews. It's still raining. It's still on and off as to whether it's heavy or light. So I would imagine for the rest of the afternoon it's going to be a case of wet tyres. The question is, will Robert Barrable and Gordy Noble be able to put any pressure on Josh Moffat and Andy Hayes? We've 33 stage mile approximately, 55 kilometres.
This is another thrilling finish to a Tarmac Championship rally. Now, we've got 3 really difficult stages. With attrition today has been horrendous. I mean, the way they're dropping like flies. But in saying that, Barrable has just the epitome of reeled in Josh Moffat this morning. I think even Robert, who was very, very good with Tony in the service area, they were in a bit of a black spot, and Robert actually walked up with his umbrella and gave a really good interview with Tony. I think he feels good. I think he realises that Josh got out of sorts. He said he didn't have the feeling for the car. So does he still have advantage? Almost certainly. He's got the psychological advantage. He's got the setup advantage. He's happy with the car. He's got it working. Josh wasn't happy with the car, and it turns out he wasn't on an unusually different setup. 2 different types of cars are obviously 2 different types of cars, but yeah, I think we are potentially in for a thrilling 3 stages. I don't think it'll be quite as dramatic. I think Josh can stem the tide, but if everything goes all right for Robert, this could be a final stage showdown. Yeah, and I mean, we're going to show some of the highlights from this morning, which we're going to have a chat over, but I found it very interesting yesterday when Tony asked Josh, do you prefer to be the hunter or the hunted? And it was almost a question that he didn't like. And I have a sneaking suspicion that he likes to be in front, but in front in a commanding position. I'm not sure. He likes to get ahead and build up a lead, and then manage it thereafter. Now, I don't think... Well, he's hemorrhaging time, isn't he? Yeah, so it's like you said, we could be set up for a really good finish here. Some of the highlights here from this morning. The Ardfield stage was very wet, as were the previous stages, Sam's Cross and Shanaway. We did have some delays. We lost Sebastian Ling early on. Craig Breen stopped where Sebastian had gone off. We lost a couple of the modified contenders. Like Daniel McKenna didn't even make it into the first stage. He broke a drive shaft apparently on the way to the first stage. I suspect what he was doing was probably trying to warm his tyres up, trying to get some heat into his tyres on the way to the first stage, and snapped the shaft. Yeah. Which, these things happen, but really that was the start. Kevin Eves then retired and basically in front of one of our cameras, and then Jason Black pretty much did the same thing. I see Jason in the service area with the car running. Electrical problem apparently. Now there's been a few accidents this morning, and David Kelly, who was having such a great run, he blocked stage 10 for basically from about car 8th on the road. He blocked for the next 20 or so cars. So then there was a stage interrupted. But it didn't seem to make any difference, because that was about that time that the modifieds were all falling by the wayside. And the big thing is Frank Kelly has just built up and built up and built up. And again, a great interview with him, and a very interesting interview in that he said he went for a full wet and then a soft, slick cut on the back of the car, and he's not changing it. He's going back out again with the same arrangement. So John Bonner has now moved up into 3rd in the modifieds, and I'm sure Barry Mead, who yesterday had a woeful day, he seemed to lose a load of time and dropped a whole pile of time yesterday, he's up into 4th in the modifieds. So is today a good example of never give up, because while all around you are losing their heads, effectively...
No, I totally agree. And just to give somebody, a few of you, an idea of how long this rally is in terms of it is a moving entity. We have the leading crews now at the start of the first stage of the last loop, Shanaway, the second run over. Currently, the juniors are making their way through Ardfield. They will be making their way through Ardfield and into service. So That example, if you're looking at it, gives you an idea of the length of the rally in terms of what the organisers have to work around and manage in terms of marshals. Luckily, it seems as though we've managed today to get enough marshals to run the 3 stages. I know they were pleading for help last night, late into the hours.
And anybody who did stick their hand up and volunteer today, well, fair play to you. It's not been an easy day to be out there marshalling. And I think everybody who enjoys the sport really appreciates your efforts. So well done to the club and well done to everybody who's volunteered extra over, as well as the volunteers who had already stuck their hands up in the last few weeks. But we'll thank everybody as we come to the conclusion of the day. So I think at the moment we can't be far off the stage starting on time, which is scheduled to start at 13:56. It's 13:56 and 01 is already about 4 Ks into the stage. We're not far away from that happening.
No.
So you were mentioning, Sav, there that the juniors are in Ardfield. Do I have a top 3 for the juniors, just for interest?
Let's see if I can bring one up. No, I don't have times through as yet. That is for the latest stage. They would have been through stage. Let me try this one. So here we go.
So yep, we've got after 2 stages this morning. We've got a leaderboard, and Sav will run through it for us here.
Dara O'Donovan and Michael White in a Honda Civic. They're mostly all in Hondas in the leaderboard except for car number 10, J10. But Dara O'Donovan and Michael White are leading by 55.3 seconds from Evan McAvoy and Kieran Sullivan. Third, Ben McIntyre and Andrew Wedlock on a time of 12:23.1. Jimmy O'Rourke and Connor Cross, also in a Civic, on a 12:37.4. Kyle Brown and Daniel Hanratty in 5th on a 12:49.1. Conor O'Driscoll and Cian Horgan on a 13:10.4. Barry McIntyre and Conor O'Connell are on 13 minutes 12.5 seconds. Daniel Chung and Eugene Buckley are on a 13:38.2. Catherine Walsh and Angie Machinowicz are on a 13:54.6 in the Peugeot 206. Rounding out the top 10, Robbie O'Hanlon and Oisin Joyce on 14 minutes 0.7 seconds. And Dara Bonner and Rosaline Kelly are on a 16:44.8. And of course, the juniors in the Irish Tarmac Rally Championship for 2023, sponsored by Paul Brown, Plant Hire and Civil Engineering. And we've seen his boards in terms of advertising on the stages and some of the coverage we've already provided. And of course, all the categories this year have their own title sponsors. The Historic is brought to you in association with Synergy Motorsport Engineering, and of course the Modified section brought to you care of Gary McAvoy Motorsport. You see Gary's retail trucks in the service park. They provide rally clothing, models, anything to do with rallying. You'll be able to get it with Gary and McAvoy Motorsport. Provides a lot of clothing for clubs, club members and teams as well. So not long to go now. As Michael said, the 00101
first car's in. Car one's into the stage. So we're quite a way through. Just while you were talking about the juniors there, I was having a quick catch up with the other juniors, as we might call them, all the youngsters in the main field in Class 4. Keelan Grogan, another fastest time for him. He leads by 57 seconds from Shane Quinn. Keelan in the Peugeot, Shane in a Fiesta. Shane had a pretty bad time on the last stage, Ardfield. Don't know what happened, but he dropped 30 seconds to the leaders. So sort of dropping him out of contention. Here's the Chevette Zero car, so we know 3 or 4 minutes before the leading cars will get to our position in the stage. Casey J. Coleman, just 4 seconds down on the Class 4 leader on that stage. He's 39.6 seconds behind. Joe Kelly did a 10:57.5, 2.9 seconds behind Casey J. Coleman. So Casey J. jumped ahead on that stage. They all went up on the leaderboard because there were so many retirements ahead of them. Then we'll have Dylan Eves in his Fiesta, 37 seconds behind Joe Kelly. Keith Costello and no time in yet for Brian Grant over the Ardfield Stage 11.
Another one of the 00 cars through there. So
I'm just trying to figure out where our camera is. So I think I know where it is, yep. That's, what have we got? At about 14 kilometres, just under 15 k's in is our camera car, so we'll be another 3 or 4 minutes before Josh gets to us. It'll be really, really interesting to see Josh's speed and split time. We'll have a go at his split time here.
Shanaway 2 rather, a rerun of the stage at 11 o'clock this morning. 16.3 kilometres in length, which is just a shade over 10 miles. They make their way then to Sam's Cross at 17 kilometres and just over 10.5 miles before the longest stage of the rally. Their second and final run over Ardfield at 19.5 kilometres and just over 12 miles. So approximately 33 stage miles still to run this afternoon. 14.3 seconds separates Josh Moffat and Andy Hayes in the Hyundai from Robert Barrable and Gordon Noble in the C3 Citroen. And then a further 5 seconds back is Marion Evans and Jonathan Jackson in the first of the Polo GTI R5s.
I'm having a bit of a giggle to myself here, Zav. Tim Hoare, the motorsports director at Michelin, has sent me a text message just to say, no big cash prizes for guessing the tyre choice for the last loop.
The same choice as most of them were on for the first loop, in all honesty. I mean, it still looks extremely wet there.
Full wet MW1 for the Michelin competitors is their advice. Well, you're right, no cash prizes for guessing that one.
People, there's a couple of people just are updating us. There's rain in Shanway now as we speak, so it's going to mean that it's going to be in the other stages as well. So is this afternoon about tyre management?
I don't think so. Not for Robert Barrable. It's not. It's cool enough and it's wet enough where you've got the overall length of the stages. I don't think are a threat, and there's so much shiny tar. If we were in Donegal or somewhere and it was abrasive, then possibly you would be on a loop of 3 stages and the temperatures were higher, but the soft tyre at current temperature, 8 degrees, still raining, no, I don't think there's any risk at all.
Okay, so it's just been another sort of curveball to throw into our equation for the afternoon. So Josh, it shouldn't be too far away from us. We're very close to Corran Hill, if you know the area outside Clonakilty, in terms of where our camera is located. And just an update from Mark Grace that it's constant drizzle, mizzle, whatever you want to describe it as, over Ardfield at the moment.
Okay, well we're slightly north of that for the meantime, but it's not a million miles away, and wet patches, spray, 00 car not going particularly fast, and that's all shiny tar up there, Sav. So they're two nice shots cameramen have come up with. Well done. To be honest, the 0 cars would need to be getting a bit of a wiggle on.
Bit of a shifty on.
Yep. Josh is within 2 or 3 Ks of them. Now I know that we are only about a K&a-half from the flying finish. So just get my results geared up, and to be honest I might do something different with my stopwatch here rather than use the screen. Because I think this stage is critical as to probably the end result of the rally. If car 12 is reportedly
stopped on the stage.
Not that far in.
Not that far in, indeed. And I mean, it's early enough in the stage 4 to be a puncture, so we'll keep an eye on But Josh, very close to us now towards the end of the stage, heading towards Ballygurteen Cross. If you know the areas, cameraman I can see wiping the camera there. But umbrella's still up. I can see spectators there, and Marshall's umbrella's still up. So, as
bit of a job for the cameraman to keep their lenses clean here. That's
as Mark Grace said, updated us. Still drizzle and fine rain falling. Difficult job to keep the camera lens free of that. There's Josh through now.
So 0501.
And it looks as though Owen Murphy has the OK board out, but stopped on the stage, very, very close to the start.
So as we say, it could still be stopping to change a wheel or something.
It's early enough to stage 4, something like that, isn't it? I can hear the chatter now, so it should be Marion Evans with us now very shortly.
About 8 seconds to Josh there, possibly.
Next up will be Callum Devine.
Be interesting to see if Callum has made a big difference. He really was on the wrong tyres before.
It looks like he has, look.
So I reckon he's 4 seconds down on Josh.
Next coming into our view should be Sam Moffat.
No, it's Barrable.
That's Robert Barrable. Must be earlier in the stage, is it?
So I had him 01. I think it's on exactly the same time as Josh. Yeah. Which is... This is Josh's fight back. Sam's on the stage, but he's about 4 cars behind here, Sav, as far as I can see. Or this should be Sam now, actually. Yep. What was that? 6 seconds down, or 5 seconds down. Provisionally, we'll have Josh apparently a lot happier on an 8:30.6.
Just keep an eye on that thing.
Johnny Greer.
Johnny Greer and Niall Burns, another crew whose times improved this morning.
Johnny Onyx.
Sorry, go on.
I think that Johnny was on the same time as Josh there. Apparently Marion has finished 11 seconds down on Josh. Very unhappy with his time. That could be a very decisive time for him. Should be Catherine McCourt up next. Yep. Approximately 10 seconds down on Josh, but he won't be unhappy with that.
So, Declan Boyle, Gary Kiernan,
Jason
Black due through.
Well, we've seen Barrable through, even though we're getting conflicting information, and it seems I thought it was exactly the same time, but half a second slower for Barrable on Moffat. That's Moffat's fighting back.
Yeah. Still all to play for, that's for definite. The gauntlet has been well and truly thrown, and so Declan Boyle, Patrick Walsh, Cafferty's Bar, were involved with the purchase of a rather large pub in Dublin recently, to add to the portfolio of bars in Spain, Dubai, or further afield. Now, Gary Kiernan should be with us next, first two-wheel drive. And of course, telling Tony that with the rate of attrition this morning, and it's really a drive to the finish for him, changing down a gear sooner, braking a bit earlier. Comfortable lead over Frank and Lauren Kelly.
So we've got confirmation of a couple of times in, very interesting. Josh has responded fastest so far on an 8:30.7. Second fastest Barrable, 8:31.2. That's 0.5 of a second between them. Lead moves from 10.3 to 10.8 seconds. Gary Kiernan, he told us in service that he's really so far now, very hard to concentrate, not drive. Brake a little bit earlier, don't make any cuts. Whole idea now is he's driving for the finish. Marion Evans pretty much told us he was driving for the finish, but he claims that he wasn't happy with his stage time, so they obviously made a few changes and it hasn't worked out. Jason Sweeney. So we hear that Johnny Greer has set second fastest time in an 8:31.1, just 1/10 of a second faster than Robert Barrable. And I said I saw Jason Black in the service area. They must have got their electrical problem fixed. Yeah. And he looks like he's having a bit of fun. So our updated leaderboard now has Josh Moffat leading by 10.8 seconds. He's extended that by the huge margin of half a second from Robert Barrable and Gordon Noble in the Citroen. Then Marion Evans slipping it. This is slipping away from Marion. I think he's probably comfortable enough because Callum is 23 seconds behind him, but Marion's dropped to 34 seconds off the lead and 23 seconds behind Robert Barrable. Johnny Greer continues to move and he's compounding his lead over Sam Moffat.
William Crichton coming through.
Wipers on. And he's being caught by Frank Kelly, or he's caught. Something's happened to one of the pair of them.
Well, I think Frank was on a mission. He was very comfortable in the car this morning, considering how sort of uncomfortable he was with it on the opening couple of stages yesterday, but very, told Tony in service, really comfortable with the car, and you can feel underneath him what it's doing. And it's like you were saying earlier, once you've that kind of confidence, your times improve and lines get better. Aaron McHale in the Excavate, drive Polo R5.
Just a wee confidence lift there that the other guys in the R5s weren't doing. Now, Owen Murphy, so near yet so far. We have a little declaration from Owen. He is off the road, I'm afraid to say. They're reportedly in the ditch. That's a big shame and very unusual for Owen, but the conditions are really, really difficult. And we know the first 2/3 of this stage of a good example of the shiny tar. You can see it there. There's a mixture of shiny tar, gravel. Cal McCarthy. So another one bites the dust, as they say. This really has been a very tough day for retirements.
Neil Ruskell should be up with us soon. First trip to West Cork for himself and Andrew Roughhead.
I think they've done very well for the first time.
Yeah, I think they should be very content.
Kevin Kelleher. So I've just had some information. It was William Crichton that was dropping the time on the stage, and it's a turbo issue. It's either a turbo pipe or some issue with the turbo. So we can see very clearly that Frank Kelly was right on his tail. Frank will be looking to consolidate his second place in the modified rally.
Yeah.
Frank hasn't really competed much at home in Ireland for quite a while now. He's been focusing all over the world, Australia, New Zealand. He's become a complete and utter folk hero in places like Italy and Spain on these demonstration rallies where he has a following, and
amazing following.
Lauren has this. Now that was more like the old Colin Murphy there. Anybody who sort of has any interest in YouTube and drifting or spectacular stuff, Frank has made a sort of global name for himself, and his merchandising helps pay for his rallying. And but
yeah, hugely popular.
I'm just glad to see him back in the Irish stages because he's a great guy and great interviewer and good crack. And
no, he's an entertainer as well as a fierce competitor.
Yep.
But some of the events that you like, I mean, Rally Legend, he has a fan club stretching from sort of very, very popular.
So I suspect there's a problem with the times here that William Crichton's got Frank Kelly's time and Frank Kelly has got William Crichton's time. I imagine probably something that needs looking at. We know that William had a problem with his turbo. Here's John Bonner, who's up to third in the modified. He'll be John on the case
for that. Of foggy conditions now starting to manifest themselves on Sam's Cross. So that could be foggy, misty rain coming down, cloud level quite low.
Eddie Doherty away through, Tom Murphy. So anybody else doing anything? Gary Kiernan did a 9:17.1. Jason McSweeney 9:21.1. Well, we know that Gary has backed off and he's not pushing. So I just suspect that with Frank Kelly and William Crichton crossing the line so close together that they've transposed their stage times, and again somebody like Liam Regan or Lauren Kelly,
will query that.
They will just get that sorted out.
Showing Keith Lyons has a puncture and has stopped on the stage, possibly to change it or maybe not. Keep an eye on that. Keith was looking to consolidate a decent result over the course of the weekend.
Here's the Rally 4 leader. Keelan Grogan really has had a good rally in his Peugeot. I'll have a look later on at just his stage time performance, but I suspect he's clocked up a number of class fastest times.
Car number 50, Tom Flaherty, Enda Hallahan.
Now, Neil Williams threatened not to restart after service after getting a puncture on the last stage. Neil was leading the historics by over a minute, dropped over 2 minutes. So that's Wayne Evans. Is he the first historic car on the road now?
I think he is actually, yeah.
Okay,
leading crews now at the start of stage 13, Sam's Cross, the second run over. That is due to go live officially in about...
This is Duncan Williams and Guy Weaver, and it looks like Neil Williams hasn't restarted, which will confirm, I think Duncan Williams will be leading the historics now, which not unexpected, but gifted to them a little bit. Tom Clark and Alistair Wiley due in their historic escort. But it could be Conor McCarthy. Oh, it's both of them. So modern and nearly modern. Bit of a gap for maybe a minute. Next car due is Dennis Moynihan.
Following Dennis should be Conor Curley.
Dennis switched to basically right-hand drive R5 Fiesta after many years campaigning in the historic section.
A couple of the drivers struggling with windscreens listing up in these conditions.
Corey Eves. He's had a good rally. Who's that catching him? It's the two Corollas together.
Corey Eves and Pascal McCartney.
Yeah.
I think that was Cian Walsh and Dylan Doonan. Cian from Middleton.
Mark Dolphin. Oh, Mark. Mark trying to be a bit clever there with a nice wee touch of the handbrake, but ended up costing him a second or two. Very slippy on the gravel. No.
There's a replay.
So, that's thrown our historic situation out the window. That was Duncan Williams. He's decided to go out after all.
Well, I mean...
well, he's still a minute behind, so he's not going to get a minute back.
But on the rate of attrition, from what we've seen, it's the right thing to go out.
Never give up.
You never give up, yeah. you know, you never know what you might end up by the time you get to the finish ramp in Clonakilty or somewhere around 4:30. Next up should be car number 37, which is Richard Moore and Richard Cleary. Wexford crew.
So there's our top 5 modified, just come on the screen. Now I'll take Frank Kelly's time with a pinch of salt. As I said earlier, I think Frank has been given the William Crichton's time and vice versa. So I think Frank is maybe 30 or 40 seconds total faster than that. Barry Meads jumped John Bonner from 4th to 3rd on this stage. And after all his troubles yesterday, Eddie Doughty pretty good.
So just to bring you up to speed on some of the retirements, we are Daniel McKenna, who we know, broke a drive shaft. Cian Caldwell didn't finish stage 10. Mark Nangle didn't finish stage 10. Paul O'Connell didn't finish the stage. Andrew James didn't get to stage 10. Pat McDonough and Sean Hickey are out. Mark Murphy, Damien Fleming are out. Car number 171. Ferguson, Marr and Declan Casey are shown as retired. That's historic 07. John Joe Williams and Kenny Bustard, car 119, retired on stage 11. Gwyndaf Evans and Jordan Jones are shown as retired on stage 11, and Evan McAvoy and Kieran Sullivan same. So 10.8 seconds now going into the last 2 stages of the loop. Is what separates Josh Moffat and Andy Hayes in the Hyundai i20R5 from Robert Barrable and Gordon Noble. Obviously you can see from there we're now on stage 13, Sam's Cross, and already you can see some standing water. Very narrow part of the stage we're on. David Farris says thanks to Sam, Michael, Tony and the crew watching from Trillick, Alistair Fisher country. And as Michael said earlier, it would have been nice to have seen Ali do the event, but that's taken a step back from rallying. You know, he's very busy in the engineering business, a young family as well.
And his co-drivers jumped ship. Somehow I don't think that would be a problem.
No, I don't think so at all. So while we have a little lull, I'm going to see if I have any updates on the juniors. So Dara O'Donovan and Michael White in a Civic, they're still leading by 54.7 seconds for Ben McIntyre and Andrew Wedlock. They're just 8.1 seconds ahead of Jimmy O'Rourke and Connor Cross. Kyle Brown and Daniel Hanratty are 4th, and rounding out the top 5 are Barry McIntyre and Conor O'Connell. So we'll endeavour to keep an eye on them during the course of the afternoon as well. So still a lot to play for. This stage was due live at 14:32, and we can see that the 01 car has just left the stage start. And as you can see, changing the top 5 from this morning. Robert Barrable moved up a few places with an inspired tyre choice. Callum Devine and Marion Evans have dropped back. Johnny Greer has got the better of Sam Moffat. So another great location for our cameraman. And this, if you're interested, folks, is what Ardfields look like. I mentioned that somebody had very kindly popped a message into us that it was very misty on Ardfield. And you can see yourself there where coming in off the coast that you mentioned earlier, Michael.
Yep, that's what it is.
That low cloud coming in off the sea, coupled with drizzle or light rain, makes it very difficult. You can just see semblances of it making its way now to stage 13, which we're on here now. Temperatures remained at about 8 degrees since about 10:30 this morning, so there's been no change there. All of the leading crews out on wets for the afternoon loop of 3 stages, and I think it's a case where Marion may well just concentrate now on staying ahead of Callum Devine. 13.7 seconds behind Robert Barbell is the Welshman, so maybe just a case of consolidating, you know, third place points. But Robert Barbell's performance sort of makes me wonder what could have been for him in Galway, because he had been going very well in Galway before.
Well, I felt he was the dark horse in Galway. And yeah, I don't think he was so much a dark horse here. I think he was seeded appropriately in Galway. He was seeded, what was it, 11 or 12? He was outside of the top 10. Well, the minute you're outside of the top 10, it does not you fall off the radar or whatever. It's just a lot of the guys who are just chasing the top 6 or so, you either creep into it having been not on the radar effectively. But here, I always expected him to go well. I think he'll be kicking himself. He did have a good drive yesterday, but if only he'd got a bit more time yesterday, I think he probably would have been ahead of Josh today. Oh.
That's rallying, isn't it? It's always a case of what if, what could have been.
But I have to admit, I'm really impressed with Josh's response here. They've obviously done something to the car, softened it or whatever to get the car working better, and I've no doubt he drove his socks off. I don't think, trust me, this is as much Josh as it is the car, but in those conditions, those 3 guys in this occasion, Josh Moffat, Johnny Greer and Robert Barbell, were different league really to the rest of the guys.
Yeah. And much more so whenever the sort of conditions, there's a good camera shot of the water now down the side of the road, so that gives you a really good idea of where the water's not running, if it's lying, you know, coming in off the sides of the hedges and down the middle of the road. Difficult conditions now for the last 2 stages. This one at just a shade over 10 miles, 10.62 miles, 17 kilometres before they run the final run over Ardfield at 19.5 kilometres, just over 12 miles. So about 23 stage mile left before we discover who has won the 2023 Clonakilty Park Hotel West Cork Rally. And of course, if you remember and you were with us last year, you'll remember the absolute crowds that were at the finish ramp. Just unbelievable.
Weather was slightly better.
Well, sure.
You could always go in the pub.
Well, I did see on social media a few competitors, that visitors we had from Wales, sort of resigned to the pub about 1:30 to watch the Wales game, and stayed to watch maybe 1 or 2 others. Their spectating was over and done with by about 1 o'clock, and availed of some very hospitable Clonakilty and Cork hospitality,
which I have to say is some of the best in the world. Just checking a few more times from previous stage. Stage 12. Don't seem to be now. Owen Murphy has been given a time, which is good news for him. He's also incurred a penalty, which must mean lateness. Spent 27 minutes in the stage when he should have done it in about 9 minutes. That's not a great situation from Owen. Interesting to see. Owen would be pretty resilient. While I've been talking, Josh has launched from the start. We are less than a kilometre in. 1.7, sorry, 1.7 k's in. Josh will be with us in less than a minute. I can hear him.
Marianne now on stage as well. Here we go.
Water streaming off the tyres under braking. Well, I have to say that was the epitome of confidence.
Yeah.
He left the turn hairpin right and he never lifted. Marianne coming into shot in a moment. Bit of understeer there. He braked.
Yeah, it's like he's just not dialed in.
Josh didn't brake.
So, up next, Callum Devine. Better tyre choice for this loop. Callum obviously want to stay ahead of Johnny Greer and Sam Moffat. And here's our second place crew: Robert Barrable, Gordon Noble.
Now, that was the racing driver in Barrable there. No handbrake, no nothing. Just turned the car in. And he only braked for the corner after.
Yeah. So very early in the stage, it's going to be, what, another 7 or 8 minutes, Michael, before they get to Garalaki South,
Yes.
where the stage finishes.
I would say so, yep.
And again, we'll endeavour to bring you times as soon as we have them. Sam Moffat interview now.
Nothing wrong with that, Sam.
No. Zero cars now approaching the finish of the stage. Johnny Greer, now Burns.
Another man on the move today.
Cameron Courtley and Moynihan.
Nice and tidy. Should be Declan Boyle.
Tiernan.
Sean shifting a escort towards the end of the straight, but
Yeah.
no, Gary's taking it handy. I've noticed that.
Yeah, so
well, Zav and I have just picked up on something on the computer screens that happened on the previous stage as well. A sort of a phantom type indicator.
Jason McSweeney. Here's McSweeney in Lane Brennan. 16th time for West Cork for Jason, and has previously finished 11th overall. William Crichton.
Stays in the throttle so much longer than anybody else. For a man Super Rally, he's not messing about.
No, he's motoring on rightly. Not hanging about either.
Nope.
Leading crews now making their way towards the end of the stage, which down towards Balnavard, Tuliniski, before making their way towards Garalaca South, where the stage finish is, and then the short run for them over to the start of Ardfield, where if you right back you see that the mist has descended, it's come in off the coast, and stage 13 is stage 14 rather is very misty. And visibility is poor in places. A couple of people have been in touch via social media, and similar conditions they're reporting on other elements, other areas of Ardfield as well. Cal McCarthy. Was up in Bishop's Court last weekend for a run out in the Citroen. Roskill and Andrew Roughhead through the stage now.
I'm just refreshing my computer, but we'll have reports that Cahill-McCourt might be stopped.
Kevin Kelleher now. Kevin very consistent all weekend in the Kilty Motorsport R5. Clonakilty man, local man, and best result here has been 6th overall in the past, 2006 in a Mitsubishi Evo.
It was a Group N car that time, so I think he won Group N that year, which was pretty significant because it was big competition. So yeah, we do have an OK board out for Cahill-McCourt. Oh dear, poor Cahill.
That was Barry Mead and Eamon Hayes. And as Michael was saying earlier, possibly going to end up with a good result due to the attrition of others from late yesterday and early this morning. You can see now, just when our cameraman panned round there, that mist is now starting to make its way across the stage. John Bonner.
Oh, John.
Evoking memories of Dad Vincent's Mitsubishi forklifts backed Escort that he drove back in the day, 1983 Donegal, 84 Donegal.
Sounds like Eddie Doherty. He's been having a really good day.
So Josh Moffat, Marion Evans and that through the finish of stage 13.
You got times through?
Not as yet.
I've been whispered into my ear a 19.8 provisionally for Josh.
A replay of John Bonner.
So just for interest, first time over this stage where Robert had a very, very good time. And this is Brogan in the R4 Peugeot. He did a 19.7. Josh did a 28.7. Josh has apparently done a 19.8 this time in similar conditions, so he's definitely got better condition, better improvement in times for himself. Marion actually went a little bit slower, a couple of seconds slower than he did earlier on.
Tom Flaherty through there.
So Barable apparently is plus 4.3, which would put him on a 15.1. 0.5, which is 2 seconds faster than he went this morning, and equally closes the gap. Plus 4. Oh Jesus! Takes it down to about 6.5 seconds. Have
lovely job. That is exactly what we want going into the last stage. And as you can see there, pictures from stage 14, I'm guessing.
So I'm getting reports that even in this stage, the fog's getting quite bad from the top drivers.
So another element into the mixing bowl for this afternoon.
Not one that I expected either.
So Josh Moffat and Marion Evans, Callum Devine, Robert Barble now making their way down.
I think we might have a problem in this stage.
The next stage.
We seem to have about 2 k's further on a bit of a blockage, which is why I suspect we're not getting any cars through. We may have a stage interruption. There's a gaggle of cars. We've got an OK sign out for Neil Roskell. But behind him, there's a bit of a bunch of cars stuck up on the stage.
Yeah. And that's a really narrow part of the stage as well.
So they seem to be, we are only a minute into the stage here, 1.9 k's or something to the first junction, but there's no cars between us and the incident now. I suspect we have got a stage interruption. Now, where are we with regards? We know we've got times up to Robert Barrable. And
if you've been with us before, you'll know that when we've had stage stoppages earlier on today, they're normally turned around fairly quickly. And again, if you haven't been with us, there are elements of the stages where the hedges are quite high, and if you get the car out of sequence at all and spin, you get wedged between the two banks.
I think this is exactly what's happening here. The couple of cars have now got through. We've got a couple backed up. We've got a couple got through. I think they've obviously been able to manipulate the car.
Manhandle it around, lift it around.
Absolutely. Yeah. I suspect that's exactly what's going on.
It can happen so easily and so quickly, but there's nothing you can do till you get 4 or 5 cars and 4 or 5 people pushing and pulling.
Well, the cars behind, they've been given a red flag. I can see that on our data. You can see the red flag.
Yeah.
They'll get the red flag. They'll be in communication with rally control saying, we've got Neil's car out of the way, everything's good, can we proceed? And it'll be, yep, you can proceed. They'll be onto the start control. They'll be saying, we're clear of the incident, make everybody aware. Yep, they've gone from inactive to active. I'd suspect the stage will be restarted very, very quickly because it falls within the time limit where they don't have to send in another zero car or the services. So this is just going to be a minor delay. So if you just bear with us, we will talk our way through it, and I'm sure the action will resume.
Claire Harrington Hurley has been in touch and says there is bad fog down on the mountain Ardfield.
Okay.
So, echoes what the crews have been saying earlier on. So
in this stage interruption, they're going to get stage interrupted times. Kevin Kelleher is one of the competitors. Who else is in there?
So while we're waiting for the cars to come back to us, we're going to show a bit of a replay.
Yep, from this corner. Joshing his way through. Marion. In this case, we don't actually know who's coming back next, Self.
No, but sure.
We don't need to.
We don't need to. We can sit and enjoy it like everyone else. Callum Devine there in the ex-Minty Motorsport Polo R5. And here's the man of the day, I would say.
Yep.
Robert Barrable, who has taken chunks of time out of the leaders this morning on the first loop of 3 and has shaved the gap now between himself and Josh Moffat, just 6.5 seconds. Johnny Greer, Niall Burns.
So confirmation that it is 6.5 seconds. I did a few manual calculations there. Lead down to 6.5 seconds with 1 stage to go. That's throwing the gauntlet down.
Yep, no, that's really good. And of course the added sort of interest into the mix now, Michael, going into this last stage is the fog and the mist, depending on how bad it is in Ardfield. That will give them another challenge.
Lovely car control. Just on the throttle at exactly the right time, drifts the car through the corner. Beautiful stuff. Jason Black retired from the rally on the 2nd stage this morning. Frank Kelly's now up to 2nd in the modifieds. 2 very different styles. Now, a few years ago, Frank would have been sideways 50 yards before the corner. Now he's just driving around it.
So the crews will compete Ardfield and then make their way into Clonakilty to the finish ramp. Where I was saying earlier, if it's anything like it was last year, the place is going to be heaving. A huge amount of people in Clonakilty last year for the finish ramp. That's Kevin Kelleher up over the right-hander.
I think if you're on the stage, Kevin is heading the drive-through convoy at the moment. Getting through to the finish. I suspect they're getting the cars ready at the start of the stage. We'll be getting a live stage soon enough.
And we'll just carry on with some of the highlights from stage 13. We'll watch John Bonner once again, just too much of the magic wand, what they say. But we will be going live then to the final stage of the day, the last run over Ardfield, 19.5 kilometres, and just a shade over 12 miles. So just over 12 miles, Michael, that separates Josh Moffat or Robert Barrable from winning in West Cork. I think we can safely say at,
and the production guys, I think we're about to have some live action back at the location. So we can see Colin Murphy disappear into the distance. Those R4 cars fairly get up the road.
No, they do. I have Stephen Roskell asking, or Neil Roskell, Andrew Roughhead, okay. Yeah, they're showing the OK board. I puncture, I think, but the OK board is out and the stage has started. It wasn't necessarily them that caused the stage stoppage, as Michael alluded to earlier. There was quite a high probability that we had a car wedged between two banks, and of course if that happens then, and there's only a few spectators, within sort of 2 or 3 minutes you have 3 or 4 cars backed up, but you then need them to get out and give them a hand to turn the car around on the stage, that the stage can be cleared, the car pulled to one side. So yeah, they have the OK board up, so that's all good. So Michael, we're into just over 12 miles of the final stage of this year's Clonakilty Park Hotel West Cork Rally.
Yeah, but we've had another curveball thrown in. A sea mist has enveloped the stage, apparently. It's come in so far that it was actually on some of Sam's Cross, the leading driver saying. Fog at the end of that stage. Fog, personally, God, I hate it. I just hate it with a passion. Rally drivers, I've been with rally drivers who seem to have like X-ray eyesight. Some drivers just seem to be able to get on in fog. Good notes, critical.
Yeah, I'll come back to that in a second. We have a top 5 junior update. And
okay.
I can't read it.
Oh, don't worry about that.
It's on the screen.
Yeah, it's on the screen. So O'Donovan leads from McIntyre, O'Rourke third, Brown fourth, and I'm not sure, the two McIntyres. So O'Donovan's leading by nearly 3 minutes, which is pretty conclusive. Ben McIntyre second, O'Rourke third, and then Barry McIntyre rounds off in fifth. I'll have a bit more of a closer look at the stage times. One of the problems with the junior rally is that they do tend to get more affected by stage interrupted and delays and stuff. And it's great value rallying. I mean, they pay about a third or a half of the entry fee to do a day's rallying, but they do tend to get messed about more than most people.
Yeah, you were talking about fog earlier. I always remember reading that Richard Burns was one of the best drivers in fog, but he admitted that some of his marker points on stages, he deliberately kept them low down.
Yep.
So that he was able in fog to gauge with Robert Reid's help 100, 200, 300 with, you know, a boulder that's on the right hand side low down, knowing that he would see it as a marker point. And I mean, Richard Burns was renowned for his ability to drive in foggy conditions.
Well, that time in Radnor on what used to be the old RAC Rally GB, was it 99 or 2000 when he was in the Subaru? And I was quite good friends, particularly with Robert, but I was very good friends with Richard. But we were doing Rally News, and at the end of the stage, he gave me his time, and I looked at him and I said, Robert, you sure that's right? And he's like, yeah, I'm sure it's right. And he said, you know why it's right? Because we would have talked about stuff like this. And it was, Richard had 28 pace notes, 28 grades, and he made very, very accurate notes.
Yeah.
So he was able to drive to them, whereas Colin had 6 or 7 notes. So when he couldn't see and there was fog, he had to back off because his notes weren't accurate enough for him to carry speed. It wasn't a criticism. You got it once or twice a year. RAC Rally was when you got it. So that was a fascinating year. I mean, Richard, by that point, really was always going to be a world champion, but a different type of world champion to Colin.
Yeah. I remember seeing a feature on Richard and his pace notes, and as you say, the amount of information he had on them. And then
But it wasn't too much information, it was accurate information.
Yeah.
And that was very critical. People can put loads of nonsense into their notes. There was no nonsense. He had 27 grades of corner that he understood, but he didn't have much else in them. He could just drive the corners.
Yeah, I mean, it is worth, you know, for viewers,
Yeah.
it's worth going and finding an in-car of Richard Burns and looking. It is unbelievable because from that in-car position, you see snippets of the stage. Most of it's like a white screen. But to hear Robert Reid deliver the notes and you can see Richard driving accurately, it really is an education. It really is.
If you didn't know what was going on, you would be thinking to yourself. I just wanted to have a closer look at the juniors with that little leaderboard up. Dara O'Donovan has a 2-minute 54-second advantage. And bear in mind they've only been doing today's stages, which that is really, really impressive. They've only done up that. So on Ardfield, he was, whether this is right, I don't know, and I don't know how you check it. Everybody else is really, really close, but he had a time of 10:56. And Ben McIntyre, who's second, had a time of 12:26. Jimmy O'Rourke had a time of 12:20.6. Kyle Brown, 12:27.8. Barry McIntyre, 12:08.6, which is a very good time relative to the guys in front. And if he keeps that up, he will jump a couple of boys before the end of the day. But more importantly, 2 minutes, 54 seconds. I just wonder, is there a sticky time in there?
Well,
it seems like an awful lot.
An awful lot for
only
3 stages.
Yeah, only 3 stages.
Look, we know that the timing has been great all over the weekend, but it can be temperamental for a few minutes. So
I know Andrew Bush was chatting to me here about it, and I was being a bit hesitant, and I'm like, I want to look into this. I just want to dig a bit deeper and see. So I've no doubt that Dara O'Donovan and Michael White are leading the juniors. Certainly they were leading the juniors in Galway as well, but I'm not sure where they finished. I must check that out. But that seems to be either a remarkable performance, and you do get this. Some of these guys are really, really good.
Really rapid, really quick.
They have a good car, and it just clicks. And maybe they didn't get the fog, but they are all together. They're running at 30-second intervals at the back of the field, as we know. But very, very interesting and nice to see them all. Only seems to have been one retirement so far, and that's Evan McAvoy. The Peugeot, Catherine Walsh is still going very nicely. She did a 13:08.6, which compared to Robbie O'Hanlon, who did a 12:54, was 12 seconds faster than her. Dara Bonner would a 12:52.3 on the Ardfield stage. They're probably in service as we speak. So interesting stuff. Now, let's check out where we are in the final stage, because
0-1 is in the stage,
that's
and
perfect.
probably maybe just under a quarter of the way through. 0, 2, 3 and 4 are also in the stage, and so far so good.
Stage was due to start at 05, and we've just gone 05 with 0-1, as you say. 0-1 is now approaching 3.5 k's into the stage, so probably get to about 7 or 8 k's and they'll release the first car in about 3 or 4 minutes, I imagine.
So 0-1 is heading down towards St Michael's Church, and 0-2 further down the stage as well. Stage due off officially in about 4 minutes, 3-4 minutes. And as Michael says, once they get in a bit further in, then they'll make their way down towards Sand Cove before heading back up through Ardfield and up past Dunmore House to the stage finish. Before they make their way then, after that, back into Clonakilty and to the finish ramp, where I'm told already there are crowds of people gathering in the town. A town that has seen a tremendous amount of footfall over the course of the last 4 or 5 days. And I mean, all that remains really is for us now to watch the final cruise.
Well, we've been privileged to do this for a few events over the past 18 months, and Josh Moffat has been involved in virtually every single one of a final stage, drama, fight for the win, and here we go again. But what impresses me so much under these really difficult conditions is this morning, I've just looked, Robert Barrable and Gordon Noble started this morning 36.5 seconds behind the Josh Moffat and Andy Hayes in their Hyundai. 1 stage to go. They've pulled 30 seconds off them in 5 stages.
It's good going. It's tremendous.
So that is an average of 6 seconds a stage, and he has to beat him by 6.6 seconds to win this rally.
Don't take us there. Don't take us. It's
and if we have a tie,
it goes back to fastest in the first stage.
Right, okay. Somebody in the production team, please check this out, because it's 2 different rules for Motorsport UK and Motorsport Ireland. Motorsport UK is fastest over the first stage. One of them's fastest over the first stage, one of them's fastest over the last stage. There's 2 different rules, so maybe somebody on social media can advise us, because I've forgotten, and I don't have a blue book with me, and I don't have a green book with me. So there's a little challenge for somebody. If we end up with these guys finishing...
Is it in the regulations?
I don't think it is. I think it's not an SR. I'm pretty sure it's...
Here's one I prepared earlier.
So Andrew Bush says it used to be fastest on the first stage, and for sure it did under Motorsport UK rules, but Motorsport Ireland always had slightly different rules. It may very well be fastest on the first stage, and in that case, it's Josh, isn't it?
I think Josh was faster than Robert
faster
on the first stage.
The fog's bad enough now, and of course the cameras always actually see through the fog a little bit better than the human eye.
Yeah.
So while we switch to that, I'm just going to go to stage 1 and refresh that. Marion was fastest. No, that was Josh was slow in the first stage, wasn't he? Josh was 5th fastest, and Robert Barrable was 3rd fastest on the first stage. Don't want to build the excitement around in here.
Well, I'm just having a quick flick through, hence the silence from me, although there will be some people watching who are quite pleased at my silence, I would imagine. If I can just find anything about in the event of, but I think you might be right, Mike.
Do you know, one of the people who I would phone and ask this question, this is completely ironic, is Gordon Noble. I would normally send Gordy a wee text and say, Gordy, what's the regulation about this? You'll remember.
Aoife McMahon was asking who is winning. Well, if you've been watching there, Josh Moffat leads by 6.5 seconds from Robert Barrable. No, there's nothing in it. It must.
It's in the Green Book and the Motorsport UK Blue Book. More importantly, Josh is into the stage.
So, first 2 cars on the stage.
And maybe we can get an indication where our camera crew are, just to... Okay, so we are very near the end of the stage. So we've got a few more minutes of excitement before we bring you the live pictures, and then a few more minutes after that. So apparently the double O's are approaching, and I can see pretty much exactly where that is. Yep. The standing water, and boy, it's difficult, isn't it?
That looks tricky, I have to be honest.
Boy, oh boy, oh boy, look at that. It's difficult conditions. This is like an RAC rally from 20 years ago.
It is a bit, actually, yeah. The old spectator stages at the airfields.
I mean, I've seen West Cork where you're wearing shorts and a T-shirt and it's 20 degrees.
Yeah, it's like Sunseeker. You could have snow one year in Sunseeker in February, and then the following year, as you say, t-shirts and shorts. So, cameraman doing a good job there, keeping the lens dry or dry as possible. So. Josh Moffat, if you know the area and the stage, making his way down now to the church. Barry.
Somebody sent me a lovely photograph of my mum, Lizzie P, out getting fish and chips today with her old friend.
Oh, lovely job.
Yep. Say again, Happy Mother's Day, Mum.
Yeah, Happy Mother's Day, Liz. So, if you're wondering or panicking that our pictures have gone a bit awry, they haven't. Our cameraman comes well prepared. He has a cover over the lens to keep it dry, so the picture, when the cars do arrive, is crystal clear. So, Josh now probably a third of the way through the stage. So, I would say 4 to 5 minutes from our position where the camera is. And I can see that Red FM News, which is a local radio station here in County Cork, heavy traffic in Clonakilty area today. Ethan McMahon says that the organisers should bring back the Clonakilty town stage.
But no, she actually says the twin stage. She's made a spelling mistake. It's a twin.
So,
Aoife, I don't disagree with you, but the amount of resources that it requires to run a town stage, and listen, if you were listening to us earlier on, last night the organisers were really asking for extra help today. The requirements to run conventional stages are more and more, and it just takes so much resource and cost to run a town stage that...
Sadly, I don't think we'll get back to them, Aoife, because the amount of box ticking you have to do in terms of safety, legislation, public liability, it's a really difficult case for organisers. So, final stage of the event, and
next one will be Moffat.
Our stage commander here, Sean Daly, and Ciara Daly is the Deputy Stage Commander. Dr. Fiona Kelly is the doctor on call here, if you like, on the stage. And the stage ambulance is provided by Red Cross in Bantry and Dunmanway, while the Russell Rally Rescue Crew 2 are the rescue crew on standby as well. And before we forget, big shout to all the marshals, the timekeepers, the organising team itself, in terms of the officials that are here, and
have you a set of regs there?
And Steve, the likes of Steve Davis, clerk of the course, who probably hasn't slept for a fortnight, bearing in mind how much work he has to do. Bulletins going out at 2 minutes to midnight on Friday and that kind of thing. Ger Hayes, the deputy clerk of the course, and of course secretary of the event, Niall O'Keefe, chief safety delegate Michael Coleman, and a man who I would give an award to, thankless task this weekend and a very hard one, the Chief Marshal Bones O'Connor. Bones is a name synonymous with so much rallying in this area of the island over many, many, many years. None more so than when I was having a look through some of the programmes of the event from the 1980s, the 1990s. Bones O'Connor organising marshals for this weekend. And the likes of Chief Scrutineer David Ford, Mary Fitzgerald from Radio, Chief Rescue Officer Paddy Russell, Aidan Harper, the Motorsport Ireland Safety Delegate, Tracking Officer Greg McCarthy, Dr. Declan O'Brien, who's the Chief Medical Officer.
I think that's underplaying Greg McCarthy's role.
I don't mean it in that way. I'm not underplaying Greg's role at all. I mean, all of the people here, the timekeeping, the chief timekeeper John Harrington, Jerry Haynes, the competitors liaison officer, the CRO for the Historics and Juniors, Elaine Shinners, Greg Shinners, Super Rally Coordinator. These are all people with great experience. And of course, Kevin O'Driscoll,
press officer
for the event, who has been nothing short of superb in all his dealings with everybody here at HM Productions.
So we're getting very close to the first car. Someone we saw yesterday, and here's Josh coming into line. He's past our clock. He's just going to click it. Literally 02 clicking our clock. So that's our marker, 02 seconds over the minute. I saw two great volunteers yesterday, and at the service out control, year in, year out, Daphne and Mossy. And
really?
somebody put a thing up. There's Daphne and Mossy. You should give them a wee thank you for everything they do. Well, I personally would like to say thank you to Daphne and Mossy. You're good friends. Marion with the lights on. He's already 5, 6, 7 down, in my reckoning. But we know that Marion sort of accepted that he's going for points. He told us as much when he was in the service area. This is going to be a constant thing. We're going to see the cameraman's hand and his little chamois cloth. So in theory it should be Callum. It's 10 down, 11, 12. Callum about 12 down on that little section. So Josh is fighting this to the finish. Same time as Josh, I reckon. What do you reckon, Sav?
I think Josh might have it.
I think Josh might have it as well. But they've still got 4 or 5 Ks to go of very, very difficult roads. It's going to be very, very close. We've done the best we can up to this point of bringing you live coverage.
And our cameramen working crews who have been soaked since about 9 o'clock this morning, doing their best to keep the pictures coming, keep the live feed coming.
And at this point, I have to tip my hat to both Robert Barrable and Josh Moffat for putting on such a fantastic show today. A great fight back by Josh Moffat this afternoon stages. A great comeback from this morning for Robert Barrable. They'll be talking about this one over a few pints tonight in the Clonakilty Park Hotel, Zav.
I think they will. I see Josh has cleared the finish line. Just watch brother Sam make his way through.
Sam's about 5 seconds down there.
Marion Evans now very close to the finish line.
And Johnny's had a really good time. He's right on Sam's. Maybe I calculated wrong with Sam there. I think Johnny's on a mission.
There's Gerald Daniel Keane. Fingers crossed for Barrable. Olivia Shanahan shouting, come on, Jack. Jack Shanahan, who we've seen over the course of the weekend, has been nothing short of impressive.
Very impressive in a smaller engine car, first rally ever. He hasn't put a mark on it in these really, really difficult conditions.
So the leading
Of course, we lost Cahan McCourt on the last stage, so this is now Declan Boyd. Declan will be pleased to have got this far today. He had a real hairy incident yesterday when, as he described it himself, he was absolutely flat out, put his foot in the brakes, and the car just took off and standing water. So put him into Super Rally, got the car sorted out, a couple of panels, a couple of bits and pieces on it. And he's been gradually, slowly but surely building his speed up. Let him run for safety here on the road in the top 10.
So leading crews over the stop line and now making their way up along parallel to Inchydoney Island Lodge.
Okay, do we want to call it? We've got a result. Josh, fair play to him, has won the rally with fastest time in the stage. He took 3 seconds out of Robert. He wins the rally by 8.9 seconds. Marion at this point is in third, but I have a feeling that might be under threat because we haven't got a time for Johnny Greer yet, and Johnny was on an absolute mission when he came past our camera here, which is just 4 or 5 Ks from the finish. So absolutely well done to Josh Moffat and Andy Hayes winning the West Cork Rally.
Yeah, they made it, the pair of them made a great fight today, right from the first stage of the morning. William Crichton making his way through there with Liam Regan.
And the mist really is getting bad.
Yeah. So, your rally winners, Josh Moffat, Andy Hayes, and the Hyundai i20R5 will now be making their way back into Clonakilty. Finish ramp, and I believe Sean Moriarty will be there doing MC duties. You will see Robert Barrable and Gordon Noble, who finished runners-up today, just 8.9 seconds back from Josh and Andy. Marianne Evans showing at the moment in third, and I think he will have cemented third position. He'll have done enough to stay ahead of Callum Devine, Noel O'Sullivan. Callum probably ruined his tyre selection this morning when he went out on slicks.
Yep.
And Sam Moffat now showing that he's...
Gary Kiernan...
Jason
Black through, but Gary Kiernan at the moment is just approaching the finish, and he's going to secure what ultimately became a very hard fought to start with modified section, but today the attrition just took its toll. Frank Kelly, another one we know, is really pleased with how things have worked out today.
We might have a spurious time in there. Patrick Declan Bond and Patrick Walsh showing on a 10:32.6. I'm not convinced by that because they seem to be going fairly well. Still no time for Johnny Greer, and as Michael pointed out, Johnny seemed to be on it on the last stage.
Well, one of the things that I did say, he was within 10 seconds of Sam, and Sam's had a particularly bad stage of a 9:47. Declan 10:32.6. I think they're realistic. It's no time for Johnny. Was he close enough for the podium? But Marion had a good enough time in 9:24. Going into the stage, Johnny was 7.4 behind Callum. So he may get Callum, but 7.4 is a lot in modern day terms.
And shout out there from the Irish Rally podcast as well. Done Josh, and what a drive from Barrable as well. Big shout out to our man Jack Shanahan. Some drive for his first event. Yeah, we've said that already. Totally agree.
Yep, but look forward to the podcast this week, boys.
Kevin. I thought for a minute there Kevin Kelleher had just got
not quite sure what he did there. It just went into...
Yes, there's plenty of material there from the Irish Rally podcast for this week's show. Some great stories to come from the event. Jared Cahan says an amazing drive by Robert and Gordy. Yep. Emma Maher is happy that Josh is back.
Lovely little R5. Tricky conditions. Keep saying it. There's always one wee thing. We don't seem to have a time for Johnny Greer on the official results.
It's odd.
I don't think he's a podium place. I really don't. But I think he may very well have got ahead of Callum Devine. He was 7 seconds behind, so all he needs is a 22 or a 21, and he'll jump up into 4th place. Callum came back very well this afternoon.
Just a heads up for those of you who are listening on the stage and thinking of heading to Clonakilty, it is absolutely heaving. The Gardaí have advised that there are significant delays both in and out of Clonakilty this afternoon, so give yourself the time to get in and out.
So I have a provisional time of 25.4 for Greer for the stage, which wouldn't quite be enough to get him up 1 place on the leaderboard. When we do get it resolved, the top 5 will be Josh, Robert, Marion, Callum, Johnny Greer, and Sam Moffat will round off the top 6.
Well, just looking to see if it drops in. Not as yet. Colin Murphy. Subaru. And Colin will have to be happy getting to the end. A couple of problems yesterday morning for him, but his time's picked up during the course of yesterday and has driven well today.
Keelan Grogan's bit of a gap, it seems, to Keelan, but providing he has a clean run through this, he had over a minute in hand on the R4 class. It's quite a significant win for him. Stiff competition this weekend.
Yeah.
Bit misleading earlier on when he was entered in the wrong class, but we sort of knew he was in the Rally 4 class. Bit confusing for people who recognise Rally 4 as maybe being Rally 2, and maybe that's where the mistake came from, but anyway. You can hear him coming with a very distinctive sound of the Peugeot. Very controlled drive by the team. Seem to be having minute intervals as opposed to
30-second intervals.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Tom Flaherty due with us in a few seconds.
And I don't think anybody would have forecast the mist, as it were.
Not like this, no. Flaherty with the headlights on. So just one of the producers is talking to me about Johnny Greer's time, and 9:25.4 on the screen now, which is what we were told. And yeah, as I thought, 3 seconds to Callum. That confirms Johnny 5th Sam Motta 6th, Jason McSweeney 7th, Gary Kiernan top modified in 8th, Frank Kelly 2nd modified in 11th. Cal McCarthy had an interview with us yesterday and said he wanted to finish into the top 10. Well, I didn't expect that. He has 9th, but the one I'm really impressed with, after dropping 3.5 minutes yesterday with a puncture on the very first stage, William Crichton and Liam Regan bring the Rally 3 Ford Fiesta home in 10th place overall, up 2 places in the final stage, 6th fastest overall through the last stage. Roughly, if you take 3.5 minutes off their stage time, would put them on 2:06:30, which would put them 7th overall had they not had the puncture. So that would have been an impressive run.
That really would, and I mean, it takes them into roughly where they finished last year. So
yeah,
and he admitted it was a test for Croatia with some new upgrades. So I would think he's got to be really happy in terms of how their weekend has gone. The car's home; it's in one piece.
Yep.
Which is what he would have wanted. So certainly,
I think he was down in the dumps after the first stage, and you would be, because it's a fundamental error that you can't afford to make in the WRC. But never give up. There we go, 10th overall. He was going to win. Well, he probably doesn't win his class, you know, because when you get a class with only one competitor in it, they tend to amalgamate it with another class, don't they?
So Wayne Evans through in the historic escort. And Duncan Williams further back in the field.
But Duncan got a puncture on what stage?
Was
today.
The second stage today, was it?
Yep. Second stage today. Duncan
lost 2 minutes.
Got a puncture. Decided
to
no,
drive
it was this stage. It was the third. It was this stage. This stage, the first time over, and he reckoned he was close enough to the finish. He took the decision not to stop and change it. Dropped 2 minutes. Had he stopped and changed it, he probably would have dropped 3 because it's a historic car.
Yeah.
So he probably made the right decision. He wasn't sure about carrying on. He's in 3rd place in the historics. I suspect he's going to stay in 3rd place in the historics. But he has carried on, but he's just running a bit further down. Looking like congratulations for the other Williams. Duncan, hopefully, I'm trying to see where they are on the road. They're not past us yet because they're running behind.
They're on their way up to us.
They're nearly with us, but if everything goes well, Duncan Williams and Guy Weaver are on course to win the historic rally. Of course, it will be some time yet before we know about the juniors, and that's just the nature of that. But the historics, a few retirements in the historics today, bit of a shame. And the field is getting a little bit spread out. So I'm not quite sure, but I pretty much think that besides the top 3 who go to the finish ramp in Clonakilty, everybody else goes to Parc Ferme. Is that correct? Or service in Parc Ferme?
I believe so, but I have a feeling that the leading crews will get an escort into Clonakilty.
Yeah.
Just simply from the point of view that they've been held for the last number of minutes just down from the Clockeen Holiday Village together. So my guess is they'll make their way in convoy to the finish ramp. And of course, Tony will be there. I believe Sean Moriarty is going to be hosting that. And we will be taking coverage of that.
So fair play to Duncan Williams. Don't think he came here expecting to win the historic rally.
They'll be really pleased because I think they were disappointed with Galway.
Look, there's big competition there, and these guys are they're okay. They're doing it a bit more for fun, but they're still pretty serious about it, Sav.
Yeah, oh no,
and their cars are gorgeous, all of them.
There's no pretty serious. They are definitely serious about it, but I think they'll be certainly pleased to pull that out of the bag in West Cork.
Yep.
I think they were disappointed in Galway, and certainly shapes up then for a great battle for.
We definitely seem to have. I'm not sure if we've switched to 1 minute intervals because the field have got spread out and they've made a decision to keep, rather than have bigger gaps, keep the gaps at 1 minute. But
yeah,
it definitely seems to have gone to 1 minute gaps, doesn't it?
Leading crews are making their way down Inchydoney Road, up past the Clonakilty Equestrian Centre, and they're probably going to bring them in then up along the West Cork Railway Village into the town. My guess is that that's the way they're going to do that. That should leave it then a little bit easier.
So there's the graphics team. We've got the top 5 modifieds up on screen for us, confirmed on the results. Gary Kiernan finishes 1 minute and 54.5 seconds ahead of Frank Kelly. Barry Mead in third. That was quite a recovery drive from Barry Mead after his problems.
He'll be pleased with that. Definitely will.
Then John Bonner, he'll be pleased with that, and Eddie Docherty will be pleased because all these guys, well, John Bonner had a reasonably clean run yesterday, but Eddie had a problem, and I know Barry Mead had a problem. And everybody has a big story to tell. If ever you have the chance to go to the prize giving or go and have a drink in the bar, you'll hear some hairy stories. And
definitely will. And of course the modified section of this year's Irish Tarmac Championship, sponsored and covered by McAvoy Motorsport. Gary McAvoy himself a competitor, but also supplies a lot of the clubs and crew as well as the rally fans with.
So Tom Clark is due in the shot now. We do seem to have had a decision made to drop everybody back to 1 minute intervals to keep the stage live. If field's getting spread out somewhere, there must be a delay on a previous stage. Bit wiggly through there. It's not part of the plan. Still foggy.
It looks as though they are bringing traffic down to start this.
Yeah. So Zav, just looking on what's happening elsewhere, we suspect there's been a stage interruption on stage 13, the second running of that stage. Cars are being diverted onto the alternative road book. So I suspect that's exactly what's happened. They've put the rally on to 1 minute intervals for the next little while until they get the rest of the competitors into a position to start, and then they'll revert back to 30 seconds again.
Yeah.
Better to keep the stage live at minute intervals than run out of competitors to send in. So they're stretching it out, as they say.
Yeah, they are. And some of the junior competitors now are on the first stage of the second loop. I've had it in my ear that the clerk of the course has stopped stage 13, and the crews are making their way, they're bypassing stage 13 and making their way down to stage 14. And as Michael says, Sylvia O'Gorman is asking, why is there a big gap on cars in the last stage? Well, we suspect, we're just talking about it there, Sylvia, we think the organisers have now gone to minute intervals as opposed to 30-second intervals. Stage 13 has been cancelled for some crews, and those crews that had yet to compete it are now being diverted to the beginning of this final stage. So minute intervals now, and the remaining crews directed straight to the start of stage 14. So it's becoming a little bit drawn out, but again, I think a great decision by the organisers, because it keeps it running, and they'll also be mindful of the various reports that we've seen in terms of Cork safety alerts and Red FM News, a local radio station, all saying how congested it is in Clonakilty. If they don't keep the rally moving, they're going to end up with a massive traffic jam. So, again, Michael, great call by the organisers. Keep it moving, keep it flowing, and that's what they've done.
I think it's possibly in stage 13, Corey Eves has blocked the stage. The OK board is out, and the organisers have taken a decision to cancel stage 13, send all the competitors onto an alternative road book down to the final stage 14. So if you're on 13, I'm afraid that's it for the day, folks. If you're on 14 and you're wondering why you're getting 1 minute intervals, the organisers, while they get everybody from 13 down to the start of 14, are going to stretch it out a little bit and put the competitors that they do have ready to start the stage on to 1 minute intervals, just to keep the stage live, keep everybody on their toes. And then very quickly, I suspect within about 3 or 4 minutes, we'll fall back into a 30-second interval again.
Dennis White in the R5 Fiesta. Now, I'm beginning to, if my eyesight hasn't totally failed me, I'm beginning to see that I have lost some of the leading crews in terms of their, and my eyesight is failing me. Thank you very much, Michael. Thank God you're here.
I don't think your eyesight's failing you, but I think they've diverted the leading crews are going to the ramp and everybody else is going to Parc Ferme.
Yeah. So with a bit of luck, you're going to be with Tony Kelly shortly, and it's going to be interesting to see the crowds in Clonakilty. Huge amount of crowd there, huge crowds last year, and a great atmosphere in for the West Cork organisers and of course the local businesses. You know, a big thank you to the Clonakilty Park Hotel from a rally fan point of view for sponsoring the event. Clonakilty Black Pudding, those Cajon Ready Mix, Fáilte Ireland, Pure Cork, and Davis Building and Civil Engineering Contractors, who all have contributed to the ability the organisers had this year to put on a superb event. You can see now why competitors love coming to West Cork.
Yep.
Irrespective of the conditions.
Yeah. This has just been, it's been great. It's been great to have a rally where things are behind the scenes. We know there's stage blockages, there's things going wrong, and they just have a plan B, a plan C, a plan D, and it gets actioned without hesitation.
Yeah.
That was Conor Curley just through, so congratulations to Conor. I know he's not quite at the finish, but that's hell of achievement to get your brand new car through in one piece. As you said, she took some taming.
Yeah, I mean he'll be very pleased because he loves the event, and as you say, a new car. Had a terrific interview yesterday with Tony Kelly, so much so we had great comments on social media about it. Our cameramen, our camera crews have done a terrific job all over the course of the weekend, and of course as has the intrepid and very talented Tony Kelly, and of course our own production team, Chris Hylands and Andrew Bush, Danielle and Connor, who helped us do the replays this weekend, and of course Tony Wise here at Wisecom.
So I know we've already skirted around, we've already run over the historics, but it looks like this is Neil Williams approaching the camera. So Neil will round things off, but we need to get a time for Neil really in the stage. But Duncan Williams has definitely won the historics. So Neil made the decision to carry on after his puncture earlier on today. And he's not messing about there.
No, he's not.
But he maybe he thinks he can get second place.
Well, listen, it goes back to what you were saying. I mean, they do it for fun, but they're deadly serious too.
Yeah.
You know, so give any of them a sniff of a podium and they'll certainly be driving to that.
So where was he? He was 20 seconds down on Ray Breen after the last stage. And he got a stage interrupted time. Oh dear, right, okay. they were obviously caught up in blockage on the second run on the Sam's Cross. So that didn't give him an opportunity to reduce the lead. This is going to give him an opportunity, but I think he'd be doing well to take 20 seconds out of Ray Breen on this stage.
Well, we've seen today, never say never.
I think we definitely have a top three for the historics. Without doubt, Duncan Williams and Guy Weaver have won in their RS 1800. Wayne Evans has had a great run into second. And almost certainly Tom Clark, who was fastest historic in that stage, took 10 seconds out of Duncan Williams, but Duncan didn't need to do anything as they were sort of 30 seconds up the road in the lead anyway, which is great. And Tom Clark and local man Alistair Wiley can be very satisfied with their run to finish off the podium for the historic rally. I'm just looking to see who somebody's going very nicely. That's Cian Walsh, who was battling earlier with Corey Eves in his similar Corolla. We know Corey went out in the last stage. I think he blocked the stage, to be honest.
So a long way back now on the stage to Mark Dolphin.
And then it looks like they're back to 30 seconds after that, about a minute after that.
There's a plethora of cars coming, so
I'd say it's a couple of minutes before Mark Dolphin gets to our camera point. And then it'll be a couple of minutes after that. And then the rest of the main field, if you're spectating in the stage, you may already be getting back to 30 seconds with the main field now gathered pretty much at the start of the stage. So the finish ramp must surely be close to getting underway in Clonakilty. Just go ahead. And we're just going to run a quick ad break.
The road to better is a long one. From our first delivery back in 1937, we've been on a mission to do things, well, better. Homes got warmer. Supply became seamless. And we made it possible for each and every home and business in the country to have gas, even off the grid. And better doesn't stop there. With sustainable gas just up ahead, we're only getting started. So come and join us. Caller, let's do it better.
Push on up.
The road to better is a long one. From our first delivery back in 1937, we've been on a mission to do things, well, better. Homes got warmer. Supply became seamless. And we made it possible for each and every home and business in the country to have gas, even off the grid. And better doesn't stop there. With sustainable gas just up ahead, we're only getting started. So come and join us. Caller, let's do it better.
Let out up round the easy rate 150. Push on up.
The road to better is a long one. From our first delivery back in 1937, we've been on a mission to do things, well, better. Homes got warmer. Supply became seamless. And we made it possible for each and every home and business in the country to have gas, even off the grid. And better doesn't stop there. With sustainable gas just up ahead, we're only getting started. So come and join us. Caller, let's do it better.
push on up.
And you join us back in the studio. That is us coming away from stage 14 because we're under the impression that the finish ramp and finish celebrations aren't very far away from starting. We can see that the leading cars are now into Park Road in Clonakilty. And we have a plan to go live with Tony Kelly and speak to the winners, Josh Moffat, Andy Hayes, and then the runners-up, Robert Barrable, Gordon Noble, and third place, Marion Evans. Sam Moffat.
I think there's a few others down there, but primarily I believe the ramp is going to focus on the top three and the top three only. We also believe that the effervescent Sean Moriarty will be emceeing on behalf of the Motor Club, and Tony will give him a hand. We're going to sort of start wrapping it up from the studio very, very shortly. Sav, it's been another classic West Cork rally, another historic West Cork rally. Somehow they're able to do it. They're able to deliver fantastic stages regardless of the weather, regardless of how difficult the conditions are. Here we are, and we're going into the finish now. I can just say we're going to hand over to the finish. Well done everybody in the Motor Club, well done to everyone here in the studio, well done to you, Zav.
Thank you very much, Michael.
And well done to our camera crews and everybody who've been on the ground in Clonakilty and the West Cork region. Let's hand over to the finish area and the atmosphere there is there today.
So once Marion has his car parked here on the one side of the ramp, we're going to hand over to the TV crew here. Tony Kelly's here beside me, and she's going to have a quick word with Marion and Jonathan before we head back to we bring Robert back.
This side. Are you? Okay. Grab him. Tell him. Does he know?
No, sorry.
This way looking.
Thank you.
I guess.
Thank you. Welcome to the ramp here, folks. We have third place. Not delighted, but also not bad.
No, we're not disappointed either, to be honest. It's just, we won, I guess, the last two rounds of the championship, so it's, you set a standard for yourself then, but still, you know, you take what you get. I mean, we're just off the ball, just dropped a bit this morning. The tyre call was a bit, maybe overly brave. We didn't anticipate the rain it would do, so yeah, I think we made the best of somewhat a bad job this morning. We limited the damage, and to be fair to Josh and Rob, they had their tails up in a fight, so we weren't going to try, and it was hard to respond to it then. So yeah, it's no real complaints to me. It's just good enough points, to be honest.
Great, that's always the way. And I mean, obviously, very tough weekend from your side of the car too, Jonathan.
Aye, very tough. I was just saying then, it would have been tough anyway without the weather, and then you add that into the mix and everything that comes with it, and it just doubles the job. But great event like always. Thank you to Steve and all the team for another fantastic, challenging weekend.
And how does it fare up then? What's your plan? How do you two handle the next few weeks, planning for the next event?
Just get at it as soon as we can, really. I think the stages are all pretty new from what I've heard anyway. So that'll be quite a good kind of playing field. I think the circuit last year up in Glendon, a lot of the guys knew the stages really well, which made it hard for us. So yeah, for a bit fresher, it'll be nice, and hopefully the weather turns up as well. That would be nice as well.
Great. Well, come here. We'll let you at it. Thank you very much, folks, and congratulations again on a great result. So we're going to hand over to Sean Moriarty again, and we're going to head for Robert Barrable from over the ramp now.
Thanks very much, Tony Kelly. Just do the TV interviews. Call Robert Barrable, Gordon Noble over the ramp, please. Second overall. Big round, Clonakilty, welcome for these people. What a show they put on all day today in treacherous conditions. Big events for real in the rally leader, but it just wasn't up to be. We'll get Robert and Gordy to step out of the car for a few minutes, and let's hear what their day was like.
We were on the back foot then, really.
Robert, you your wee mix this morning anyway.
Got up to a good start. We didn't definitely think this morning that we were going to be able to make much in on the last front of us, but the first stage was great. Got into good rhythm, we had good notes.
Are you happy? Are you more comfortable competing in the wet like that, or is it just one of these mornings that worked anyway?
I think the conditions that we're throwing at us, they were very challenging. So I think on a dry road, it kind of increases the speed, but on the roads we were given today, it definitely gives you the challenge. And I suppose we're just up for the challenge this morning. The trickier the conditions and the dirtier the conditions obviously seem to suit me. So yeah, so I would prefer them, to be honest, sometimes, but definitely today, because I knew if it was going to be bone dry, the speed would be a bit beyond comfortable.
Okay, of course, probably at the back of your mind that your dad Michael won this rally, I think it was in 2007, and it'd be nice to have that same trophy at home in the house again. You've done it yourself, but to do it twice.
Yeah, we won it in 2011, but to be fair, the pace Josh is on and the lads and Marion and Callum ahead of us today, we knew it was going to be a tall order. We knew we had a good run over the first couple of stages, but we definitely didn't think the time deficit that we were able to claw back was going to be on the cards. So when it gets on, when it gets there and the tail's up, then you want to keep pushing on. But listen, you can't afford to think before the end, before you get there, because the speed we're doing in these cars is a slight mistake, and
Well, that's something I'm going to talk to Gordy about, because you came from 4th overall to 2nd overall. A big Clonakilty welcome here. That's for Robert Barrow. What a drive he had today to give his best to the referee and Josh Martin, but just wasn't to be. Gordy, you were on the long time. You just stepped in at the last minute to help out Robert here when regular co-driver Damien Connolly wasn't available for this rally. But you've been at the forefront of Irish rallying for a long time. How was this event rated compared to all the other events you've done over the years?
This is a fantastic rally. I mean, the organisation here is great. The guys are very good. I think it was challenging for them. The whole time gets a bit behind us, the whole traders and so on. So it's absolutely fantastic to come here. We're always extremely welcome. The rally is good. I mean, I've never had fault with it for years, and again today it's been perfect. So just want to say thank you to them, the people that sort of time for running this. It's good.
Very good. That's Gordon Noble, co-driver to Robert Barrable. We'll do the same trick as the last time. We'll get the car off the ramp, parked over here on the right hand side, and then we'll hand over to Tony Kelly of the TV crew to get the live footage for the TV programme. Well done, lads, and big West Cork. Congratulations to Robert Barrable, Gordon Noble, 2nd overall. Previous winner here, Robert, back in 2011. His dad, Michael, won the rally in 2007. That's a nice bit of family history, but not today.
This man loves the camera. Absolutely adores the camera.
I got one interview today.
No, we need to hear from you. You're after running an incredible event. Tell us, are you happy with it?
Oh, the relief, lots of relief. Today was I can say it on camera, a dirty, shitty day. So, yeah, thanks to all the stage commanders, all the marshals, timekeepers out in the rain today. Really worked for us, as I say.
And I mean, as you see now behind your back, like what you see in the background here is Josh Moffat coming over the ramp, which is like so incredible for the likes of you.
Look at the coverage in Clonakilty together, it's absolutely amazing. So yeah, really happy. Great.
But it must be such an incredible feeling for you as the COC and the whole team behind you, Steve.
Yeah, 6 months of hard work. As I say, we started back in November looking at all the different stages and stuff like that. So today is the day that it all comes to an end. But we'll start again next week and take a bit of a breather and get going again at that stage. Yeah.
Good man, Steve. Thank you very much and congratulations on a brilliant event.
Yeah, look, it's great to get to the end, to be honest.
You said yesterday afternoon that you took a very brave tyre choice in the second group of stages over in east of the town here. That's where you got your increase. You were maybe able to hold that advantage in for the rest of the rally, especially given Robert's attack early this morning.
Yeah, I suppose that tyre choice certainly helped us. I suppose we were back the field a bit before that, and it thankfully got us ahead. And I suppose the positive thing for us was we were fit to continue that in the afternoon loop and push ahead even when everybody else was on similar tyres. So I suppose that gave us a bit of positivity moving forward as well.
What about today? Today must have been treacherous and even stressful in new conditions.
Yeah, I suppose probably.
So we have Robert Barable and Gordon Noble here. Robert, what a turnaround after yesterday.
Yeah, absolutely. We're fourth, I think 35 seconds down or 40 seconds down on Josh this morning, so we got a good lean, good cut on the first three stages this morning and got it down to 8.9 throughout the end, so it definitely wasn't on the cards to get that close, because considering Josh's pedigree and the seed time that he has, so it was so it was good. I have to say I'm happy with it now.
That has to fill you with confidence, particularly when you were talking about how much comfort you both had earlier.
Yeah, he has a lot of seat time, so it's good. It's good to come to a rally in very, very tricky conditions, very, very tricky stages, and showing good speed today. So it has to be a lot of positives, and we bring that to the next event and see what we can work on to try and close the gap to Josh.
Exactly. And in terms of West Cork, everybody loves it. Did you enjoy every minute of it?
Yeah, absolutely. It's, as Gordon said, it's the only rally really that the whole town comes involved. We get a voucher when we sign on to using all the shops, so the ceremonial start or finishes in the end, so it's just the whole community. It's not just down to a rally, it's the whole community gets involved in it, and all the local town and the sponsors all get in, row behind it. Like the man for the petrol station was doing the road closures there now from the top of the road, so it's good to see that, like, and it just shows you the community that they have down here.
Good man, Robert. Well, it's great to see so much excitement about the event, and congratulations on the result.
Very much.
You'll probably be looking them back.
No. We know what you lose.
What's the plan then? Take a couple of you, Joe. Hang on,
Shall we get our winners?
Josh, what a weekend.
Yeah, it's certainly tough going today now. Rob certainly made it hard for us. Yeah, we lost a lot of time this morning. We were really struggling on the first three, and thankfully we went into service and just reset. And I guess big thanks to Tom and the team there. Like, they certainly helped. Made a few changes to the car, and it just seemed to work for the last three. So.
And I mean, it's one of those things. Like, you're in now to the second event of the year, and you've won like comfortably, really, in the end up. Like, it must feel so good heading to the third one.
Yeah, it didn't feel that comfortable there today, to be honest. But yeah, look, I suppose it's positive that you know, we did win, so we have to take the positive from that, and you know, everybody was fighting hard to the end. So yeah, look at it, it's a good feeling.
Good man. Well, congratulations. We're going to try and get a quick word with Andy Hayes now if we can. Andy, you have to be very happy with today as well, or the whole weekend.
Yeah, absolutely delighted, yeah. I was just saying there, I was in Cheltenham all week and never got a winner, so it's nice to come down here and get a winner here.
Finally get one.
Finally get one, exactly. Back to winner this weekend, finally.
And obviously everybody is so excited about West Cork in general. Like, it's one of the ones that everybody sort of is gunning to win.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I'm 10 years or 15 years in coming here now at this stage. I always wanted to win with a great run here last year, and I'd say even tougher again this year.
And when it was tough last year and sort of at the end of the day, you know, the result wasn't as desired last year, but to come back and then take it this year is absolutely incredible.
Yeah, brilliant. Yeah, it's great racing there. I suppose myself and Josh, whatever it is about us, we never get an easy win. It's always a tough one. So it's great to be racing properly. I think Gordy said it exactly before the last stage. You're here for a race. So
that's the main thing, racing the whole way.
Exactly.
Good man, Andy. Well, thanks a million for talking to us all weekend, and congratulations. So these guys are going to make their way up to the top of the bus and they're going to spray the champagne from there. So we are going to follow suit and we'll bring you the champagne action as soon as we possibly can.
I think they want to see it first. Yeah, we'll have to
Which is gorgeous as ever. I'm going to follow this lady around Steve Moore and everything. On the hard working committee there, let's take a sample from the event sponsors, Clonakilty Blackwood, which is, as I say, as Casey as ever.
Get her framed up.
No spraying anybody.
Andy, Robert, and Gordy, and this podium first. Jonathan, we're going to do that. Don't take a bus. That's what we do. Down here in West Cork, we like to do things different, and that's just another example. How to do things different. It's done from the top of the bus, now with the ramp. That's what I've been told. What's been done here now?
I'm not afraid of heights. Jonathan gets a couldn't run up. I'll go on the side of it and I'll take you. Should be.
Ladies and gentlemen, if you're standing outside Paddy Meat Shop or O'Donnell's Hotel, I'd be inviting you to Doug because the all-important champagne spray is about to erupt across the streets of Clonakilty. Ladies and gentlemen, Clonakilty, do your best. These are our third overall. Miriam Evans, Jonathan Jackson. Second, Robert Barrett, Gordon Noble. And our winners, Josh Moffat and Andy Hayes. What a performance, what a show these boys put on for us over the last 2 days. Incredible racing, incredible rallying. Right, boys, we're going to get you up the ramp. Or the bus, sorry.
You survived the rally for 2 days and fell off the podium.
Change the rules.
No, we're not going to run the bus. We're going to over there. They're going to we're going to be down below. We're going to be down below.
Traditional West Cork.
Mark, where's Mark? Move the gear. Where is it?
I see local journalists
Mark.
much up there from the Southern Star, the Irish Examiner. This is the shot for the front page this week. and Josh Moffat, and over here on our right hand side, Gordon Lowell and Robert Barlow. My God, what a show these
Stay where you are.
Josh got the quick between his team Saturday.
I'll tell you when it starts signing up. Like my lads are so badly steamed, it's unreal. Go.
There you have it, folks. That is the West Cork Rally 2023. The winners, second and third, up on the ramp or up on the bus and enjoying the champagne. We hope you've enjoyed the coverage. Thank you for being with us, and we will see you at the next event.
Nobody turns up at the end, or steam at the end, you can't see out. Inside the lens is steamed.